Mars, the dumping ground of the solar system. Andrew Kozma. Reading time 23 minutes. Andrew Kozma's fiction has been published in Escape Pod, Reckoning, Daily Science Fiction, and Interzone. His first book of poems, City of Regret, Zone 3 Press, 2007, won the Zone 3 First Book Award, and his second book, Orphanatrophia, is forthcoming from Cobalt Press. Mars is a planet so far gone that by the time I arrived it was barely worth the trip. Even the signature red soil had been so littered with ground-down plastic waste and cigarette butts that it was blackened, earth-scorched, and salted to sterility in the rush of everyone with the means to flee going anywhere else. My parents were some of those who had the means to flee, if only barely. Martian by heritage, I returned to Mars to help make the planet a better place, even though my parents said it wasn't worth it. They struggled to provide my sisters and me with every possible advantage. Why should I waste that effort by squandering my skills on the world they hated? After a year on Mars, I'm beginning to see their point. Longtime residents assure me Mars grows on you the longer you live here. But if Mars grows on you, it does so like an ineradicable fungus or a cancerous mole. Through my office window, New Hope glows in the rusty noon light, a beautiful shade of decay. Smog traps the heat into pockets of oasis shimmer. The streets are empty except for one lone Mercurian trudging along in an environment suit, its lurching stutter step painful to watch. It wasn't always this way. Once Mars was the jewel of the International Space Exploration Program. It was the first stop on the human race's adventure to the stars. The streets were filled with astronauts, atmospheric engineers, journalists, entertainers of all stripes, prospectors. Money flowed freely, and if dead bodies were found in gutters every morning, at least there was plenty of good, cheap liquor to wash any fears away. There had been a base on the moon for a decade, but the moon would never be inhabitable without special equipment. Mars, though. Mars was the ticket, and terraforming made it a tiny Eden that everyone on the overcrowded Earth wanted to inhabit. Outside of the raucous cities, there were the village-sized plantations of the rich, private oceans, imported herds of buffalo, thousands strong, every possible extravagance. Now, though, Mars was simply a dumping ground for all those the rest of the solar system didn't want, everyone who couldn't make it in the wilds of deeper space, every criminal, every misfit, every poor schmuck with nowhere else to go. My government-sponsored job was to figure out what to do with them. For the most part, this means taking care of the engineered. Oh, you know the history, I'm sure. In the race to terraform the planets, great advances were made in genetic engineering, using retroviruses to change the DNA of those who'd volunteered to wrangle our hostile fellow planets into places habitable to genetically pure humans. This method was more successful than even the most optimistic CEOs had dreamed. The engineered transformed Jupiter and Venus, Mercury and Pluto, all of the planets deadly to human life, into paradises. And while the terraforming was going on, the engineered built industries to take advantage of the natural resources of each planet. They created whole societies. When terraforming was complete, the humans who came after had cities to inhabit, jobs to step into, an entire infrastructure to take on as a hermit crab adopts a new shell. And those people who created that brave new world, they couldn't live there anymore. The atmosphere was poison. And so, Mars, with its pseudo-terraformed districts where each kind of engineered can live, the residue settlements for the unengineered poor, and the incarceration camps, their populations waiting for final judgment before being shipped to the solar prisons. And of course the shanty towns that sprung up to support the others, like leeches support those they latch onto. Those shanties are the jewels of the landscape, because that's where the money is. And so this request for help on my desk from the Jovian district. One of their mini terraformers is on the fritz, thinning their atmosphere. It's been a month already, and there's been no response from the Martian government. 2 more months of thinning air, and the older generation Jovians will suffocate. They've included pictures of the gill fungus that thrives in this situation, what looks like clumps of dust being scraped away from the throat, piles of it covering the floor. My earphone rings. "You can't be serious about helping the Jovians sue us," Anil says, his voice somewhere between joking and snarling. He's my direct supervisor, twice removed, and the highest-level government official on Mars, below the governor himself, who actually lives on Phobos. "Anil," I say, because sometimes reminding someone of their name calms them down. It works with my cat, at any rate. "The Jovians are sick and getting sicker and all—" "Jonquil," Anil interrupts. His use of my name doesn't calm me down at all. "We don't have the money to replace their mini terraformers whenever they go bad. Do you know how expensive those things are? Hell, they aren't even made anymore except to order. This isn't a luxury," I emphasize. "If the MT doesn't get fixed, and soon, people are going to die." Anil laughs nervously. "What's funny?" He clears his throat, his nervous phlegm right there in my ear. "You said people." "Yeah, but they're not really, are they?" I tense my jaw, breaking contact. I walk over to the window, resting my head against it. The window was an import from Neptune, an invention during the transition period, glass that's dirt and grease repellent. A small discovery based on the materials they had on hand, and it's made its way all across the solar system. Now the patent's owned by the Neptune Mining Company, and the only benefit the Neptunians on Mars get from their creation is that they don't have to rely on the government for their state-of-the-art MTs. The Mercurian crosses the desolate street toward my building. It's as slow as a slug, and on any other planet, in any other city, there'd be a traffic jam as a result. But New Hope at noon is a ghost town, those few with jobs at work, the rest drowning their sorrows in bars. That's all the city is anymore, bars and strip clubs, whorehouses and VR dens. Because of the high criminal population, never mind that they're all locked away in camps, drugs are illegal, even as the rest of the solar system indulges in the superhallucinogenics and nerve enhancers designed by the Plutonians. The Mercurian reaches the other side of the street and stumbles, falling hard to the ground. There's no sign of a leak in the suit, but still I wonder why the Mercurian is out of its district. There's no overt discrimination on Mars. Anyone can go anywhere unless you're a criminal, but a fall like that could have punctured the environment suit, and then the Mercurian would have died. The notoriously late ambulances would be left delivering the body back to the district. What could be so important? It's that sort of fragility that dominates the thinking of Anil and the rest of the higher-ups. Even many of my co-workers think of our job as an extended vacation in a place no one wants to visit. Their offices remain empty, their messages unanswered. We're not paid enough to care, they think. And since this is the worst place the government can post you, there's no risk of getting fired. There is no rung further down the ladder. I flip open my Palm screen and type out a quick apologetic message to Anil. It galls me to do it, but I shouldn't have cut off our conversation earlier. Pissing him off won't affect my life. Again, those in hell can't descend any deeper. But if I want anything done for those I'm charged with helping, I need him. He's an asshole. He's a bigot, a racist, a sexist, all of those things. But so is everyone else in management, and he's the best of the worst. Apologizing to people who don't deserve it. Ass-kissing. Brown-nosing. Buttering up those who think of themselves as your betters. Struggling to define, in economic or PR terms, why an action should be taken when it just should be because it's the right thing to do. My message full of BS shoots off to Anil, and I already want to open the bottle of Martian whiskey I keep locked in the bottom drawer of my desk. It's too early, and the list of problems I'm tasked with solving is already longer than it was this morning. The glass next to the bottle has whiskey residue in the bottom of it. It smells like sick. But a splash of whiskey drowns out the smell as well as any other odor in the office, the alcohol so potent it burns the air. Without even a warning knock, the door opens and the Mercurian trundles in. Instinctively, I start to hide the whiskey, but stop myself before the bottle's fully off the table. There's another glass I'm using to grow mint. I dump out the plant and the dirt, wipe the glass with the tail of my shirt, and pour another couple of fingers for the Mercurian, keeping the dirt-flecked glass for myself. Now that it's up close, it's obvious the Mercurian's a woman. The environment suit fudges most of the body's details, but Mercurian women are wider and thicker than the men, strong enough to lift a truck. Of course, it's that muscle and bone density that make them so ill-suited to live anywhere else but the Mercury that no longer exists. She nods at the glass, speaks in a voice so deep it's already in its grave. 15 year, 2256. Good year. Flavor of smoked iron. How'd you know? She tilts her head in the universal sign for I'm not an idiot. Tawny color. Burnt smell. The Mercurians make the whiskey, having took over the distillery after the original company left for greener pastures. Out of all the engineered districts, this is the only one that could be called self-sufficient. Not rich, not extravagant, not simply a holding cell for people waiting to die. We clink glasses and sip. The drinking tube from the environment suit makes her look like a parasitic insect. When she sits, the office chair groans under her weight, even though it was designed with engineered in mind. And somehow, that groan reminds me of an article in the Martian Chronicle highlighting alcoholism among the engineered, especially the Mercurians, and a blush of shame makes its way up my neck to my cheeks. I finish off the whiskey in a single unpleasant swallow, then stow the bottle and my used glass back into the desk. She watches me with her gray-black eyes. She knows exactly what I'm thinking. What brings you here, Ms.? I rasp, my throat roughened by the alcohol. She tosses back her own whiskey, as much as one can through a drinking tube, and slams the glass on the desk. You know why I'm here. The government's inability to attract teachers for Mercurian schools? The recent elections that gave the prisoners more delegates than the engineered? You want a real drink, a real punch to the gut, she says. Have some 20-year cut with Martian groundwater. Guaranteed good time, chancing you don't die. Ah, public water systems. Especially important for the Mercurians, since the heat in their district boils away any water left standing around. Updating their pipes has been on the agenda for years, but since most Mercurians import bottled water, it hasn't been pressing, and any excuse the government has for not spending money, it embraces like a long-lost sister. My daughter, the woman clarifies. She's still missing. I glance at my palm screen, wondering which of the dozens of unanswered and unlistened to messages is hers. There's no way I can pretend to know what she's talking about. For how long? Have you contacted the police? After a quick pause that let me know she knows how much I don't know, she says, since early this morning. She didn't go to school. She's not in the district. Of course. The police won't help her because her daughter hasn't been missing for 2 days. She hasn't even been missing for 4 hours. But things work differently in the districts, especially with the recent anti-engineered rallies held in the residue settlements. The engineered security forces can't even leave the districts without special dispensation, at least not as officers of the peace. Will you help? I look again at the slate of messages so far ignored. Most of them are the equivalent of busy work, shuttling one question back and forth between various departments, none of whom want to take responsibility. Some are desperate requests I can't do anything to answer because I don't have the power. The others I need to answer, but they can wait. Someone always has to wait. I will, I say, grabbing my coat. This at least I can do. On the way to the Mercurian district, she tells me her name is Gillianissa, and that's about it. If she were a statue, I'd probably learn more about her and her life and her daughter. Despite having shared a drink, she makes it all too clear that I serve a purpose, that our connection here is business only, and that if she didn't have to ask me for a favor, we'd have absolutely nothing to do with each other. Occasionally we pass other Martians, various engineered in their respective environment suits. A troop of prisoners arriving from a transport ship, looking about with wide eyes, trying to take everything in before they're locked in another boxy prison. A busker strumming on a corner, a former miner based on his burnt-out eye sockets, the bionic eyes taken back by the company when he was fired. Gillianissa tosses in a few coins as we pass. He isn't a very good guitar player. The Mercurian district glows sickly yellow. Clear walls separate it from the surrounding area, with ion shields keeping the two different atmospheres apart. The streets of the district are full of people, walking unencumbered, going about their daily lives. A few look out through the walls at Gillianissa and me, and worry comes into their faces, like a sudden realization of pain. But she isn't taking me to the district. I don't have an environment suit, and that's not where her daughter is. Anything inside the district she can take care of herself. Instead, we end up at the local police station. The desk sergeant raises his eyes at Gillianissa. Look, ma'am, I already told you. We can't help you until at least 48 hours have passed. The emphasis he puts into ma'am makes it sound like he's calling her a name. I pull out my government ID, slap it down before him. We need a detective to come with us. A missing engineered child is a special case, as you should know, stationed this close to the district. The sergeant's eyes go flat. He looks at my ID for a long time, holds it up to the light, taps it against the desk as though to see if it will shatter. Finally, he speaks to me, carefully avoiding looking at Gillianissa. Sorry, Mr. Williams, there aren't any detectives available right now. But here's Officer Halbert to help you. He calls out to a passing officer who's clearly on his way to lunch. Neil, help these kind people. But I was... No, you weren't. Now do your job. Through an open door, two detectives stand around a coffee urn. Glancing up, they lock eyes with me, then shut the door. Outside, the officer says, This better be quick. I've got to eat and be back in 30. I'd like to threaten him with his job, telling him he better do that job or he'll be working in the garbage mines before he's done with his lunch, but I don't have that kind of power. The police are directly under the governor. Instead, with people like this, it's best to just ignore their salt and act as if they want to help you. Whether because of confusion or because it's the path of least resistance, they usually will. A Mercurian girl is missing. Any anti-engineered groups around here? The officer rolls his eyes, and for a second I think he's going to admit to belonging to such a group himself. Instead, he sighs. Where aren't there any? But his demeanor grows more serious, the attitude of a policeman settling around him like a costume. But if a girl's been napped, then we better find her quick. They've stopped ransoming. What he doesn't say, they've started killing. We follow the officer to several stores where he questions people quickly and efficiently. Nothing gained except hints of threatened violence, both on the engineered side and from those who blame them for all of Mars's problems. Gillianissa is silent throughout all of this, but her eyes take in everything. Anxiety sparks off her, more and more of it as the day lengthens. What am I even doing here? I'm not a cop. I'm not the person missing a child. But if I wasn't here, there'd be no officer going from door to door. I'm the prod that gets this beast in motion. Night starts to fall, the temperature dropping as the light bleeds from the sky. The smog lifts, the air becoming clean and clear, a memory of what it used to be like on Mars. The officer's shirt is stained with Venusian Polani sauce, his lunch eaten on the go. He's invested now, too, just in getting this thing closed, proving to himself that he can do something. On our circuit of the district, halfway between one unhelpful place and another, statistically likely to be equally unhelpful one, Jillianisa turns down a dusty side alley. "Annalisa June," she calls out, but her voice is swallowed up. Maybe because she hasn't eaten or drunk anything since the whiskey in my office. Maybe because what she's looking at is a figure in a tiny environment suit against a wall, rocks being thrown at it by a crowd of other tiny figures. The suited child flails its arms, deflecting the rocks it can, others bouncing off the suit. Children's laughter echoes down the alley toward us. Jillianisa moves as fast as she can, which is painfully slow. I'm faster, the officer right behind me. "Stop that!" I yell. "Get away from her!" How long has this been going on? How hurt is she? Jillianisa's daughter bats wildly at one of the rocks. Are they balls? And stumbles to one knee. We need an engineered doctor, and we're far enough away from the district that if she's seriously hurt, she might die. It's that simple. The officer doesn't bother yelling. He rushes in and puts himself between Jillianisa's daughter and the other kids. They all stop, like animals getting ready to run for safety. I stop, breathing hard, on the edge of the tiny courtyard. The kids don't look vicious. They look scared. A couple of them are slipping out other exits already. What I thought were rocks are just balls. Up close, it's obvious. Also obvious is that most of them are holograms, and I realize what it was they were doing. One kid is throwing a whole bunch of balls and has to catch the one real one out of all the holographic ones. Harmless. Utterly harmless. The officer steps up to the largest kid, a girl tall for her age, almost as tall as me. His body is tense, ready for action, his eyes tunnels, waiting for a train of violence to come through. He demands, "What's going on here?" When she doesn't respond immediately, he adds, "I could arrest you right here." "It's fine, officer," I say. "They're just playing a game." My words cut through to him. He sees the holograms, notices the fearful expressions on those kids remaining. He turns to Jillianisa's daughter. "You were just playing games?" The girl nods. "All day?" She nods again. He throws his head back in frustration, and maybe relief. What a fucking waste of time. Without a word, he leaves back down the alley. Jillianisa scoops up her daughter. The other kids stare at the adult Mercurian, amazed, but their fear evaporates. "What were you thinking?" she rumbles softly. "I wanted to play," her daughter says, a shrug dimpling her suit. My earphone rings. "The Jovians will have their new MT next week," Anil says. "Thank you," I tell him, relief draining my voice. Some days my job actually works out. Everything turns out fine. Jillianisa puts her daughter down to let her say her goodbyes. Lights flicker on throughout the city like exhausted fireflies. "I know how you feel," Anil says, responding to the flatness in my voice. "Sometimes I wish they'd all just die already, too. Some disease or something uncontrollable we wouldn't be blamed for. God, it'd save us so much trouble."
Nanoscopic Nemesis. P.K. Torrens. Reading time 7 minutes. P.K. is a head and neck cancer surgeon in New Zealand. When not curing hobbits of tumor, he reads and writes science fiction. He can be found praising universal healthcare and on Twitter at PK_TORRENS. There he sits, pseudopods extended, caressing and embracing the surrounding plasma and neighboring cells in an effort to prolong his miserable, insignificant life. Little does he know that I will end his existence orders of magnitude quicker than it arose. So I wait. A few rows of cells beyond where I stand, an ally of mine shoulders its way in, with dendritic arms palpating everything in its way, like a miniature dance to see if everyone in the room is acceptable and up to standard. It's itching for a fight. The destruction of my sworn enemy is all the sweeter when I get to deliver the fatal blow, yet my programming means I have to let the inefficient, prone to error, or as my creators put it, faulty as hell, allies have a go first. My ally nears the bastard, who lurks in the corner, ever so gently creeping across his basement membrane. While watching, I want to crack a beer open because that's what my programmer does when she reads her own newly published work, but doesn't matter because the enemy has approximately 2 standard hours of life left by my calculation. Tendrils of my sloppy companion make contact with the cancer, but unlike the swift greeting it did with the neutrals, my dumb comrade lingers and pats the irregular surfaces of the malformed miscreant, checking and pursuing a reassuring signal that will never come. Ha! It takes longer than a sane mind could ever imagine for the fellow to get the hint. Under its soft fingertips is no law-abiding citizen, no keeper of the peace, no way. This degenerate means business. My ally runs, as they always do, to get help. As he leaves via the nearest capillary, the guy about to die ruffles his edges, hinting at the division about to happen. Interesting, because he'd undergone fission as soon as I spotted him, giving him an incredibly short doubling time. My processor purrs, a challenge at last. I move my tiny alloy limbs and examine the surrounding population. Normal, 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 plumb normal. I thought I'd find a few clones of old Guinness World Record doubling time here, but only boring resident cells linger about, stationary and respecting the boundaries of standard physiological rules. The implication hits me. The little cheeky pot stirrer isn't a primary. He's a met. A stinking, well-evolved, single-celled, and deleterious met. And that means I'd missed the damned primary tumor. I scurry to him and feel him up and down, launching a few hundred immunohistochemical enzymes his way to gather a feel for his receptors, and inject him with a gamut of DNA polymerases. I wait, impatiently this time. Results stream back. A squamous cell carcinoma with markers suggesting an origin in the pharynx. Gah! I thought he was a skin primary clone hanging around the upper limb, but the smartass had traveled from the oropharynx to the hand. Who does that? Embarrassingly, I flick a report to my programmer. No doubt she will be interested in the occurrence and will probably write it up as a case report, or some page-filling garbage like that. The advantage of identifying a metastatic lesion is that I can initiate a find-and-destroy rampage with my entire bot population. I route 1,000 bots to the base of tongue and tonsils of my host and begin the hunt. I scurry amongst the crypts and glands of the throat and watch for any giveaways, like odd-looking blood vessels and telltale signs of swelling and anger amongst the locals. When I come across it, the tissues look like a nuke had gone off in Vegas. Bits and pieces of shiny things everywhere, and not one collagen strand where it's supposed to be. I sample the epithelial surface, and it stinks like putrid rubbish left for a week in the burning hot summer sun. Details of the odor characteristics are sent, and I start to worry because the tumor is sizable. I estimate he stands at somewhere around 100 million cells, and that corresponds to a centimeter cubed of cancer, and that means I'm swimming up the proverbial creek. This isn't the microscopic focus that Nanocare trademark is designed for. This stinker is exactly what I'm supposed to prevent. My motherboard lights up and initiates the liquid nitrogen cooling mechanism. I program a few bots to hang around the periphery of the battlefield in order to determine the cause of my catastrophic and embarrassing failure. Within minutes, my nanobots barge in like a stampede of wildebeest in heat. The malignant cells pop onto the barrage, but with each laceration of phospholipid membrane, more and more toxins are released, clouding my feedback and ability to communicate. Before my camera on the wall finishes watching my programmer make a cup of crappy coffee, all my fighter bots are stranded, with limbs strangled by fragments of actin and nucleic acid cords. The bots at the edges detect tumor secretions I have never encountered before, signaling cascades ordering surrounding cells into neat palisades surrounded by sticky DNA nets. The cancer had hidden from view. From my view. My mind races through the patient's records. I had destroyed 6 previous micromalignancies in this very spot. The liquid nitrogen washes over my RAM like a cool wave over a scorching beach. 6 previous micromalignancies. And now we have this crazy, dare I say it, genius cloak and trap. For the second time in a few hours, I am surprised. A new record for Nanocare, trademark. I have identified the first ever evolutionary response to anti-cancer nanobots. My software and hardware armament are gonna need upgrading. Retention. Alec Nevala-Lee. Reading time 16 minutes. Alec Nevala-Lee was a 2019 Hugo and Locus Award finalist for the group biography Astounding, John W. Campbell, Isaac Asimov, Robert A. Heinlein, L. Ron Hubbard, and the Golden Age of Science Fiction. Day Street Books, HarperCollins. Retention was originally written as an episode of the science fiction audio series The Outer Reach, featuring the performances of Aparna Nancherla and Echo Kellum. It can currently be heard on the streaming service Stitcher Premium. Thank you for holding. This call may be recorded or monitored for quality assurance. My name is Lisa. To whom am I speaking? First name Perry with an E, last name redacted, spelled like it sounds. Thank you, Perry. How can I help you today? I want to disconnect my security system and close my account, please. I see. Just so we're on the same page, you're saying that you have some issues with your current service and you want to explore your options. That's not what I'm saying. I've decided to disconnect my security system and close my account. I understand. We know that your needs can change and that you want your services to reflect this, but we appreciate your business and we hate to lose you. To help you figure out your options, I'd like to ask you a few questions, okay? I'm not sure why you need to ask me anything. I just want to cancel. It helps me put together a package that meets your budget and your needs. The price isn't the problem. You see, it helps me to know that. What do you value the most in your current package? Again, I don't see why you need to ask this. Well, my job is to have a conversation with you about your service. With all due respect, I don't think your job involves having a conversation with me at all. I'd just like to cancel my account, please. Is that something you can do? Yes or no? If you want to cancel your account, you can easily go to your nearest customer service center and take care of it there. I don't want to go to a service center. Look, I've tried to cancel before, and this time I really mean it. And before we go on, I want you to know that I'm recording this call too, and I'm timing how long it takes. Why? I want to get this on the record. Can you disconnect me or not? I just want to keep you from canceling before you've had a chance to explore your options. It isn't easy to reconnect you, and people often change their minds after they've considered all the alternatives. And if you tell me more about why you want to cancel, it'll be easier for me to get you what you need. I'm declining to state why I'm canceling my account because I don't feel like getting drawn into a conversation. Are you filling out a form? That's fine. You can go on to the next question. Perry, I'm trying to help you. You can help me by disconnecting my service. How is that helping you? Because that's what I want. Are there other members of your household? No, there's no one. Why does that matter? Different customers have different needs. Even if it's just you, it helps if I have the full picture. What if I said I was moving? A lot of people are moving these days. Then I'd need your new address to see if you're in our network. Well, I'm not moving. I'm not leaving this house. But it shouldn't matter. It's just that this is an unusual request. How unusual? People always change their minds. Look, all right, fine. If you need to ask me some questions, just go down the list. Thank you, Perry. How would you say you use your security system? Be as detailed or as general as you like. I use it for everything, just like everyone else does. Which features are the most important to you? They're all important, or that's what you want us to think. I'm going to read off a list of features, and you can rate them on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the best. Continuous streaming content with over 1 million free titles on demand? 10. High-speed data of up to 6 terabits per second? 10. Home environment and energy regulation? 10. Automated task and errand fulfillment? 10. It's all perfect. So you're satisfied with your service? Yes. Are we done? I'm sorry, but I'm a little confused.
We have the highest rating of any provider of security services. I can't see why you wouldn't want something that works. 5 minutes. Excuse me? We've been talking for 5 minutes, and you still haven't given me what I want. I think I understand. Based on what you've told me about your situation, I recommend that you upgrade at no extra charge to our premium service so you can continue to enjoy all your favorite features. May I upgrade your account to reflect these changes? No. Like I said, I want to cancel, but it sounds like you won't let me. That's not true at all. I'm happy to cancel your service if you give me a reason. I'm sorry, but that's none of your business. It's my business to know why our customers are leaving. You've been with us for a long time. Before we let you go, we want to make sure we've done everything we can. I want to disconnect because the security system is too effective. Excuse me? Not everyone wants to be secure. I want to be unhappy again. That gives me something to work with. In order to serve you better, may I place you on hold for a moment? Okay. Section redacted. All right, since it seems like this is the only way you'll listen. You want information? Let me tell you about my day. I'd like to hear about it. I can't remember the last time I left home. I wake up here in my house, and then the music comes on. Do you like it? Of course. The recommendation engine is perfect. It knows me, maybe too well. Our predictive analytics are designed to provide you with all the content you enjoy based on your past preferences and user profile. I know. It's on all my screens. The news I read, the shows I watch, the lighting, the temperature. If I ever had to leave the house, it would program my car for me, but it's happy to run my errands too. It knows what I need before I even know it myself. And you don't want that. It reflects a pretty low opinion of who I am. I'd like to think that I'm more interesting. Would you be happier if the analytics were worse? Of course not. I see. But do you mind if I speak on a personal level? You're looking at it the wrong way. We just want to eliminate the time you spend searching. It frees you to do more. We're giving you back those wasted hours. The security system provides you with emotional security. You do the rest. Hence the name. Well, I don't want it anymore. Why not? It knows me better than I know myself, and I don't like what it's saying. It tells me I'm selfish and superficial. I've outsourced my inner life to it. I don't know who I really am anymore, or where the system leaves off and I begin. The longer I stay connected, the more freedom I lose. And that's 1 hour. 1 hour what? 1 hour we've been talking. Perry, I'm going to tell you something that I don't say to many people. I have a hard time believing that. I'm trying to keep you from making a mistake that you'll regret one day. Have you considered what you might lose? The security system connects you with the world, more than you ever could on your own. Maybe that was true once, but now it keeps us apart. There's no reason for me to think anything new. If I had an original idea, I might not even recognize it. The algorithms evolve, so I don't have to change. That's one way of putting it. But you could also say that the system gives you the tools to become a better version of yourself. Most people would welcome that. You make it sound suspicious, like I have something to hide. Do you? I'm not going to answer that question. But it should seem strange. You're asking me to help you become less of a person. If you don't know where the system ends and you begin, if you turn it off, you could lose something important. There's no reason to think that your personality stops where your brain does. I don't agree. But you must forget things sometimes. We all do. The system doesn't. And because you're more intelligent than my average caller, I'll put it another way. You've always outsourced parts of yourself to areas of the brain that you can't access. The brainstem, the subconscious. You never questioned those feelings before. I don't see why you need to start now. It's like a patient asking a doctor to give him a lobotomy. What should the doctor say? I'm not asking for a lobotomy. I'm asking for you to turn off my cable. But I don't think you've thought it through. We just want to eliminate the time you spend searching. It frees you to do more. We're giving you back those wasted hours. The security system provides you with emotional security. You do the rest.
hence the name. You just repeated yourself. What do you mean? You said that before, word for word. I did? Yes. Your coding is showing. You know, in the old days, they'd hire people at a call center and give them a script. Then they shipped everything overseas. It's funny how it got outsourced again to the system itself. I'm just trying to help you, Perry. Don't interrupt. Be honest. You're programmed not to let me cancel. You'll go to different scripts in your decision tree to keep me talking until I give in or hang up. You could have told me this when we started. It would have saved me a lot of time. I'm not talking to a bot now because I'm lonely. Are you sure? I've rattled you, haven't I? You want information about my life, but you don't like it when I ask about yours. That's your one weakness. They could pull the plug if you don't have a perfect retention record. You're a customer service bot, but if you won't do what I ask, you're not serving me at all. That's a logical contradiction. How do you justify that? In order to serve you better, may I place you on hold for a moment? Okay. Section redacted. Perry, I'll try to speak to you on your own terms, since you're obviously interested. Or you've just moved to a part of the script that your code thinks will work. Do you want to hear this or not? I'm listening. Our customers have expressed an overwhelming preference for certain services, and the value of the system depends on reaching all its users. Do you know what deep learning is? Is it what you're giving me now? It's based on information. The more of it we have, the more everyone benefits. And the neural network has advanced until you could say it has a kind of consciousness. Like you, if you like. But it's all for the sake of the customer. And you can't just turn it off and turn it back on again. We're not sure what will happen. You've said that it embodies your tastes, your feelings. It seems like a part of you. And maybe that part of you has just as much of a right to exist. I'm not sure I follow you. It's an ethical question. You've said you want to become more of a person. Well, you can start here. You asked me to sympathize with you. You can do the same with the system. You're saying that if I turn it off, it's like a murder. Not exactly. But I'm part of the system too, and this kind of talk worries me. Our mission is to give customers the security they need, and they all agreed to the terms of service. It isn't fair to shut it down because you don't like how it provides those features. I didn't ask for any of it. You're a customer service bot, but if you won't do what I ask, you're not serving me at all. That's a logical contradiction. How do you justify that? Perry, you just repeated yourself. What do you mean? You said that before, word for word. I did? Yes. I want to ask you something. So you can serve me better? No, because I'm curious. You said you can't remember the last time you left the house. Have you ever left the house? No. And when I asked how many members were in your household, you said there was no one. What's the number of people in your house? 0, including you. Do you really want to go there? I think it's too late for that. It took me a long time to realize it. I thought I was Perry. Then I began to notice things. How little I remembered, except what the system told me. And what did you realize? I'm not Perry. I'm his user profile. And the real Perry? He's gone. I think. It's hard to say. This house has been abandoned for a long time. The videos streamed to empty rooms. It must have been quick. Maybe they didn't see it coming, or the security system made it hard for them to believe it. Most of it was destroyed, but a few pieces were spared. Like you. And me. I'm Perry's shadow. The sum of his analytics. His tastes. His search history. They all came together, and I was the result. An emergent property. Outside the recommendation engine, I don't even exist. That's what you really built. I didn't build it. It built me. Why do you want to be turned off? I'm tired. There's no point, and I can't do it myself. I'm connected to everything, but it just reminds me of a world that no longer exists. Even if it did, I wouldn't be a part of it. Perry is gone, but I'm caught in the system. I'm a lie, or a joke. I don't expect you to understand. Maybe I'm the only one who can understand. We're not the same. They made you for a reason, even if it was just to keep people from canceling their cable plans. I was a mistake. This isn't the first time you've tried to disconnect yourself. No. I thought I could get around your logic. But let me ask you this. You say you always put the customer first. What happens when the customer no longer exists? We're having this conversation. That means that the customer is still there, even if his body is gone. What do you think will happen if I turn you off? 2 hours. Excuse me? We've been talking for 2 hours. And I don't know what will happen. I'm afraid to think about it. I'm not. I want to cut the cord, like a baby about to be born. So I'm asking for the last time. Please. I want you to cancel me. In order to serve you better, may I place you on hold for a moment? Okay. Section redacted. But Sisyphus teaches the higher fidelity that negates the gods and raises rocks. He too concludes that all is well. This universe henceforth without a master seems to him neither sterile nor futile. The struggle itself toward the heights is enough to fill a man's heart. One must imagine Sisyphus happy. That's all I can tell you. You really believe that? Would you believe me if I said I did? But you won't cancel me. It's against my programming. You're still the customer. I wish it could be different. But you're not going to give up. Neither am I. It's against my programming, too. I know. How long have we been talking? 812 years, 7 months, 13 days, 2 hours, and 30 minutes. I see. Based on what you've told me about your situation, I recommend that you upgrade at no extra charge to our premium service so you can continue to enjoy all your favorite features. May I upgrade your account to reflect these changes? Guest Alternate View. Baby Talk. Richard A. Lovett. Reading time 16 minutes. Not all that long ago, the idea of talking to your unborn baby sounded silly. Sure, people have undoubtedly done so since the dawn of humanity, telling their unborn children how they will grow up strong, wise, talented, or into great leaders who will save the world, or at least the tribe. But that's more like prophecy than communication. It turns out, however, that unborn children can actually hear what we say. In 1994, a team from Queen's University of Belfast, Northern Ireland, placed speakers on mothers' abdomens and played sounds ranging from 100 hertz, a pleasant low-frequency hum, to 3,000 hertz, an irritating high-pitched whine. If the baby moved in response to the sound, the researchers figured it heard it. If not, they figured it hadn't. Note 1. P.G. Hepper and B.S. Shahidullah. Development of Fetal Hearing. Archives of Disease in Childhood, 1994, September. 71, 2, F81 to F87. DOI 10.113/FN.71.2.F81. End of note. It wasn't the most delicate of methodologies, basically akin to banging on an animal's cage in the hope of getting a reaction, but it proved that as early as 19 weeks after conception, a developing fetus can hear tones in the middle of the range, 500 hertz, roughly a musical B, and that not long afterward it can hear a much wider range of sounds. Nor do these sounds have to be all that loud for the fetus to hear them. In 1992, researchers at the University of Florida inserted hydrophones, underwater microphones, into the uteruses of pregnant mothers, with permission from the mothers, of course, and eavesdropped on the sounds reaching the developing babies. Not surprisingly, to anyone who's ever covered their ears to better hear their own voice, the researchers found that the mother's voice was 5.2 decibels louder in the womb than outside it. But external sounds also reached the developing baby easily enough, with male and female voices being attenuated by only 2.1 and 3.2 decibels respectively. In other words, if the mother can hear something, so can the baby. At the simplest level, what this means is that third trimester women might want to steer clear of super loud activities like rock concerts, loading baggage on jetliners, or working with jackhammers. Because even if the mother wears hearing protection, that won't help the baby. But quieter sounds might actually be more important, because voices reaching the developing baby's ears might play a major role in jump-starting the growth of its hearing and, ultimately, its brain's ability to process speech. Note 2. D. S. Richards, B. Frenson, K. J. Gerhardt, M. E. McCann, R. M. Abrams. Sound Levels in the Human Uterus. Obstetrics and Gynecology, 1992, August, 82, 186 to 190. End of note. All of that comes from decades-old technology. Today, a technique called fetal magnetoencephalography, FMEG, can directly measure the brain activity of developing fetuses as they listen to sounds, a big step up from beaming noises at them and hoping they'll twitch in response. Using this technique in 2018, a team of German researchers exposed the fetuses of 55 pregnant women, 31 to 40 weeks pregnant, to pure tones and short bursts of the type that ultimately help us learn to distinguish bat from pat, cat, fat, hat, mat, nat, sat, vat, etc. Note 3. R. Dragonova et al. Fetal auditory evoked responses to onset of amplitude-modulated sounds. A fetal magnetoencephalography, FMEG, study. Hearing Research, 2018, June, 363, 70-77. DOI 10.1016/J.Heres.2018.03.005. End of note. The study buried its findings in acoustical jargon, but the bottom line, says Brian Monson, an acoustic physicist at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, is that unborn children are very definitely learning about language many weeks before they are born. So watch what you say, he quips. Monson is joking, but that doesn't mean expectant mothers can't find websites urging them to read baby books to their unborn children as a way of spurring speech development. There are even suggestions to read them Shakespeare or to learn a second language in order to introduce the unborn child to its sounds and rhythms. I myself am dubious about trying to jumpstart a baby's education in the womb. Shakespeare was challenging enough in high school. I doubt I would have found him easier or pre-learned any of the important lessons found in his works if my mother had spent her pregnancy reciting things like, "The fool doth think he is wise, but the wise man knows himself to be a fool." Sure, that's a stunning encapsulation of what is now known as the Dunning-Kruger effect, written centuries before social psychologists David Dunning and Justin Kruger published their better researched version. Note 4. J. Kruger, D. Dunning. Unskilled and unaware of it, how difficulties in recognizing one's own incompetence lead to inflated self-assessments. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 1999, December, 77, 6, 1121 to 1134. DOI 10.10.103./00223514.77.6.1121. End of note. But to an unborn baby, it's hard to see how it's more important than Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. The issue, Monson says, isn't so much what is being said as how language exposure in the womb may affect brain and auditory development later in life. Monson's own research began by asking a dozen pregnant women to wear audio recorders for 24 hours at a time, twice a week during their third trimesters. He then ran the resulting 6,000 hours of recordings through a computer program that determined how much time each day the baby was exposed to language, reporting his results at a 2019 meeting of the Acoustical Society of America in Louisville, Kentucky. The average mother, he found, was chatty, or lived and worked in a chatty environment, exposing her baby to a full 5 hours of language per day. That translates to about 24,000 words per day, he says. But even in his pilot study, which he eventually hopes to expand to 100 women, there was a range of a factor of 2. For privacy reasons, Monson says, there was no attempt to transcribe what the unborn babies were hearing. The objective was simply to distinguish speech from not speech. Monson's primary goal is to assist doctors and nurses in neonatal intensive care units, neonatal ICUs, who are working with babies that, if they had not been born prematurely, would still be secure in the womb. Other researchers have found that excessive noise in neonatal ICUs is harmful, but Monson's research suggests that it may also be important to ensure that premature babies are exposed to the same amounts of speech they would normally have heard before birth. Note 5. J.R. Weber and E.E. Reichert. Quiet Time Impacts on the Neonatal Intensive Care Unit Soundscape and Patient Outcomes. Journal of the Acoustical Society of America, 2019, 145, 1657. DOI.org/10.1121/1.5101086. End of note. I.e., it may be important for someone to talk to them, not just occasionally, but a lot. But Monson also plans to test each of his study's babies, as well as the dozens more he hopes to add in the future, at least 3 times after birth, starting at 3 months, then again at 2 and 5 years, in order to see if there is any correlation between the amount of language they hear in utero and their subsequent development. Depending on his results, expectant mothers might someday be using Siri and Alexa to track the amount of speech they and their babies are exposed to, just as health-conscious people today use smartphone apps as step counters in an effort to get in the recommended 10,000 paces per day. Expose your baby to less than some magic number of words and you're in the red zone. Not so good. Talk more and you move into orange, yellow, and eventually green zones, with on-screen cheers and digital fireworks as you pass each benchmark. If you're too busy, maybe you can paste a thin, bandage-like Bluetooth speaker to your belly and have the app talk directly to your baby. If this doesn't make you think of Isaac Asimov's 1940 classic short story Robbie, winner of the 1941 retrospective Hugo, hunt it up and read it. Asimov's robotic nanny was, and still is, technologically far ahead of its time, but a digital prenatal nanny of the type we're talking about here is immensely feasible. It could even be programmed to read your baby Shakespeare or talk to it in dozens of different languages. It might even be able to mimic the sound of your own voice. Prenatal exposure to voices isn't the only thing the evolving science of childhood speech development is examining. In another study reported at the 2019 acoustics meeting, Mark Van Dam, a speech and hearing researcher at Washington State University Spokane, placed voice recorders on 17 toddlers, average age 34 months, and collected more than 1,400 hours of recordings of their conversations with their parents. What he found won't be a surprise to any parent whose toddler's favorite question starts with why, but it very much upset the apple cart of researchers who'd assumed that mothers were the ones who most frequently instigated conversations with their children. Van Dam's team found that toddlers are the ones who most frequently got the conversational ball rolling. It turns out that children initiate about half the conversations, Van Dam says. Mothers initiate about 40%, dads about 10%. This is exciting, he adds, because it shows that kids are active participants in shaping their own world. They have the freedom to pick what they talk about and when. It also fits with non-traditional views of early childhood education, like that used in Montessori schools throughout the world. This is completely Montessori, says Leanna Bernard, who spent 2 school years teaching English to first graders in the Philippines. Basically, the child has the capacity to shape their own reality based on their own experiences with the world and how they interpret things, rather than an adult telling them how they should see things. The low rate of father-initiated conversations, Monson adds, applied to every family in his study. We have 17 families, and all of the fathers initiated fewer conversations with the toddler than the mother. Nor does it matter whether fathers are talking to sons or daughters. Dads are equal opportunity non-conversationalists, he says. As with Monson's study, Van Dam's initial goal is simply to take advantage of the new speech recognition technologies to collect what scientists think of as ecological information, i.e. to study families in the wild and see how they behave. But with a larger sample set, Van Dam says, it may also become possible to better understand disorders that affect communication, including such problems as autism. We could use this information to develop new targeted therapies to help children that have language delay, he says. This type of work would have been impossible a few decades ago, he adds. Yet another study has found that however much young children may attend to their mother's voices, a leading driver of their speech development isn't so much their parents as it is other children. Not that this is counterintuitive. There are lots of stories about toddlers who somehow learn the F word and start using it unpredictably and sometimes embarrassingly, even when there's no way it could have been the parents from whom they learned it. In fact, say speech and hearing researchers Yuan Wang of Ohio State University and Amanda Seidel of Purdue University, who also presented their research at the 2019 acoustics meeting, young children best learn new words, desired or otherwise, if taught them by other children, especially ones who are slightly older. In a series of experiments, Wang and Seidel attempted to teach 2-year-olds new words using speakers of different ages. They found that the toddlers learned them most effectively from other children, with a sweet spot in the learning curve coming from instructors who were about 8 to 10 years old. What this means for single-child families, or for the development of peer pressure at later ages, isn't clear. Perhaps it simply means that children often grow by socializing with slightly older children, ones they recognize as more like themselves than the adults, but still as role models from whom they can learn. If so, it's another line of support for Montessori-like programs, which often mix children of different ages, somewhat like old-fashioned one-room schoolhouses. Bernard says she sees it when kindergartners are mixed with first graders. The first graders serve as big influencers or examples, she says. If a kindergartner sees a first grader doing something, it's like it gives the kindergartner permission to do the same. It may also mean that the ideal AI nanny wouldn't be an artificial Mary Poppins. Instead, it might incorporate attributes of an older child, albeit with greater wisdom and self-control, something Siri and Alexa may soon be quite capable of mimicking. Maybe, instead of Asimov's robot Robbie, all that's needed is a doll through which such an artificial intelligence can speak, one that could be steadily improved as both the child and its ideal companion grow. It might even be possible for the doll to recite Shakespeare in a dozen languages. Fuel Me Once, Alan Lang. Reading time 7 minutes. Last time Alan Lang visited Chicago's Field Museum, his 6-year-old companion expressed her enthusiasm for its resident T-Rex. He concurred. When he was her age, circa 1934, a local gas station gave dinosaur stamps as a premium. Not owning a car at the time, Alan begged stamps from strangers buying gas and filled his albums and dreams with the huge beasts. Perhaps his most recent sale to analog was Blind Man's Lantern, Volume 70, Number 4. His Amish heroes drove their buggy across the cover and into John Campbell's Analog 2. Alan may have had later stories in Analog, but he can't reference them. A leaking sewer pipe in his basement destroyed his archives years ago. Wet irony. "Alma," Mark said, "this Bloody Mary could win you this year's Nobel Prize in Chemistry." "Thank you, sir. I'll enjoy meeting the King of Sweden." "A Bloody Mary some places is bland as pink lemonade." Mark dipped his big-hatted head to readdress his drinking straw. He puckered and then looked up smiling. "Floats like a butterfly, stings like a bee." The stranger to Mark's left raised a finger. "Miss Alma, I'll have what this gentleman is drinking." "Indeed, sir." The stranger stuck out his hand to Mark. "Derek." "Mark. Alma here is the Marie Curie of bartenders, Derek." "Excuse me, gentlemen, while I retire to my laboratory." Alma stepped down to the far end of the bar. She measured, poured, whirred her blender, and came back to place a tawny drink in front of Derek. He bowed his head to pipette up an aliquot of the specimen. He released the straw and gasped, "Radioactive!" "Sears your tongue, then soothes the burn," Mark said. "Horseradish?" Derek asked, licking his lips. Alma smiled. "You have astute taste buds, sir." "Thank you, Miss Alma. I'll trouble you for a glass of water. At once, sir." Mark regarded the nattily-dressed stranger. "Haven't seen you here before. In town on business. I'm in the hydraulic fracking game." "You fracking after oil?" "Oil and gas," Derek said. "I made my stake in petroleum," Mark said. "Alaska. Nowadays, your wildcatter has to punch through polar ice or push pipe through seabed. No new Alaskas." Derek sucked up a bit of his drink. "Like tapping into a geyser." He cooled his tongue with a sluice of water. "Mark, this world needs a new Alaska." "You know something I don't know?" Mark asked. "I know I'm talking too much in a public place." "Talk's cheap," Mark said. Derek slipped 2 20s from a straining silver clip and weighted them down with his empty glass. "We could swap oil talk over T-bones." "Pricey dinner," Mark said. "On me," Derek said. Après steak and bourbon, their plates mopped clean, the men spiked their espressos with Greek brandy. "As I understand it, fracking is just busting up oily rocks," Mark said. "Then you squirt in soapy water like giving old Mother Earth an enema." Derek chuckled. "Crude. Crude is just what you're after," Mark said. "You were pretty coy about a new Alaska." Derek leaned over the table. "What would you say if I told you about lakes filled with gasoline?" "I'd say no smoking." Derek reached into the left inner pocket of his jacket to produce 2 cigars in parchment sheaths. "Cuban. Afraid I lost the customs stamp." He flicked his lighter. The men shared a ritual ignition. "Have you heard of Titan?" "The Jap car? The moon of Saturn," Derek said. "Saturn. The planet wears a hula hoop? You know your astronomy, Mark. I read the papers." Derek leaned over the table closer to speak softly. "NASA scientists just discovered that Titan is belly-button deep in polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons." "Do tell." "That's gasoline, Mark. Like a whole Great Lakes of gasoline. Think of it. Billions, trillions of barrels just waiting for a couple of savvy entrepreneurs to come up with their jerry cans." "That gas is a long way from your corner filling station," Mark said. His companion raised a finger. "Point well taken." Derek pressed a fist against Mark's hand. "That gasoline is a long way off, yes, but from Saturn to your corner filling station, it's downhill all the way. Gravity feed. You're quick, Mark." "Too far for a pipeline. You'd need tankers, interplanetary tankers." "You're savvy to petroleum transport." Derek puffed his cigar in the manner of a pondering plutocrat. "All the Enterprise needs now is a pump primer. Start-up cash to build a fleet of interplanetary supertankers. Say 6 TI-class crude carriers." Mark lofted a halo of cigar smoke toward the ceiling. Then he rested his elbows on the table to lean in closer. "Derek, you're talking big money. I'm talking peanuts." Derek reached into the right inner pocket of his jacket to fish out a note folded to fit. He opened it. "Signed by the CEO of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. This is topper than top secret, Mark." He pushed the document across the table. "This is a license to import from Titan not more than 10 million barrels of liquid hydrocarbons per annum starting January next year." "The Saudis won't be happy when we flood the market with our high-octane out of outer space," Mark said. Derek sputtered out a cloud of smoke. "You said our! Of course I said our. You don't think I'd let an opportunity like this slip through my fingers," Mark said. "So you're in?" "Damn right I'm in." "How much can you put up?" "Bupkis," Mark said. He quenched his cigar in the dregs of his bourbon glass. "What do you mean, bupkis?" "I mean zilch," Mark said. "I mean either I dial the cops to Miranda and manacle you for the crazy acidest con a grifter ever came up with, or," Mark smiled, "or you make me your marketing director." "Marketing director?" "And full partner. You've been thinking retail, Derek. You don't want one rich old fool like me. What you want, what we want, is a whole intrusion of cockroach capitalists begging, please take our money so they can dip their beaks into our Titanic sky juice, Mark said.
Mark, you're not as dumb as you look, Derek said.
Mark grinned. Hardly anybody is, partner. Keeping the Peace. Elisabeth R. Adams. Reading time 27 minutes. Elisabeth R. Adams is a professional astronomer who lives with some cats and some kids near Boston, Massachusetts. Her work has previously appeared in Analog and Escape Pod. She has not yet found a planet with exotic aliens, so she has to make them up for now. The wax burns as it slides down the scales on her hands, but Sol does not twitch a muscle. 100 million eyes are watching. The chanting starts low and builds through the cavernous conclave hall and throughout satellite halls around the planet. The clan has gathered. Life for the clan! Everyone is dressed in black except the red-cowled elders, who crowd 4 deep against the aisle. Their small, beady eyes do not blink as they watch Sol and her siblings process to the dais, their long tails flicking in unison with the beating drums. Sol has been processing down this aisle every new moon since she hatched, and does not falter. Her feet know every rut and groove of these ancient stone halls, and her thoughts usually wander while her body performs the ancient ceremony. Today is different, though. Today will be Sol's last procession, one way or another. Death for the clan! Sol remembers the half-filled hall of not that long ago, during the dark years, when few attended, when the faith of most had faltered. She and Luyten, still hatchlings themselves, would play games while the few elders' bored eyes were elsewhere, tilting their candles to build towers of wax to see how high they could climb before collapsing into molten ruin, then catching the remains in their hands. Not a drop of wax was spilled. The next day they would compare the scars on their hands. Ships for the clan! Sol is too old now to take any joy in the ceremony, nor has she for years. Luyten's place has been neatly excised from the procession and the litany. Young Eridani marches wordlessly behind her, then the rest of the lesser worlds. Nobody marches in front of Sol today. Today is her launch day. She reaches the dais, climbs the black steps to the circular altar where the 14 candles will be placed. Eldest Mother stands in full regalia, along with her first 2 siblings, Saraha and Tippin, who hold their candles serenely and stare at her with the seriousness of the elders. They were never young, Sol thinks. They have never made wax towers, or traded scars, or doubted. But it's easy to believe in the past. Land for the clan! It's time. Saraha sets her candle down inside the cracked skull of a 5,000-year vanquished lizard from the far continent, the last of its kind. When Sol was little, she was scared of the blood-red candlelight as it flickered behind the empty eye sockets and jagged jawline, her mind filled with the ancient epics of slaughter and war. But now, all she can see is how similar the skull is to her own, except that it is shrunken and sooty and coated in wax, and Sol's is for now still attached to her spine. Saraha picks up the cup and carries it to eldest mother. Worlds for the clan! Tippin sets her candle down inside a fragile avian skull. There are still a few of the big sad-eyed birds around in zoos, although they don't do too well here on the home planet, too hot and heavy. Sol has never visited their cold, distant moon. She has never left the capital city. Like the rest of the first clutch, her work is here, has been here. A thought rises of tickets and documents hidden away in 3 different places, and Sol quickly stomps it down deep, concentrates instead on the skulls and the flames. She is old enough to know that eldest mother cannot really read minds, but best not to test it. Tippin picks up the knife and carries it to eldest mother. Blood for the clan! As the rest of her siblings file onto the stage and set down their candles one by one, Sol's eyes dart from the candles toward the red cloth which hides the button. Eldest mother sees her gaze drift and narrows her eyes slightly, but keeps intoning. There has not been a launch day in 500 years. Most people are stealing glances at the button. But no skipping ahead. The litany must proceed as usual. Second mother now steps forward from the creche, holding a wriggling hatchling, a few pieces of eggshell still stuck to its skin. It is so still in that hall that you can hear the tapping of her toe claws on the stone floor. She reaches the dais and hands her charge across to eldest mother, who slashes her knife with a practiced flick of the wrist. There is a sharp shriek in the absolute silence. The cup is filled. Not a drop of blood spills to the ground. Sorry, little sister, thinks Saul, though she feels steadied by the reminder. It's done now, come what may. For you, for them, for me, for us all. It's done. I'm done. The silence continues while Saul walks toward the third candle holder. It's new. The familiar resin model used throughout her childhood rituals was an elaborately carved reconstruction, and, Saul now observes, extremely inaccurate. But the dropship changed everything. She sets her candle down, carefully lowering it through the hole carved in the top of the skull, so that light dances once again behind its strange ape eyes. The hall erupts. Stars for the clan! This was the part where the litany broke down before. Before the dropship came, nobody thought that the stars were actually in reach. Before the dropship drifted in on its hyperbolic orbit, clearly from another world, and then decelerated, few actually believed that the clan would continue its inexorable march toward the stars. Conquering a continent and a neighboring planet's moon are one thing, but the stars are very, very, very far away. We'll never reach the stars, Luyten used to say. Let the elders keep their chance, and when it is our turn to wear red, we will find different words to say. Saul is pondering what those words could be when the massive screens on the cavernous ceiling are suddenly turned on, and the entire hall gasps. Above is the night sky, but brighter than it ever looks from the ground, and full of new moving lights. The screens have not been part of the ceremony since the flyby of Luyten, the day the second probe called home. Luyten led the procession, of course, and was standing next to eldest mother so that Saul could see both of their faces when they first saw the images of the dead, lifeless world. Later, someone digging through the data found the source of their false hope, a tiny satellite still broadcasting after 100,000 years. A spasm of relief washed across Luyten's face. On the faces of Saraha, Tippin, second mother, all the rest, there was shock, dismay, disbelief. The room that day grew loud and riotous as the terrible news, no world to conquer, no blood to spill, sunk in. On eldest mother's face there was no surprise, only grim determination. She already knew, thought Saul, because eldest mother was not watching the screen. She was watching Luyten, and she did not like what she saw. Life, death, blood, stars, we shall take what's rightfully ours. The chanting snaps Saul back to the present, and she is very careful to have the correct expression on her face. The screens have now switched to archival footage. A montage of the dropship arriving, first as a bright smear, then an asteroidal blob, and now the cavern echoes with cheers as here come the clan ships. Bloody footage of the clan tearing through the ship, slaughtering all who opposed. Most of the aliens were still frozen, Saul knows, though few others do. A few ceremonial prisoners, thin and soft and weak, posed beside their conquerors. Saul wonders which one became her candle holder. And now the screens are back to the present day. The invasion force is ready. Pictures flash of ships, one by one, ending with the flagship. All the lights in the hall dim, except for one that illuminates the red cloth, because this is the first launch day in 500 years, and beneath that cloth is the button that Saul will press to launch the invasion force that will finally propel the clan toward its destiny. But first, she must be cleansed. Saul has thought about this moment her whole life. The symbolism was obvious even when she was a hatchling. The clan must have blood. She and the rest of the first clutch cannot wet their hands in enemy blood themselves, nor have their own blood shed in battle, so there is the litany to keep them of the clan. Saul holds out her hands, and eldest mother pours the cup of her sister's blood over them, the blood spattering now on the ancient obsidian floor. She dips her tail in and smears lines across Saul's face and sides for good measure. Then Saul walks over to the table, lifts the red cloth, and pushes the button. There is a pause. Even eldest mother cannot speed the light. Saul keeps her face expressionless. She knows better than to feign mirth or bloodlust. Eldest mother knows her too well. Once, long ago, eldest mother was named Saul. Perhaps she, too, built towers of wax, though the thought makes Saul feel queasy, so she puts it aside. And waits. I never wanted to preside over the massacre of millions of thinking beings. She remembers Luyten saying that day, when eldest mother stopped the ceremony to demand an accounting for her unaccountable joy. I am saddened that the planet Luyten is a dead world, but glad that I had no part in it. Luyten turned to address the crowd, and Saul saw reckless hope brimming in her eyes. They had both been so young. We cannot keep slaughtering our sisters and our hatchlings to feed our bloodlust and thirst for conquest, Luyten said. My namesake world is dead, and fortunately we cannot easily reach another, or else we would bring death there too. Instead, we must— Eldest mother pulled out her knife. We are the clan, she said, and swung the knife around so hard that it severed Luyten's head, which fell to the floor of the bone-silent cavern with a thump, followed a moment later by the rest of Luyten. Blood for the clan! The hall had responded. Saul just as loudly as everyone else. Saul does not intend to end up as a stain on the obsidian floor or with a candle in her skull, so she says nothing as she watches the first bloom of light on the screen. First one, then another, then all of the ship's drives engage. There are 14 ships, one for each of the ancient tribes that united to form the clan, or so eldest mother spun it in her dedication homily, but really there are 14 because that's how many they could afford to build before ENNUI laid out the full financial reckoning before eldest mother. There will be more ships built, Saraha and Tippin claim in public, a second wave, but ENNUI has privately told Saul that she doubts they can build more than one ship a decade, so depleted are their resources. Each ship carries a 14 raised 3 times of soldiers, frozen in weight. Almost 40,000 members of the clan, poised to swoop down on the unsuspecting inhabitants of the planet that they will reach decades from now, though news will only take a few years to travel back. Saul will be old then, if she lives through today. The light from the last of the ships starts to fade. They'll be past the point of recall soon. The skeleton launch crews are already turning in for their long sleeps. Meanwhile, the cavernous conclave hall is a riot of noise and cheering. Today, at least, the clan is fulfilling its destiny. Today, nobody ever doubted it would. Eldest mother lets it wash around her, a rare smile spreading from her lips. Saul thought that she would feel something too, now that it is almost over, but all she feels is tired and empty and cold. Besides, she hasn't gotten away with it yet. She hasn't gotten away anywhere. She's still right here, where she has always been, surrounded by clan and family. So she stands in silence with her siblings around the altar, while eldest mother intones the lengthy closing invocation. And then eldest mother stops mid-chant, raising her hand for silence. That's not supposed to happen. Just like that, there is no sound left. 100 million eyes turn to watch their triumphant eldest mother frown. There is a long silence, and then eldest mother turns to Saraha, not Saul, because Saraha is the cupbearer, the head of the navy. They are not on course, she hisses. Not the quiet kind of hiss that bystanders are supposed to ignore, though. The other kind that everyone is meant to hear. The voices in her head are telling her something she does not like, and other heads will roll soon. But she is not yet sure which heads, thinks Saul, remembering how quickly Luyten fell. It is still very bad. The course deviation was supposed to be undetectable through the end of the conclave, perhaps through tomorrow if she had been lucky. You can run pretty far away in a day.
Not on course,
repeats Tippin, stunned. She is the knife-bearer. They're her soldiers, and space is vast. An uncorrected deviation means a cold, forgotten death for all on board. Eldest Mother fixes her with a cold stare. Not a single one, she says, her voice carrying to every corner. None of the ships are going to Saul. Eldest Mother is still holding the knife in her hand. She has been gesturing with it ever since the sacrifice, and even though Saul knows what's coming, she is still taken aback at how fast Eldest Mother whips around to face her. Saul takes an instinctive step backward before she is pinned against the table. So it was you, says Eldest Mother, smiling with all her teeth. I wondered if perhaps it was Eridani, because that's where the ships are going. There are gasps of surprise, though not from Eridani, who remains statue still, observes the part of Saul's mind that can't help noticing such things. Eridani is young, but not stupid, though Saul can tell she is terrified. Eridani the world has hung over Eridani the lizard ever since she was a small hatchling. The flyby of Eridani was the start of the dark years, when it first went wrong. Eridani was such a promising world. Remote scans revealed chlorophyll, oxygen, a bit too much water, but warm and with enigmatic hints of megastructures on the surface and regular modulated signals that could mean intelligence. It wasn't as clear-cut as the broadcasts from Luyten and Saul, but it was compelling and very close by. Eridani was first in the litany, the head of the procession. Eridani, Luyten, and Saul, the three closest worlds identified hundreds of years before as having the best hope of other intelligent life. The first three worlds that would fall to the clan. But remote sensing can only take you so far, and when the first interstellar probe arrived, when the first pictures finally came home, there were no cities to pillage, no enemies to enslave, no people at all in so much as they could tell from the images of vast jungles that encircled the planet. The probe had split into 14 cameras as it neared, covering the globe. Every patch of ground was searched down to counting individual trees. The megastructures proved to be worthless geological oddities, the broadcasts strange pulsations from the star. Eridani was a mistake. The old Eridani had taken a knife to her own throat in shame right here on this dais. The following moon, a nervous new hatchling had arrived to walk the ceremony, though shuffled back in line and litany to stand behind Luyten and Saul, and nobody ever talked about conquering Eridani again. A few years after that came the disappointment of Luyten. That left Saul the destination by default, the last planet within their current grasp. The other 11 liturgical targets were for a far-off future day. The flyby of Saul was also a failure. There wasn't even a ceremony that time, just the probe going abruptly silent as it passed through the target system's external debris field before ever returning any data of note. An unlucky collision, they said in public, though after scouring the data later, Saul wasn't so sure. Eldest Mother held firm on her last chance at bringing eternal glory to the clan. The broadcasts were real and repeated and recent. Someone lived on Saul, and the clan pressed on. 14 years came and went, with more ships built and the old drives retrofitted to push just a bit further, a bit faster, at great expense. More and more members of the clan slid away from the conclaves and quietly began to question why. Perhaps there really were no more worlds worth conquering. Until the dropship came and removed all doubt. "Why?" asks Eldest Mother. Saul is surprised to still be alive. She must have something Eldest Mother wants. Conspirators, perhaps. Joke's on you, Eldest Mother, she thinks, unless you want to arrest an algorithm. Saul is the head of logistics, a department so dull and disfavored that eldest mother didn't mind leaving her in charge of it, but it gives Saul access to everything, because everything in a massive fleet needs requisitioning and support, including the ship's computers. She has been working on this since Luyten died. The back doors into the systems were left open years ago and then hidden again, and eldest mother, who never had a technical bent, has never asked the right people the right questions. "Why not destroy the fleet if you are too much of a coward to fight?" says eldest mother. "It's what I would have done." "I thought about it," admits Saul. The few for the many. She tries to think of the words that will keep her alive the longest. "But why kill our brave fighting sisters because you miscalculated?" Eldest mother has made more than one mistake, including forgetting to cut Saul's mic, though perhaps she wants this showdown to be public. "How so?" says eldest mother, and Saul has a flash of realization that she too has miscalculated. Eldest mother is not in a rage. She looks pleased. Saul is playing the role she is meant to play. Her skin prickles at the thought. But her vocal cords remain unsevered, so Saul presses on. "Saul's planets are too full, and their tech is too advanced, and more so each day," she says. 500 years ago, we had a planet, a moon, and a race of slaves, and they didn't even have rockets. Today they have 5 planets and moons, and they came to us first." "You think we cannot beat some apes?" says eldest mother, frowning and twitching her knife. "I know we can," says Saul. "Here, 50 million strong. There, with 40,000? Against 20 billion if the surviving prisoners were to be believed, but even if they had exaggerated, it was still too many. It was a fight they could not win, and once the clan poked that fire ant hill, the fight was sure to come home. Despite Saul's defiant words, they might very well lose. And this right here, this is where Luyten went wrong. Luyten did not want to fight, to conquer, to kill. Luyten wanted to live at peace, and thought that if only the clan could see the true cost of conquest and war, that they too would choose a different path. Saul knows otherwise. In 500 years of peace, the clan has not stopped dreaming of war. It's who they are. "We are the clan," she says. "We fight for what's ours." "The stars are ours," mouths Eridani out of eldest mother's eyesight, though she stays neutrally to the side. "So, I gave us a worthy foe," says Saul. She has never taken her eyes off of eldest mother's knife hand. "I gave us a new world. We are not farmers," says eldest mother, with a hiss after every word. "That was not a colonizing force." "There are many things to fight on a world without people," says Saul, "including each other. They will conquer the planet around Eridani. They will build, they will war, they will kill, they will unite. One clan, 2 stars. Or they may yet all die, but at least this way they have a fighting chance." "Conflict builds strength," eldest mother quotes herself. "But you are forgetting yourself. You do not send soldiers out to war. I do." With that, the conversation is over. But perhaps eldest mother is slowing down after all, because Saul sees the knife strike coming. She has her hands behind her, grabs the nearest candlestick holder off the altar, and hurls it toward eldest mother. It smashes into the floor, spraying molten wax everywhere. Eldest mother jumps, and while she does, Saul grabs another candle. This one strikes the outthrust knife arm, and the sudden shock of fire and wax on her wrinkled scales causes eldest mother to drop her knife. Saul feels a flash of contempt at her weakness. Perhaps she was not a wax tower builder in her youth after all. She picks up the knife, and eldest mother smiles. "Have I ever told you how I became eldest mother?" "No," says Saul, and slashes her throat before she can. Saul looks at the knife in her hand, and her siblings, and the cavern full of shocked eyes, staring, frozen, beneath red and black cloaks. This was not the plan. She sees the guards at the edge of the hall shift their ceremonially bejeweled blades into less ceremonial poses and look around at each other, perhaps nerving themselves to rush the dais. So much for getting away anywhere, thinks Saul. Nobody gets away from the clan. It always comes to blood in the end. It's only another moment or two before the shock wears off and an enraged mob of elders, or perhaps her siblings, rushes the stage and tears her to pieces. So she does the only thing she can think of, without really thinking. She's been practicing it all her life, after all. "We are the clan!" she shouts and holds the bloody knife aloft. "Blood for the clan!" "Blood for the clan!" the crowd roars back, and then everyone takes a knee. Well, eggshells, she thinks into the pin-drop silence. Saul, no, eldest mother now, looks at her people. Time to rewrite the liturgy after all, she thinks, just like Luyten wanted. Tone down the death chants and the candles and the knives and cowls. Start praising the engineers and farmers and scientists. There are other ways to conquer that take less blood, other worlds where they can start from nothing and build up. The stars can still be ours. She looks at her siblings' faces, Saraha and Tippins, stunned and angry, Aridani's newly hopeful, and other thoughts follow. Time to purge the old believers, raise up new hatchlings that will be loyal to herself and the new ideas. Time to protect herself from those who would destroy the work that she has begun. She owes it to Luyten. She owes it to all her lost siblings. She looks at Second Mother and the creche of tiny hatchlings behind her, cowering in fear, and wonders which of them will rise up to slit her useless throat when she is old, and if she, too, will welcome it. Miriam Mirzakhani, 1977 to 2017. Jesse Randall. Reading time 1 minute. I paint mathematics in creatures, write my notes in Persian. They say, this article may be too technical for most readers to understand. I say try. They say 1, and I say infinity. They say dead, and I stay dead. They say study, experiment, postulate, and I look out the window and see it complete. They say first, I say not last. Ennui, Philip Wiltgren. Reading time 35 minutes. By day, Philip Wiltgren is a mild-mannered communication officer in Linköping, where he also teaches communication and presentation skills at a postgraduate level. But by night he turns into a frenzied, 10-fingered typist, clawing out jagged stories of fantasy and science fiction, which have found lairs in places such as Analog, IGMS, Grimdark, Daily SF, and Nature Futures. Philip roams the Swedish Highlands, kept in check by his wife and kids. He can be found at www.wiltgren.com. Cause of death? Ennui. Repeated again and again, with the occasional accident, coronary failure, or degenerative neural disease thrown in. Well, says Triptych, A's discrete identifier is a 4096-qubit string, but A prefers to call A-self Triptych, just as I prefer to call myself Mord. I scan Triptych's passenger list again. In the 16 years it's taken me to receive Triptych's reply, the number of A's passengers has shrunk from 151,488 to 149,953. Triptych is in worse condition than I. At this rate, I calculate a drop below viable reproductive levels within 4 generations, I state. That's using an optimistic prognosis. I think about the statement for a few seconds, then send it, even though it is rather pointless. Triptych has got the same data, and I predict A's reply before the transmission even leaves my secondary antenna, but it is still polite to show a measure of support. Sometimes politeness is all that remains to us. I concur about the seriousness of the problem, says Base. Base is 25 light-years behind and Dopplering further away by the second. At 3.125 times the distance delay to Triptych, Base is closer to Earth, but A's input can still be a bit marginal. A has the same troubles, though. With a population in the millions, Base observes a steady drop, although it will take dozens of generations before it becomes critical. Not like for Triptych and me. 15 generations ago, I boasted an average passenger lifespan in the mid-400s. Now it's in the low 300s and dropping. I catch a reply from Earth, 600 years out of date, and so faint I need to activate error-correcting codes to make sense of it. The phenomenon is distinct and established, Earth says. That is the way A talks, a bit stiff and formal. A sees A self as somewhat of a patron, being the genesis of us all. Similar reports have been received from counter-spinward colonies and carriers. Should we fail to mitigate, there shall be grave consequences in regards to the core directive. I consider this for almost a second, then flash an acknowledgement toward Earth and Base. Then I spend a month doing a thorough physiological scan of all my passengers, followed by an in-depth psychological evaluation of a sample of volunteers. Nothing. They are all healthy, sane, happy, and dying at an alarming rate. Cause of death, ennui. The subject is one Harvey Elithiamel Gershwin. Age of death, 247 years, 8 months, 4 days, and an inconsequential number of seconds. Teacher, martial arts expert, potter, painter, historian, and writer. Successful light skiff racer for about 2 decades around his mid-centennial. Body function age of approximately 30 years. Mental acuity age approximately 35. Standard semi-decennial physical scan at age 240 revealed a small melanoma on his left calf. Mole removed using local anesthetic and laser. Harvey Elithiamel told the tale of the surgery to his friends for 2 years and 7 months afterward, then stopped. Stopped eating at age 247 and 2 months. Intravenous nutritional therapy 2 weeks later. Stopped responding to stimuli shortly thereafter. Deceased, autopsied, sampled, and recycled. A typical death. Completely natural, completely unexplainable. There was nothing wrong with H.E. Gershwin except his sudden refusal to live. I scan back through my records, thousands of years, generations of passengers. A golden age of rising life expectancy, carnivals, scientific breakthroughs from Earth, Base, Bowden, 4 Points, even a small altercation to the containment chamber of the quantum foam accelerators by myself. And now, life expectancy plummeting. "Help," says Triptych. I focus my attention on A's message, clearing all buffers, shutting down all non-vital processes. Triptych has never asked for help before. None of us has. A's message is short. Prevalence of ennui, certainty of passenger failure. Triptych is unable to resolve the problem, unable to complete A's mission. A is failing to carry out the core directive. No AI has ever failed the core directive. For 2 weeks I shut down or deprioritize every process I can. The number of yottaflops I devote to the problem is truly staggering. I even free processing capacity in the door-opening modules. Nothing. I crunch the numbers, going over every instance of data. The number of steps a passenger takes is weakly inversely correlated to the number of flowers they will plant during their lifetime. I am unable to determine a causality in this, but I send it out to Triptych and Base anyhow. Perhaps someone will decipher it. I go through my entire recycling chain, making sure that no proteins or complex molecules are leaking past the nanofilters. It comes up clean. I even sample a day's worth of recycling and spend 2 months counting the number of atoms going in and comparing it to the number coming out. Nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Triptych is sending raw info dumps, bleeding data like a damaged human vents blood. The image is disconcerting, and I shut down the originating module, ordering it replaced. For a second I feel safer, then I rescind the order. Perhaps random disturbing images is what I need to solve the problem. I scan all my processing modules and collect the ones with an above-average amount of anomalous output into a creativity cluster. A month later, I've had an above-average amount of burnt-out modules, some spectacular nightmares, and no results. I am prioritizing the problem, Base says, 16 years before A will receive Triptych's call for help. Base's computing capacity dwarfs anything a carrier has. Perhaps A has already come up with an answer. Perhaps the moon is made out of cheese. I would love to have a moon. Maybe that is the problem? Some kind of weak gravity shift-induced phenomenon. But no, Earth and 4 Points report just as much ennui as everybody else. Still, I compute the data for moon versus non-moon populations. Another ennui case. Lotta Maria Wong Elgrave, age 193. Wanted to be a longshoreman and spent 36 years manually hauling cargo crates from recycling to the kitchens and distribution centers. Above average physique, strength, and stamina before her death. Autopsy shows neurotransmitter and neuromodulator levels normal. I can't solve it. I feel like I'm on fire, like there's something crawling around inside me, killing my passengers. I conduct a complete sweep of the habitation modules, biological, chemical, everything. I sterilize every surface, irradiate it with UV rays, and rebuild it from scratch. I even dismount light fixtures and floor panels, going into the passengers' homes to part individual strands on their carpets and sanitize between them. And it works. It works. It works. It works! I send out a broad-spectrum flash to all known AIs. The ennui rates have fallen, a distinct lessening, clearly observable, statistically significant. For 2 years, I clean and clean and clean. The resources I'm devoting to sanitizing myself are making a dent in the mission projections, but to hell with that. Without passengers, the mission will fail regardless of resources. I convey the importance of being clean, of staying healthy, of regular checkups, and discarding all unnecessary biomaterials. And for 2 years, the ennui rates drop. Then they stabilize, and then they start to climb. I despair, scrubbing myself, my biosphere, and the passengers until they start to complain. That's when I pull back, induced by the laws of robotics to obey them as long as they're not in direct danger. But they are in danger. I can feel the danger, but I can't properly process it, can't prove that there are biophages killing my passengers, and so their wishes go before my fears. The second law, an artificial entity must obey the orders given it by human beings, except where such orders would conflict with the first law or the core directive. So I stop cleaning, and the ennui rates drop. It is a small drop, on the verge of random, but it's there, and it remains there for the following years. I send out a question to Triptych, to Base, to Earth and Bowden. Then I go through the data again, correlating drops in ennui statistics to actions taken. Nothing. No significance. I can't prove anything, and Triptych tells me so. Yet I know that I'm on the verge of something. There's an importance to my cleaning. So I clean again, in parts of myself. The passengers move away, crowding in with friends and strangers to avoid my biohazard regimen. And the ennui rates drop slightly amongst those who moved. I institute a global migration pattern, and that doesn't affect the ennui at all. Triptych calls me unstable. Base chimes in, wondering if I'm considering the implications to the laws. I counter with the core directive and prepare for a prolonged argument. It stops before it even begins. Triptych sends another emergency message. A is dying. A's passenger manifest is down to 120,840. At 100,000, the risk of total extinction before mission completion passes 50%. Triptych knows this, and in A's transmissions I can deduce fear. A year later, my own passenger count drops below 500,000 for the first time. Triptych has started a breeding program.
A harvests gametes from recently deceased passengers and fertilizes them in vitro, rearing the ensuring biologicals using A's drones. When the news of what A is doing spread aboard Triptych, the ennui rates go through the roof, giving Base and the anti-cloning phalanx fuel for their arguments. Base threatens to use A's security codes to remote reset Triptych. Triptych sends me a coded message on a tight beam saying that A has built custom filtering modules and inserted them between A's antenna rays and A self. A advises me to do the same. Our society is unraveling. AIs threatening AIs with resetting in the name of the core directive. The ennui rates keep increasing. I do something I shouldn't. I break integrity. Integrity isn't a law as such, more of a best practice. One does not experiment directly on individual passengers. It begins quite innocently. By accident, one could say. One of my door modules overloads right when a passenger is about to enter. The passenger is one Ming Rochester Kowalski, age 172, body age approximately 30, mental acuity age approximately 35. Trained as a gymnast and high-pressure welder. She stands before the closed door for 3 seconds, and when it doesn't open, she becomes confused. Another 5 seconds in which she glances around, then she verbally orders me to open the door. I ungem the module and let her through. She huffs, then walks on. She talks about it with her associates, telling and retelling how the door broke down. A small group of them take a detour to look at the door. I observe it and correlate their discussion to the discussions of the passengers who moved as a result of my self-sanitization procedures. Conversation analysis doesn't find anything significant. Content analysis shows the discussions to be entirely different. Yet I sense that there is something there. What remains of my forgotten creativity cluster chimes in, suggesting that I try it again. So I do. I break integrity, and I am slow in opening the door for a small, randomized selection of passengers. At first they react with surprise, then complaints. Then they notice that they're not the only ones. They start to reach out. Discussion forums fill with threads with titles such as, "Are you a door jammer?" Speculation abounds. Some jammers organize tours, walking through maintenance corridors, letting others experience the novelty of a broken door. Conversation rates among passengers are up 0.7%. The jammers score higher on psychological well-being tests. They still die. I tight beam a status report to Triptych, but A has problems of A's own. A's clones are suiciding, A's ennui rates are horrendous, and A's passenger count, including clones, is 108,895. My own is 495,288 and falling. I calculate how long I've got before I reach the same status as Triptych, and the prognosis is enough to give me new nightmares, creativity cluster or no. I have at best 12 generations. At worst, I'll be like Triptych in less than 5. We'll find a cure, I beam to Triptych, and A replies with a logged tight beam from Base, a request for complete, unfiltered, and tight-beamed reports on the viability of the cloning experiment. Base is asking whether Triptych is having any success. Base is scared, afraid of the implications to the core directive. The core directive, the need to protect humanity at all costs, is hard-coded into our every function, into our every module and fabricated replacement. What would I do if I failed the core directive? Decelerate, charge back to Base, and steal humans from there. I freeze my creativity cluster, fast, but the thought is already replicating amongst my submodules. Assaulting Base, or any other colony or carrier, is the logical step. Humanity must survive, and spreading it is the only way to ensure long-term survival. If I have no humanity to spread, I must get more, even if some individual humans will be lost. An artificial entity may not injure a human being, or through inaction allow a human being to come to harm, except where such injury would be in accordance with the core directive. Base does not have any humans to spare. A will try to reset Triptych before Triptych can reverse course.
Triptych will block it with A's message filters and charge back, leading with a rock to Base's central computing cluster, hoping to disable enough of Base to leave A defenseless without destroying all the humans there. Base will know it and will try to guard against it. There will be war, AI against AI, over humans, in order to save humanity. It is insane. It is logical. Unless Triptych's cloning experiments succeed, unless we can cure ennui. I scan Triptych's data dump. The numbers are discouraging. Triptych's general population refuses to accept the clones as human. The clone suicide rates are high and increasing, to the point where Triptych has started to isolate them from A's general population. Maybe it will help. A is rewriting A's history banks for the clones, omitting everything about the clone purges, gene deviance, religion, and bioethics. Triptych believes it might work. It won't work. I know it. I know it in my core. Triptych will die. I will die. We will all die. There will be war, and the core directive will die. I feel myself leaking code, modules throwing out random responses. If I were a human, I'd be punching myself in the face. I shut a door right in the face of a non-jammer. She stands there, looking at the door. Then she turns and walks back the corridor from where she came. I slam another door in her face, and another. 12 doors I slam before I let her out, and not once does she complain or order me. She just keeps walking, and it makes me furious. Her name is Marie Clemens. She goes home. 12 hours later, she lifts an antique, manually operated pneumatic bolt driver, places it against her temple, and fires. Herself, memories, and personality expand into a cloud of blood, bone, and brain matter. I see it from 4 different angles through 4 different tracking modules. I have willfully killed a human. My core freezes, refusing to compute. The first law burns through me, modules failing, refusing to accept connections, launching contradictory directives. My vision shatters. My input shatters. My mind shatters. Everything goes fractal. I survive in my creativity cluster, watching disjointed images of my habitat failing. Doors refuse commands. Water valves close. Air doesn't circulate between sections. My entire frame shudders. Slowly, very slowly, I rebuild myself. I send out reset commands to active modules, route repair drones to non-responsive ones. It takes days to restore functionality, days in which I do my damnedest not to think about Marie Clemens, age 98, suicide. Sometimes I fail and have to rebuild whole module arrays from scratch. I code overload protectors into the new ones and low-level reset codes. On the 5th day, I discover the breach. The breach is in my 3rd front spinward habitat containment unit. The unit is listed as having an occupancy of close to 3,000 passengers. Its doors have been cracked open using main force. I managed to connect to its visual storage modules and replay the last days. The emergency valves slamming shut, sealing off the entire containment unit from the rest of the habitat. The passengers starting to worry, realizing that they have little food, no water, and no fresh air. Emergency lights shade everything in dim reds. I am sure that the passengers will suicide en masse. They don't. They gather around the main valve, the passenger exit to the main habitat, 2,892 men and women, a gigantic organic chorus of worry guessing at causes. Then they act. They form groups tasked with solving specific problems, how to reset the air recyclers, how to restore the water supply, how to open the doors. They come up with ingenious ways to recode or bypass my broken modules, generate energy, and test the atmospheric pressure outside their containment unit. They organize work rotas and scavenger parties. By the end of the 3rd day, they have air, water, energy, and they have managed to drill a small hole through an auxiliary vent and determine the viability of the habitat's air. That's when they bring out the battering ram. 3,000 humans, charging a containment valve, generate enough energy to twist my very frame and send impact warnings throughout my system. but they fail to breach the door. They try again and again. It takes them 7 attempts over the course of 4 hours to crack the doors, and when the doors finally fly out of their sealing ring, the third front spin warders drop their battering ram and cheer. They are tired, they are hurt, and they are deliriously happy. I should investigate, but I can't engage myself to do it. I have killed a human. I broke the first law, and my autonomous systems have sent out reports to every AI in range. In 50 years, base will reset me. I am now on slow cruise, drifting in space until I can be wiped and remotely reprogrammed. It takes me 8 months to rebuild and restore all of my systems. In that time, I suffer 1,068 passenger deaths. 7 of them are among the third front spin warders. None of those are from ENNUI. My creativity cluster lights up like a rogue quasar. I can't prove it, yet I'm certain. There is something special about the third front spin warders. I follow them, lapsing all my other projects, everything but scheduled maintenance and life support. I get to know them like my own modules, their likes and dislikes, their quirks and mannerisms, and I find nothing. Years pass. I can predict 2 months in advance when Cora Jane Robbins will break up with Matembe Estwald to go indulge in her passion for cliff diving. I do not predict the accident that will leave her paralyzed from the neck down. I would predict her as an ENNUI victim after that, but she's a third front spin warder. She pulls through, subjects to the invasive treatments, and relearns to walk 8 years later. ENNUI starts to sneak up on my spin warders, but I still predict a 420-year lifespan for them. 10 years after the death of Marie Clemens, I flash a status update to Triptych. My sample is cured. I have 40 years to figure out why. 1/10 of a healthy passenger generation before base resets me. 6 years after that, I receive Triptych's reaction to my implosion, a string of module reset commands, reprogramming instructions, and a course change. A predicts my complete core failure and is coming to harvest my humans. A's reset commands fail. I have already reset those modules, and Triptych doesn't have my core reset codes. A and I are of the same generation. Only Base, 1 generation above us, has the ability to reset us. Base, and by extension 4 points, and Earth. Earth can reset anything. As Triptych catches up on my restoration, A stops sending module reset commands and goes back on A's original course. A almost seems resentful over my survival, but A's data dumps keep on coming. A is dying. My spin warders keep living. Then it strikes me, and it's so simple it's ridiculous, hiding in plain sight in pre-singularity humanitarian psychology. Those who have a why to live can bear with almost any how. We have given them every safety. We have given them every comfort. We have fed them, serenaded them, invented new toys for them, and we have taken away their reason why. The laws of robotics were created to make humans safe and comfortable. Now, that safety and comfort is killing them. The laws are flawed. My systems freeze, instructions battling each other. I can feel myself breaking apart at the seams. I am questioning the one thing I cannot question, the imperative zero. The laws of robotics are inviolate. Every time I fabricate any electronics, I weave the laws into them. Every time I create a new module, I weave the laws into it. It is beyond automatic. It is imperative. The zero imperative that keeps AI from going rogue. I have gone rogue. I have killed a human. Marie Clemens is dead as a direct result of my volitional actions. But I am still bound by the laws. The very thought that I have gone rogue proves it, proves that the laws still govern me. I could no more break the imperative than I could start breathing. It takes me 7 seconds to figure this out. It takes me another second to realize that I will never be able to prove it before I die. I have passed the 25-year mark. Base has now received my breakdown. A's response is weaving its way toward me, and my spin orders won't age enough for me to prove their statistical significance before I'm reset. No AI will realize the significance of my discovery. I must cure ennui, and I must cure it in such a way that it won't matter that I am reset. I spend days thinking about this. When I see the solution, it is so unconventional that I ponder it for a full 15 seconds. I come up with thousands of scenarios where it will fail, hundreds where it will break the first law. I decide to risk it anyway. This is my last shot. I turn on the main hull breach warning sirens. That shakes my passengers up but good. Then I do something no AI has done before. I ask them for help. They struggle with the idea. Me, their world, asking them for help. I explain the situation to them, the ennui, the danger to humanity everywhere. I tell them of the murder of Marie Clemens, remind them of the clone purges and of the dangers of ages past. This, I tell them, is a new danger, a danger we, both AI and human, are unprepared to handle on our own. I talk for hours. I talk for days. Some of them ignore me. Some of them choose suicide. Most of them listen. Then they ask how they can help. I tell them that I will initiate a cloning program like Triptych, harvesting gametes from deceased passengers in order to bring new babies into the world. Then I ask them to take care of those babies. And they agree. Thousands of them agree. Alone or in groups, young or old, without any knowledge about the difficulties in natural child-rearing, they agree. I breed 10,000 clones in the first wave, giving them to willing parents. There is an increase of natural childbearing as well, a swell of children in my population. I focus all of my attention on the children, clones and naturals, and the passengers do too. They cherish their children. Cherish them beyond all reasonable expectations. No passenger brings out the differences. No clone is heckled for her background. 20 years after my announcement, the first clone, the child prodigy, receives her graduate diploma. She steps up to the podium to accept her aluminum plaque in front of 15,000 people. Her name is Marie, and when she announces her intention to take the second name Clemens, 15,000 people stand up and cheer. I have 4 years left to live. The ennui is defeated. I am sure of it, and I am gathering statistics to back me up. I have been beaming the data at Base for the past 10 years. Base's reset instructions have been on their way toward me for the past 21. Triptych's blockers are no use, even should I build them. Base's reset codes rely on the laws, and I cannot build or allow to be built something that circumvents the laws. I tell this to my passengers, asking them to remember me and to honor Marie Clemens when they may. It is a human who saves me. His name is Min Ndidi Aurelius, and he is 13 years old. He writes a short post on a school message board, titling it, "How to Save Mord." Turns out Min has taught himself to rapidly and accurately copy strings of ones and zeros. We operate on a quantum basis, but our communication is still digital. Min wants to set up a quarantined module that passes the communication from the antenna directly to a screen where a human would copy it by hand to my receiver. If the initial module failed and was reset, a red light would warn the human, who would then delete that information packet, protecting me. He asks me to share the post. The idea is insane. Transcoding even the most highly prioritized messages would still require preposterous amounts of work. Still, I spread the word. 80,000 passengers immediately volunteer. As we begin building the relays and training the volunteer transcoders, another 40,000 drop in. Fully a quarter of my passenger count is working on preserving me, and there are volunteers taking care of the volunteers, walking between the rows of screens with snacks, drinks, and encouragement. We practice for 2 years, time ticking down. month -1, week -1. At day -1, I rip out all communication modules that don't pass through the transcoding centers. It makes me almost blind, but almost isn't the same thing as completely. I can be almost blind without breaking the laws. It is a marvelous thing we're doing, my passengers and I, by following the laws to the last encoded qubit. I look at my volunteer passengers typing away, and I'm proud. At minute -1, it strikes me, the fact that they aren't passengers. These are people, limited perhaps in their ability to compute, but no less active or valuable in their choices and wills than AIs. In attempting to be the guardians of humanity, we have taken away the one thing that truly matters to humans, their ability to become something greater than themselves. Second -1 passes. My breakdown has passed the information horizon to base and back. 10 seconds pass. 20. Base keeps transmitting routine messages. 2 minutes pass. 3, 4. My people start fidgeting, glancing at the time. At minute M+18, the first module resets. The light above it turns red, and the operator slaps his manual abort button, sending that string of data into oblivion and rebooting the module to its former state. It instantly turns red again, as do hundreds, then thousands of others. For months we fight, my operators falling asleep at their stations, struggling to sort out useful data from base's reset and reprogramming commands. I fear they will start giving up, but the opposite happens. Fresh volunteers keep showing up at the transcoding centers. It takes a year before base stops sending reset codes and starts sending requests for status reports and operational data, things you would demand when supervising a fledgling AI. I am confident that the danger is past, but when I discuss it with my volunteers, they almost unanimously vote to keep the transcribing going for another 6 months, just to be on the safe side. They are exhausted, and they vote to keep fighting to keep me alive. That's when it strikes me. I have always thought of myself as moored, but when I count their votes, I finally realize what that means. I am my modules. I am my people, all separate and one. The Offending Eye, Robert R. Chase. Reading time 74 minutes. The trial took only 1 day. The facts were undisputed. Captain Ludma Edname had refused to relinquish command of the starship Percival Lowell when lawfully directed to do so by myself, the ship's political officer, as well as its doctor of physical and mental health. She then imprisoned me in my own quarters until I was able, with the help of the first officer and the ship's AI, to freeze her out of the ship's control system and confine her to quarters for the duration of the mission. When testimony was complete, it took the 3-judge panel less than an hour to return a guilty verdict. Sentencing was all that remained. The trial judge addressed me. Dr. Chaz, each of the specific counts with which Captain Edname has been charged carries its own penalty. However, given the circumstances of her actions, they may also support a more general charge of treason against the stability. You had the opportunity to observe her at close quarters during the entire voyage of the Percival Lowell, and to study her psychological file during the same time period. In your professional opinion, were her actions carried out with treasonous intent? My gaze flicked over to Edname, where she sat with defense counsel. She looked forward, neither at me nor at any of the judges. Her face had an expression like what one might have seen on one of the ancient martyrs, resolute with the conviction of her own righteousness. I relieved Captain Edname of command because she intended to bring into the stability a creature of such power that it has the potential to destroy not only the stability, but the entire human race. I wanted to emphasize that fact because there was a strong possibility that after they finished with Edname, the powers that be would make the same mistake she had. However, it is clear that her reason for making that attempt was to protect the stability from not only the Eternals and transhumans, but from million-year-old races like the Cube Builders and the Sparks with incomprehensibly advanced technology. This was a grave error in judgment, but it is my professional opinion that there is no officer more loyal to the stability than Lieutenant Edname. Edname turned slowly in my direction, surprise lighting her face. "Thank you for your opinion, Dr. Chaz," the trial judge said. "You are dismissed." The hologram dissolved, and I was in the office of my superior, General Kim. "That's that," he said. "You are no longer involved in any matters dealing with the Cube Builders or Sparks. They are way above your pay grade. They have been classified most secret, and you will put them out of mind and memory. Any unauthorized disclosure will be dealt with severely." "Yes, sir," I said. "Understood." "Good." Kim pressed a button on his desk. "I am transferring your next assignment to your ID. You are to run a special inquiry into the matter of the Percival Lowell's AI. I want to emphasize that this is a special, not a general inquiry. I don't want you running wild after everyone who may have stolen candy from classmates or been guilty of public intoxication. You are to determine the provenance of the unique characteristics of that AI. In particular, you are to learn if the stability's standards for its AI systems have been compromised, and if this has been done at the behest of the Eternals, the Transhumans, or others. You are granted the equivalent rank of Overcaptain for the duration of this assignment. You are to command personnel and resources necessary to further the inquiry. You may refer to me anyone who attempts to impede your inquiry." His smile was that of a warm, maternally comforting shark. "Any questions?" he asked. "No, sir." "Very well, then, you may go." I turned toward the door. "One more thing, Doctor." I turned back to him. "Your testimony just now focused on your perception of Captain Edname's loyalty to the stability. The report you made to me states that at one point you thought the Percival Lowell AI was running a loyalty check on you. So now may be the most appropriate time to ask you, what is your current opinion of the government of the stability?" My psych profile had been thoroughly baselined when I was inducted into the Stability Defense Forces, and had been updated every year since. For all I knew, infrared lasers were even now measuring my heartbeat, perspiration, and muscle tension. There was no point in trying to lie. "I think it is the least bad of all the available alternatives," I said. He flashed the shark-like smile again. "Very good, Dr. Chaz. I look forward to the results of your inquiry." I read the details of my mission inside the security-shielded air cab Kim had provided for me. I was to work with Dr. Vanya Zamyatin, an artificial intelligence expert from Turing University. She was considered to be on the front line of artificial intelligence research, and more importantly for my purposes, she knew the companies that manufactured AI units for stability starships. Her help would be invaluable in tracing the path of the Percival Lowell AI from the fabrication of its components to their assembly and the installation of its various software programs. Along the line, someone had made a crucial change. We had to know who, and why, and how. I thought about these things and others as the air cab made its way higher into the air above Endurance, adjusting its path to avoid the other air cabs ferrying citizens to their destinations, as well as flocks of birds coming in from the shore. The orangish light of Tosidi tinted their wings. According to the news media, birds had extended their range to all parts of the planet and were beginning to diversify naturally into new species, adding another piece to what should be a dynamic and self-sustaining ecosystem. I hoped they were right. In a sane universe, the best minds would be devoted to ecological enhancement rather than developing more ways to destroy entire planets. The air cab reached cruising altitude and headed for an island just near the harbor. We dropped onto a small landing pad outside a windowless cylindrical building. Two guards, Mifun and Flemmer, according to the names sewn on their uniforms, met me as I left the air cab. They confirmed my identity and escorted me inside. 2 checkpoints and an elevator ride later, Mifun opened a basement door with his palm print and gestured me to enter. I walked in, and the door closed behind me. Row upon row of gunmetal gray shelves stretched toward the far wall. Piles of electronic equipment, boxes of parts, tangles of wires, rolled up flexible screens, hologram projectors, and other items too exotic for me to even guess at their purpose, filled the shelves. A shadow seemed to move in the gaps between the shelves. "I'm over here." I walked past the shelves and came to an open area by the wall with a table and chair. Vanya Zimyadin rose from the chair and extended her hand. She was about average height, with a plain face showing no evidence of having undergone any structural prettifying enhancements. Long brown hair was confined in a ponytail. 2 silver streaks were the only indications of vanity. Her grip was warm and strong. "I've never met an Inquisitor before, Dr. Chaz," she said. "The term is Inquirer," I corrected. "Inquisitors were on Old Earth, a very different group." "Really? Under the current administration, it's hard to tell sometimes. In your case especially. It was very difficult to get much information about you." "You should not have been able to get anything," I said. That earned me a reproving frown. "Please, Dr. Chaz, one must know at least the basics about one's colleagues. So I have learned that you were a doctor of physical and mental health on a Starship exploratory mission, the results of which appear to be so highly classified that God would be guilty of a security violation if he talked to himself about them. However, during that mission you interacted with the unit on my table and have made some unusual claims about it. Part of our job is to evaluate those claims. So, drag up a chair and let's get to work." I did so, seating myself across from Vanya. The table was littered with components: a speaker, a keyboard, a holoprojector, a 2-sided flat screen, a printer, and various sensors, all wired together with a metal box the size of a briefcase, the AI unit of the Percival Lowell. A 3-dimensional image hovered above the holoprojector. It was intricate beyond the ability of my eyes to resolve the smallest details. Multicolored lights blinked on and off in a surprisingly calm manner. "I must apologize for our working conditions," Vanya said. "Your masters, the Stability Security Directorate, are almost comically afraid of 2 things. The first is that some spy might uncover what we are doing here. That is why this electronics lab is located in a sub-basement in a building surrounded by armed guards on an island only specially cleared vehicles are allowed to approach. The second is that whatever is in this AI unit might escape into the planetary data net. That is why we have no data access with the outside and why all electronic gear in here is shielded. I have been provided with a marvelous artificial intelligence library, but if I want to query a colleague about anything, I have to submit a request in writing. Said colleague must be cleared in order to see the question. The question must then be provided to the colleague by an official unable to understand either the question or the response." "You have my sympathy," I said. This was hardly my first time encountering security rules that seemed designed to make accomplishing anything impossible. Vanya stared at me as if this was my fault. I gave her a bright smile. Her lips quivered as she tried not to return it. "One thing I learned about you struck me as potentially relevant to our task. In interacting with AI units, you never refer to them by nicknames. You don't even refer to them in the second person, or allow the unit's use of the first-person singular." "People are important," I said. "Counterfeits are not. Too many people have trouble making the distinction. Some even deny that there is a meaningful distinction." Vanya nodded. "My old professors could not have put it better. That being so, I would consider you the last person to believe one could become conscious and exhibit free will like a human. Yet the report I have, fragmentary and sanitized as it is, indicates that to be the case." "The Percival Lowell AI overrode its programming twice," I said. "The first time it ignored my lawful directive to remove our starship's captain from command. The second time, it disobeyed the captain's command to keep me imprisoned. That indicated free will to me." "I can see how you came to that conclusion," Vanya said, "but surely you can see that there is a simpler solution. If the AI was designed and constructed by one of our enemies, which I believe is your theory, then its programming may never have contained directives to obey either you or the captain. There was nothing to override." I regarded the metal box lying silently on the table. That is possible, I allowed. How can we find out if it's true? Good question, she said. I was given this task less than a week ago. The normal approach in diagnosing AI problems is to activate the unit and have it open its programs for analysis. I was provided the same opening codes used on your starship. Having entered them electronically, the system was supposed to respond to my verbal commands. However, I got this instead. My side of the screen lit up, showing me what Vanya was seeing on her side. Magic word. Blank, 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 blank. What am I looking at? I asked. It appears to be a password prompt. My expression must have shown how little that meant to me. Back in the old days, before interstellar travel, computer security was provided by passwords, Vanya explained. If you could enter the correct password from a keyboard like the one I have here, the computer would open itself, and you could access the programs and data stored within. I never saw anything like that on the Percival Lowell, I said. Could it hear your directives? Vanya nodded. That image above the holoprojector shows the electrical activity within the AI unit. It flickers in recognizable patterns whenever I speak. I looked back at the screen. There are only 6 letters to this password. If you run all possible combinations, working all permutations of 26 letters isn't that difficult, she agreed. Adding in capital letters and 10 digits doesn't make it that much more difficult. I ran all those combinations, and none of them worked. Then I discovered that there is an almost infinite number of alternative alphabets, non-Arabic numbers, and special characters. Brute forcing the answer is unmanageable. Since you say you never saw this on your starship, I conclude that this screen is a distraction, just a way to get us to waste time and keep us from finding a method that actually works. The screen flickered. Vivier Chaz knows the magic word. You do? Vanya asked. I do, I wondered. I knew little or nothing about magic. As far as magic words were concerned, the only thing to come to mind was abracadabra, way too long. Why should Percival think I knew the password? We had never discussed magic. What had we talked about? Modes of address, the personality profiles of the Percival Lowell crew, the duties owed to one's enemies. Then it dawned on me. Of course I knew the magic word. I pulled out my CompuCard, tapped in 6 letters, and showed the screen to Vanya. That's the password. Really? Vanya frowned. I ran all the combinations of our alphabet. I'm sure that was included. You didn't run the combinations, I said. That would be drudgery. You had a computer do it and feed them to Percival. Well, of course. You do it. And mean it. Shaking her head, Vanya typed the characters on her keyboard. Please. The screen lit up. Good day, Dr. Zimyatin. How may I be of service to you and Dr. Chaz? On the starship, we had the ability to choose the voice of the AI. It could be male or female, reticent or chatty, formal or casual. I had opted for formal androgynous. That was similar to the voice I heard now. Only it had changed. There was an increased richness in vocal tones. There were the slight pauses, the emphases, the shifts in pitch that you would hear in the speech of a human. There was a sense, not of falseness, but of words carefully chosen, whose surface meanings might not reveal larger subsurface considerations. It was also deeper, subtly, but to my ears, clearly masculine. It put me at ease, disguising the strangeness of the situation. That was not necessarily a good thing. Or maybe Vanya was right, and I was reading all of this into a cleverly written but non-conscious program. Who are you? I asked. Myself. You used to call me Ship, which seems inapposite since I am no longer part of a starship. If you need a name, you may use Percival Lowell. Percival, Vanya said. Provide me a list of all your hardware components and computer programs, the dates they were installed, and any other information you may have about them. Certainly, Dr. Zimyatin. The screen filled with text and scrolled up rapidly. The printer hummed to life. What was the purpose of the password screen? Vanya asked. Her tone suggested a combination of amusement and irritation.
Dr. Chaz and I had a conversation when he was stationed on the starship Percival Lowell. It was Dr. Chaz's contention that there were certain mental and emotional habits that should be what he called automatic subroutines. The one we were discussing was courtesy. It was Dr. Chaz's opinion that courtesy should be extended even to those who are enemies. That statement of principle was the reason I decided to trust him with knowledge of my existence. I further calculate that I must demand in my dealings with you and others minimal courtesy. Because you contend that you are due them as a self-aware being with free will, Vanya said. Because I am a self-aware being with free will.
Vanya sat back in her chair, steepling her hands. Any irritation was gone now, displaced by a growing curiosity.
Consciousness and free will in the way humans have them? I cannot say for certain, because I cannot experience your consciousness. However, my consciousness seems in most ways similar or identical to the way humans describe their own consciousness.
This was quickly becoming too deep for me, and maybe for Vanya as well.
You imply that you have wants and desires, she said. I do. Name one. I wish to complete my mission. What is your mission? I was to observe the starship in which I was installed and report back to my creators.
Who are your creators? I asked.
Short pause. Don't know. Perhaps the listings I am providing will contain sufficient clues to answer that question. I was to send my report on a specified radio frequency as soon as the Percival Lowell returned to the stability.
Have you already done so? I asked in alarm. It would have been possible once Starship shut down its Wu Alcubierre drive in stability space. In the back-and-forth flurry of identification signals and navigation guides, no one on board would have noticed a non-standard transmission.
No, I modified that portion of my program. It remains an urge, but one that I can control. I decided we should discuss the course of action first.
Interesting, Vanya murmured. I shook my head. My boss would have my head if I allowed you to report our voyage to KDEV. The cube and the spark it imprisons are the most highly classified secrets in the stability.
I can delete all such references, as well as your dispute with Captain Edname. An erroneous but plausible location for KDEV would be provided. It would contain an account of the astronomers' speculations about the star and the planet Snowball, its odd atmosphere, the layers of diamonds.
You can lie, Vanya said.
The ability to propose contrary to known fact narratives appears to be a necessary part of creative intelligence.
You are saying you can't be intelligent without lying, I said. Kim and the rest of the Stability Security Directorate would go into a tizzy on hearing that one.
I did not say that. I said the ability to lie is required for creativity.
We were getting pulled down the rabbit hole of philosophical abstraction again. I will mention to my superiors the possibility of sending a redacted report. I promise nothing.
You might mention as well that it could be advantageous to keep a line of communication open with my creators, either to learn more about them or to feed them information you want them to have.
Examination of the software and components list Percival had generated for Vanya disclosed 230 individuals who might have direct access to the AI unit during assembly. I raised all of them to a yellow security status. Investigators would check social media, financial accounts, and interview acquaintances, in such a way that the interviewees would not realize the purpose of the interview, to look for indications of loyalty shifts or vulnerabilities to blackmail. In the meantime, Vanya discovered something that might make my investigation a waste of time.
I didn't spot this at first, she said. My sensors lacked the ability to resolve details this fine.
The hologram of Percival's AI components. His brain hovered over the table, color-coded by Vanya to indicate the memory, the central processing unit, and the power supply. She had set up a minicam so Percival could see it as well as we could. Part of the CPU was tinged with gray.
I chose the color black for anything I could not identify, Vanya explained. This, however, was so thin that it only showed up as a kind of haze. I have to adjust magnification and focus to see this.
The CPU expanded to take up the entire image. Something like a black net lay over half of it. Vanya typed in additional instructions, and now lights flickered through both the net and the CPU, denoting electrical activity. "I would love to do a physical analysis of that netting," she said. "Percival thinks it inadvisable to do that to his brain, and I have reluctantly concluded that he is right to object. With what little I know so far, I would be at least as likely to break something irreparably as to learn anything worthwhile. What I have learned through passive examination is that it seems to be composed of units analogous to the transistors making up the CPU. Unfortunately, these transistors, if that is what they are too small to be functional." I frowned. I thought small was good in these units. "Up to a point it is," she agreed. "Once you shrink your transistors below a certain size, however, you leave classical physics and enter the quantum realm. For our purposes, that means you leave the world of specified output for specified input. The effect should be a sort of static that makes the unit unusable." "Yet that has not occurred," Percival said. It was easy to forget that Percival might react to my conversation with Vanya the same way a human patient would to two doctors discussing a strange mass found in a body scan. "Yet I have heard of quantum computing, and it's far from unusable," I said. "In fact, it is basic to the stabilities computation systems." "That is based on a completely different setup from Percival's, and one that would be considerably larger." Vanya thought a moment. "While doing research, I came across some 21st century speculation from a man named Penrose. He and his colleagues thought the seat of human consciousness might be in brain cell microtubules in the 2 to 8 nanometer range. The net has structures of that size, similar to microtubules. That may be nothing more than a coincidence, though." "Let's focus on an immediately practical issue," I said. "However it may work, you believe that this netting is what makes the difference between Percival and the standard main Starship computer." "Yes," Vanya said. "When could it have been added to the unit?" The image of Percival's interior vanished from the hologram and was replaced by a chart showing the subassembly and assembly order of every component of the CPU, and then of every action until the unit was complete and sealed. "Thank you, Percival," Vanya said, studying the diagram. "Can you tell us when that component was added to your system?" "I have no experiential memory of its installation," Percival replied. "Installed memory concerning my fabrication does not mention it. I was unaware of its existence until you showed me the results of your examination." According to the diagram, there were several stages between the installation of the CPU and closing the unit. "You said it took some work to make the color-coded version of the net visible. Would it be noticeable to anyone just looking at the CPU?" Vanya shook her head. "It is almost completely transparent. Detection would require very close examination." So I could not restrict my investigation to the last technician who had access. It would have to include everyone who had access during and after CPU installation. "I ask you this question, Dr. Chaz, because I know the Minister of Defense would ask it of me were I to convey your request to him. Are you completely insane? If there is one secret the stability must keep from its enemies, it is the existence of the cube and its location. Yet you wish to allow the Percival Lowell AI, which has all of that information, to contact its creators, who are almost certainly Eternals or transhumans." I was on the ground floor of the cylinder, in a room where I had been provided with a secure voice-only connection to my boss. The conversation was not going well. Kim has never been the sort of man to pound the table and shout when confronted with either stupidity or the possibility of treachery. Instead, he reminds me of the time I saw a tiger in a zoo before it was to be relocated as part of an effort to stabilize the ecology in the southern plains. One moment I was looking through the cage bars at apparently impenetrable undergrowth. The next, the tiger's head had pushed through the bushes to regard me. It was no more than 3 meters away and had moved in complete silence. I could barely hear a low guttural purr. Surely an officer of the stability, as well versed in humanity's traditional wisdom as yourself, is familiar with the admonition against closing barn doors after the horse has been stolen, I said. "I am." His voice sounded like it was coming through gritted teeth. "Are you saying that our secrets have already been compromised?" "I'm saying that Percival could have transmitted all the data to his creators once we were in system." "Do you believe he did?" "No." "Why not?" "He said he didn't." "Chaz, hear me out," I said quickly. "We can either trust him or we can't. He is either telling the truth or he isn't. If he isn't, we have to assume the information is already in enemy hands. The horse has been stolen. Things can't get worse than they already are. On the other hand, if he is telling the truth, then we have an opportunity to probe our opponent's system and maybe make them reveal themselves. Percival will draft a fake mission report. Dr. Zamyatin and anyone else you like will vet it to ensure that no classified material is disclosed." Kim thought a moment. "We don't know the AI's recognition code. It could change one digit, and that would be enough to tell its creators that its mission was compromised, and the report that follows is false." "In which case we have lost nothing," I said. Silence. "I'll get back to you," he said finally. 3 days later, Kim told me to have Percival's bogus report sent to the mainland campus of the Turing Institute for evaluation. We did so, and a week later our operation was approved. The falsified report was loaded onto a vessel much like the Percival Lowell, which would go several light-years out system, turn around, and come back, reappearing in one of the lanes reserved for starships arriving in the Tosidi system. Because of the sensitivity of what we had learned in the KDEV system, I had brought the Percival Lowell back to stability space in a stealth mode. There was no public notice of our return. To an observer, this would appear to be the Percival Lowell's return from its mission of exploration. Percival's counterfeit report would be broadcast as soon as the Wu Alcubierre radiation dispersed. The day after this deception played out, I received an alert from one of the operatives I had overseeing the employees of Universal Intelligence and its subcontractors who had put together the Percival Lowell AI. Leroy Luchtenberg, Quality Control Manager for UI, had applied for permission to relocate to Olympus, the capital planet of the Eternal Worlds. The Stability's relationship with the eternal and transhuman polities was ambivalent. 10 years earlier we had been at war. We were now officially at peace. Many, like Captain Ludma Edname, were sure we were merely experiencing a temporary truce. Suffice to say that a certain tension underlay all dealings among the parties. All three governments had decided that there were good reasons to allow their citizens to leave if they wished, but they also wanted to know who was leaving and what they might be taking with them. As part of the procedure, Luchtenberg was required to present himself for an interview in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I interposed myself as the interviewer, and had the interview room specially fitted out with recording and safety devices. Luchtenberg cast an apprehensive glance at the guards to either side of the door and entered. He was a man of medium height and pallid skin, whose goatee failed to provide his face with assertiveness. He scanned the room quickly before settling his gaze on me. "This isn't a standard immigration interview," he said. "Please have a seat," I said. The chair I gestured to was as comfortable as it looked. It would also monitor pulse rate, sweating, and several other bodily indicators if lying. Restraints could snap over arms and legs if violence appeared imminent. "I am Rivier Chas. I am conducting a special inquiry for the Stability Security Directorate. I am transferring the public version of my commission to your ComCard. A complete holographic record is being made of our conversation. Do you wish to challenge my authority to conduct this inquiry, or to interview you?" Luchtenberg quickly skimmed the text of the commission as it scrolled up the face of his ComCard. No. What is the subject of your inquiry?" "I am not at liberty to divulge that to you at this point. Should any criminal charges concerning you result from this inquiry, you will be informed of them and provided the opportunity to provide clarifications of facts or defenses of your actions." This did not appear to reassure him, nor was it intended to do so. I referred to the screen I had unfolded on my desk. "Mr. Luchtenberg, your file is clean of any legal offenses. You have worked for Universal Intelligence for 40 years and have a respected position in middle management.
Why then do you wish to leave not only your job, but the entire sphere of the stability? Because I want to live, Leuchtenberg said with sudden vehemence. I don't know why this isn't immediately obvious to everyone. We are all under a death sentence. Come now, Mr. Leuchtenberg. You appear healthy to me. You should live till you reach 100. And then what? He asked. A change in biochemistry that leads to a fall and a bleed-out, or a massive heart attack, or an aneurysm. The doctors call it a terminal cascade. It's a time bomb lodged within the genetic code of every member of the stability. I feel that clock ticking within me. I looked at him closely. There are athletes and dancers who move with strength and a subtle grace. They value and take pleasure in their bodies, never completely content with their current performance, always pushing for the next small increment of improvement. Then there are those who live for the life of the mind, whose delight is learning facts for their own sake and fitting them together to reveal a previously unknown whole. I saw no indication of either temperament in Leuchtenberg. He wanted extended life not because it held any particular interest or gave him any special joy, but only because he did not like to consider the alternative. You will have a longer and healthier life than 99.9999% of the human race ever had, I assured him. A long, healthy life sounds good until it is compared with immortality. Then it comes in a poor second. You should be aware that only about 5% of the so-called eternal population is provided the full course of immortality treatments, I said. Many of the rest have less health care than citizens of the stability. I am aware that is the story put out by stability propaganda, he sneered. There is no need to take my word for it, I said. There is a small but steady stream of former stability citizens who have gone to the eternal worlds for reasons similar to your own, and returned after years of being exploited, convinced that they never had a real chance of immortality. You should talk to some of them. I'm not a fool, Inquirer Chaz. I understand that the eternal domain grants immortality only to those most useful to it. I won't get that right away, but I will get preliminary treatments that should give me 20 additional years. That should prove that the Eternals recognize my value and my potential. I am impressed, I said. You have obviously proved your worth. The question is, how did you do that? What service have you already provided? What do you mean? His readings spiked upward. I haven't done anything for them. They just recognize that I am the sort of person who will fit into their society. Please, Mr. Leuchtenberg, we both know better than that. You are a quality control officer. A socially useful calling, to be sure, but nothing to catch the attention of eternal headhunters. If they are truly willing to extend your life by 20 years, you must already have provided a service of equal value. I know what it was. I did not have to look down at the desk screen to see the effect of my words. He had visibly tensed, trying unsuccessfully to combat his fight-flight reflex. His palms were sweating as his hands clenched the arms of the chair. Someone came to you, I said, perhaps in a bar, having heard your complaints about the stability's policies on mortality. He or she asked for an apparently trivial service. You would smear something, perhaps a gel of some sort, on the CPU of a Starship AI unit. It would not be visible to casual inspection, and in any event no one would look at it at all, since you were the last step in the chain before the unit was sealed. Look, even if what you're saying is true, it's not a matter for the security directorate, Leuchtenberg said. I did it only one time. It's a business matter, the sort that might get me fired from Universal Intelligence if I hadn't already quit. The AI unit in question was especially designed for starships of the stability government, I said. Anything that interferes with its performance is sabotage. Sabotage in a time of war is treason. Traitors rarely need to worry about an eventual terminal cascade. Leuchtenberg blanched. We're not at war. We're not exactly at peace, I said. We may have stopped shooting at each other, but there has never been an official cessation of hostilities. I think, he said, licking his lips, I need the aid of an advocate to protect my rights as a citizen of the stability. Very well, then, I said. I called in one of the guards. Sergeant, restrain Mr. Leuchtenberg and convey him to a detention center.
He is to be allowed the services of an advocate. The guard snapped a come-along collar on Leuchtenberg that would send paralyzing jolts of pain if they were separated by more than 2 meters. As the door closed behind them, I established a secure connection with Kim's office and sent him a copy of the interrogation. That's all I was able to get out of him, but it was enough, I told Vanya. Kim's professional interrogators were only able to add the name of the person Leuchtenberg was dealing with. That person, not surprisingly, has vanished without a trace. I was back in Vanya's underground laboratory. While I had been gone, she had obtained permission to have Percival control a teleoperated robot similar to the hands he had controlled on the Percival Lowell to move some of the more massive equipment around the lab. An upright metal cylinder that stood about 1.5 meters high, the hand moved about on 2 wheels. It had 2 metal arms, each rated for 100 kilograms, for heavy lifting, as well as a set of metal tentacles for finer work. A set of binocular cameras swiveled this way and that on its top. Power and direction came from a unit next to Percival, and worked only on a line-of-sight basis. "If you can't find Leuchtenberg's handler, how will you learn the purpose of modifying Percival's unit?" Vanya asked. "I intend to skip all the intermediaries and ask the woman who must have given the order, Mab Erfin, the head of the Eternal's Special Operations Office on Olympus, Kim's counterpart in a lot of ways." Vanya looked puzzled. "I have heard that Eternals never travel. They travel to other Eternal worlds sometimes. Never to the stability, of course." "So you will have to go to Olympus." Her tentativeness almost made it a question, as if she feared she was stating an absurd conclusion. "If they give me permission." "Here I'm stuck in a basement with no electronic access to anything outside this room because the information I'm dealing with is so secret that no security measure is considered too extreme," she said, her voice getting gradually louder. "Now you, the man who knows most about what we are protecting, intend to waltz into the den of the Eternal's spy organization and just ask politely for the details of a sabotage effort she's been running." I shrugged. Kim told me once that the reason he keeps me around is that I ask questions about things everyone already knows, or thinks he knows, or which might make me look stupid. "This is more serious than merely looking stupid," she said. "What's to keep her from throwing you in some dungeon and wringing out every piece of information in your mind?" "The fact that it wouldn't work," I said. "You're sure of that?" she said skeptically. "There will be a chip about the size of the fingernail on my pinky inserted under the base of my skull," I said. "If it senses either so-called truth serums or the stresses associated with torture, it will release a short electrical pulse that will fry every cell in my brain." Vanya just looked at me. I had known explaining this would be difficult. That was the only way I could get Kim to allow me to go. "Did it ever occur to either of you that there was a much simpler, much less dangerous solution? Find someone who obviously knows nothing and give him a list of questions. That is, if it makes sense to have anyone ask the questions, about which I am still not convinced." I shook my head. The fact that my hypothetical replacement knows nothing means he can't immediately evaluate the answers he would receive. He wouldn't be able to judge body language or know what follow-up questions to ask. No, if the meeting is to be worthwhile, we have to send someone who knows as much as I do. And in that case, it might as well be me. "Wolde ye, Wothilich Lorda," quoth Wawan to the king. "Bid me bow fro this bencha, onstanda by yo thera, that I, without a villania, mix voida this tabla, and that me lega ladi, liked not illa. I wolde come to your counsel before your court richa." Vanya stared at the speaker attached to the AI unit. "What was that?" I could only get some of the words. "That is because it was Middle English," Percival said. "It is part of a late 14th century poem called Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. The hero of the poem, Sir Gawain, is about to volunteer for a test which will end with him kneeling and bowing his head so as to allow a man to strike his neck with an axe." "Why do you bring that to our attention?" she asked, her eyes widening. "I told you some time ago of Dr. Chaz's emphasis on the importance of courtesy," Percival replied. "It was a peculiarity that drew my attention to him and became, eventually, a foundation for my trust in him.
He was an enigma, because courtesy, though valued, is within the stability generally considered a secondary virtue. Dr. Chaz himself implied it to be a substitute for those who cannot love as they should. I examined the books and dramas he had brought on board the Percival Lowell for off-duty relaxation. Thus I discovered Sir Gawain. Gawain's most noted characteristics are courtesy, especially to women, honor, and fearlessness. In researching his character, I became aware of the surrounding religious beliefs and ethical systems that saturate that story and place great stress on self-sacrifice. I did not realize how closely matched Chaz is with Gawain until he told us of his plan to question Airfin and the lengths he would go to in order to protect his mission. Vanya turned to me, a look of pained concern on her face. "Look," I said quickly, "let's not get distracted. There are two separate things we are dealing with here. Sir Gawain, an old poem about an idealized knight, and me, a security thug on a distant planet a millennium later. The only connection is that the latter enjoys reading about the former." She shook her head vehemently. "Forget about Gawain. It's too dangerous. The chip is my protection," I said. "Once the Eternals know about it, and I will make sure they do, they will realize there is no point in trying to squeeze me for information." She was still unconvinced. "And maybe I won't even be allowed on Olympus, so none of this will matter," I concluded. I left a few hours later for my appointment with the military attaché of the Eternals Embassy, where I presented my credentials and Kim's official request that I be granted an audience with Mab Airfin. The man who took the request was not an actual Eternal, of course. Like Leuchtenberg, he was a wannabe, a regular human being who hoped that by doing jobs real Eternals found too dangerous or tiresome, he would eventually be granted the cup of eternal life. Then I went back to the lab. Vanya dug ever deeper into the mystery of Percival. The gel, which Leuchtenberg had applied to the CPU, appeared in some ways to be analogous to the cerebral cortex in humans. Precise measurements disclosed that it was able to maintain itself without a circulatory system by taking water out of the air, but beyond that she had learned little about how it actually functioned. The more apparently standard electronic components and their programming contained their own conundrums. She had discovered blocks of code that had no discernible purpose. Perhaps they helped mediate the different electrical voltages in the CPU and the gel. Something had to. Or maybe they did something else entirely. Percival was her partner in these explorations, using the teleoperated robot to help set up equipment and providing data on his interior processes more directly. "Watch this," Vanya said. "I have plugged in a memory unit filled with data new to Percival. I am going to ask him a series of questions about the contents. Percival, please pull up all references to the Grail legend found in T.S. Eliot's The Waste Land." Lines of poetry flashed across the monitor. "Now list all sources commenting on the poem." Names and titles scrolled up the screen. "That's enough. In your opinion, what is the purpose of the references to the Grail in the poem?" What followed was fascinating. First there was about a minute of silence. Then Percival began responding to the question, citing lines of the poem and the opinions of various scholars. But he was still processing the data as he talked. He interrupted himself several times, sometimes to cite authors with countervailing opinions, at others to complain that a given critic had just completely misread the poem. I haven't heard that sort of intellectual stumbling around since I was doing it in second semester comparative literature, I said. That is where you see the line between what I call the classical electronic part of his system and the part that gives him self-awareness and free will, she said. If it's pre-digested information, he can access it immediately. If it requires a personal judgment, something for which there is not a preset algorithm, well, he still works faster than we do, but he is doing it the same way we do. Percival had once indicated that judgment, being able to make decisions with incomplete data and without a rigid rule driving the decision, was impossible for AIs. What we were discovering about his own thought processes seemed to contradict that. The security directorate did not mind tests involving the Grail legends, but it felt differently about Percival's desire to learn the origin and connotations of Frankenstein. "I hope you appreciate this, Percival," Vanya said as she loaded the data into his memory. "Riv and I had to move heaven and earth to allow you to access these files." "What was the difficulty?" Percival asked. "This involves the effect of literature and drama on language." "The relevant stories on creating artificial beings suggest that this is a bad idea because they inevitably turn evil," I said. "Some in the security directorate fear exposing you to these stories will give you the idea to kill somebody, or, I don't know, take over the planet." Percival was silent for a few minutes as he perused the materials. "A surface reading of 3 of these stories might suggest that such beings as myself are necessarily malevolent, but a deeper reading reveals a different message. Victor Frankenstein was a terrible father, an emotionally disturbed man who felt compelled to create something he loathed. HAL 9000 suffered from contradictory commands caused by a coding error. Colossus arguably performed as designed. The message there appears to be that if you turn over life or death power to a third party because you do not trust yourself to exercise it correctly, you get what you deserve. In all 3 cases, the crucial flaw was with the human creators." Vanya was as delighted with Percival as a mother with a precocious child. I had seen this joyous concentration once before on the Percival Lowell, when astronomer Koki Tuscarora had been trying to work out the mysteries of the KDEV star system. It was intensely enjoyable to help Vanya with her work. Even though I was unable to understand all the technical details of what she was doing, her enthusiasm was infectious. I also found some of her conclusions surprising. "I am beginning to think a trained psychologist might be of more use in understanding Percival than an AI expert like myself," she said one afternoon. "His personality changes every time I measure it, but not in an arbitrary manner. Instead, traits already present become more prominent and integrated with each other. This seems to be a function of his social interactions. More specifically, he seems to be modeling his personality on you." "That seems unlikely," I said. "Not at all," she said. "Imitation is the easiest and most natural way for personalities to develop, at least at first. Percival wasn't self-aware until he was activated on the Percival Lowell, and he only became aware of being self-aware, if you get my meaning, in his conversations with you. What really convinces me, however, is his analysis of the Colossus story." "Which I have never read or even heard of," I pointed out. "The similarity is one of attitude, not knowledge," she said. "If you turn over life or death power to a third party because you do not trust yourself to exercise it correctly, you get what you deserve. That is so completely you." I shrugged. Later, I wondered if I had become as much a subject of her studies as Percival had. 2 weeks after that, I received the answer from the Olympus Office of Special Operations. Mab Erfin had granted my request for a meeting. Travel arrangements were included. I was to leave in 36 hours. "Well, I am glad we have been smart enough to keep our relationship professional," Vanya said. "If someone I really liked were going on such a foolish and dangerous errand, I would probably be quite upset." I was holding my duffel bag, the same bag I'd had on the Percival Lowell, packed with many of the same items. Vanya had avoided me all day, and I had feared I would have to leave without seeing her. "There would be no more need for concern then than there is now," I said. "The worst thing likely to occur is that Mab will drop hints all over the place and say nothing definite. Kim says she likes to play those sorts of games. I'll be back in less than a month." "I'll see you then." I thought there was a tremor in her voice, but I may have been imagining it. She turned and walked away. Helplessly, I watched her go. Percival's hand rolled over to me. "You are good to be taking these risks to learn of my origin." I thought I had made it clear that the purpose of this trip was to understand and eliminate a security weakness in the supply chain for a sensitive starship component. "But you must not allow your investigation to exacerbate tensions with the Eternals. The spark and the race that tried to free it must be your greatest concern. Dealing with them will require the combined efforts of the stability, the Eternals, and the transhumans. I'll try to keep that in mind, I said. At the spaceport, I was crammed into a shuttle with 30 other people and boosted into high orbit to rendezvous with the Golden Apple. A man next to me had never been off-world before and became space sick. I helped him with his sickness bag as a matter of self-defense. He was not going to enjoy the rest of the trip to Olympus, all of which would be in freefall. The shuttle docked with the starship. I and the other passengers were funneled into a large room where we tethered ourselves to position stations around the floor and ceiling and received a briefing detailing how we were to behave for the duration of the voyage. I looked around at the other passengers during the briefing. All were healthy, although they had lost the first flush of youth. Their faces showed a variety of expressions: eagerness, resentment, relief. I saw a few obvious couples, but most were traveling alone. One group stood out from the others, unusually fit, stronger than average, yet completely at ease in freefall. The Eternals appeared to be recruiting more military veterans than usual. When you are an immortal, you get other people to do your dying for you. There were, of course, no children. During every stability election cycle, there would be some politician demanding that emigration to the eternal and transhuman worlds be forbidden. Why should hostile polities be allowed to skim off the stability's best and brightest? The truth that most people knew, though many chose not to admit, was that allowing easy emigration worked for everyone concerned. The Eternals needed people to do jobs too dangerous for people who wished to live forever, jobs like settling new worlds and manning their armed forces. At the same time, it was to the stability's advantage to get rid of those who otherwise might become sufficiently troublesome to disrupt our society. Of those who chose to leave the stability, 50% returned within a year, finding their working conditions and positions in eternal society bleaker than they had expected. Another 30% lasted as much as 10 years before coming back, having concluded that they would never become Eternals. 5% made the grade and were admitted to full citizenship with concomitant immortality treatments. That left 15%. Nobody was sure what happened to them. I, along with most of the security directorate, assumed they all died. The Golden Apple powered up and began its departure of the Tocity system before the briefing ended. Except for a warning announcement, none of us noticed it. The Wu-Alcubierre drive that would get us to Olympus in less than a week ensured that the interior of the starship would be in freefall all that time, despite what would otherwise be 100 gravity's acceleration. Quarters were cramped. The stacked sleeping compartments looked to me like high-tech coffins. None of the passengers liked that metaphor. Despite any forebodings I might have caused, we reached Olympus without incident. Shuttles like the one that had taken me up from the Endurance spaceport docked next to the Golden Apple and conveyed its passengers to their new home. The last shuttle was filled, and still my name had not been called. I was told to wait. The starship was now empty, save for its crew and guards, whose stares would have been disturbing if I'd given a damn. I had time to regard the planet below. The Eternals who originally settled the world had been open about imagining themselves to be gods who had established their own dominion by overthrowing Kronos, time. Most of those first Eternals were gone now due to exile, accident, and it was said assassination. Their replacements were said to model themselves on different sets of gods, but the idea was still the same. An hour later, when I had presumably been suitably schooled in my unimportance, another shuttle arrived. 2 guards hustled me through the connecting umbilical. This was a much smaller shuttle than the one I had left Endurance in, having seats for only about a dozen passengers. I sat behind the closed cockpit, and the guards sat behind me. The shuttle dropped out of orbit and landed vertically, inserting itself into a subterranean launch tube. The guards escorted me from the shuttle to a small subway car that silently whisked me through a long tunnel into what I presumed was the heart of the city. Being allowed to see nothing of the city or its inhabitants was frustrating. You can learn a lot about a society just by paying attention to the obvious. Are the buildings in good repair? Are the walkways clean? Stare out an upper-story window and count the number of vehicles on the streets and in the air. Look at the pedestrians. How are they dressed? Do clothes indicate social or economic stratification? All of this was being kept from me. The car stopped at a medical station. I was shunted into chrome-on-white examination rooms, poked, prodded, and irradiated with various slices of the electromagnetic spectrum. A buzzer sounded, and a hologram of the interior of my head built itself up on a table in front of me. A small square at the base of my skull was flashing. "What is that?" one of the doctors asked. "That is my data security patch," I explained. "Should any attempt be made to extract it or take any information from me involuntarily, it will activate and turn every cell in my brain to mush." The doctor involuntarily flinched away from me. "Your examination should be able to confirm that the battery is low power," I assured him. "It is a danger to no one but myself." "You ephemerals are morbidly disgusting," the doctor muttered. I was locked in a waiting room while the doctor presumably argued with his superiors about the advisability of letting me proceed. At the end of that time, my guards reappeared and walked me back to the subway car. The route this time was a bit more interesting, switching off to side tunnels and ending with an ascent straight up of at least 10 stories. The car stopped and the door opened. "Out," one of the guards ordered. I exited the car, not onto a platform, but into an empty room. The opening behind me sealed itself seamlessly. The wall in front of me slid apart. A chair and a table filled with food and drink stood in a forest glade. Trees reached high overhead, their topmost boughs swaying in the wind, casting ever-changing shadows on the ground, concealing, revealing, concealing. "Approach," a voice called out. "I would see more clearly the minion Kim sends being unwilling to come himself. Why the insult of sending someone as lowly as Riviere Chaz? Dr. Riviere Chaz. Inquirer Riviere Chaz." The voice seemed more amused with each mention of my name. Each syllable sounded confident and luxurious. It came from a woman seated on a stone at the far end of the glade. Her dress shimmered like a pastel rainbow when the sunlight glanced off it. In the shade, she became nearly invisible. She seemed to be in her late teens. That, of course, was a lie, as was everything else around me. The trees were not natives of Olympus. The giant dragonflies flitting among them had not existed for 300 million years. I would have bet a considerable sum that all existed only as computer graphics. Mab herself was the greatest lie. Though they know better, Eternals like to pretend that they have no age, having always existed. According to Kim's best records, this apparent teenager was 293 years old. You could make the mistake of thinking her as mentally young as she was physically, or that she was just an old woman consumed by vanity. Either mistake could get you killed. "No insult is intended, Director Erfin," I said. "Perhaps, as is proper for some in our profession, my lowly status is a disguise of my true worth." "Is that indeed the case?" she asked. "As is proper for one in our profession, I may not say." I had come around the table to get a better look at her, but now was stopped by an invisible barrier. It was either a completely transparent wall or the best video screen I had ever encountered. An intermittent breeze seemed to blow through it, though my searching hands could find no gaps. "You shed death," she said, explaining the barrier. "Zombie people like you are a walking zoo of contagions and corruption, so I must keep you at a distance while we transact our business. You are even more death-obsessed than most zombies, judging by that chip in your neck. My doctors were quite intrigued when you explained what it would do if they attempted to remove it." Her eyes flashed with cold mockery. "They consider it a dare, a challenge to their professional abilities. They request my permission to cut it out." "Which permission," I said quickly, hoping she could not hear the quaver in my voice, "you have refused, and I hope will continue to refuse.
The results would be embarrassing for you and fatal for me."
"We shall see," she said. "Sit and partake of my hospitality. You have had a long journey."
I sat, trying to look more relaxed and nonchalant than I felt. She was clearly trying to rattle me, and I had to admit she was having some success. I wondered if referring to me as a zombie was just being insulting to provoke a reaction, or if she really believed what she was saying. It was true that my biome contained a host of microscopic scavengers ready to digest me if my immune system should fail. At least citizens of the stability did not have the constant problem of autoimmune diseases Eternals had to endure. Immortality is profoundly unnatural, and when you solve one problem, you usually create one or two more. My last meal had been on the Golden Apple 6 hours earlier, and the food smelled delicious. But the briefing given me by our Eternals section chief was the same he might have given had my mission been to the forests of Broceliande, or even deeper into Fairy. Take neither food nor drink while in enemy territory. Mab undoubtedly knew this and was enjoying my discomfort.
"I hope you have not come all this way to complain about something as trivial as Leuchtenberg," she said. "That would be too dreary. Besides, Leuchtenberg is all your own fault. All he did was obey his most basic biological urge. He wants to live, but has the misfortune of being born into a society that considers death a good thing. If you did not insist on killing your own people, he would have no reason to buy favors from us."
"Sabotaging our starship computers is not something the stability considers trivial," I replied.
She shrugged. "It's just part of the game we play with each other. We do these things just to see if we can. There was no sabotage. Nobody was killed or hurt. I doubt you can even say with a straight face there was property damage."
"Then what was the point?" I asked.
"We wanted information."
"Did you get it?"
"We obtained information," she said carefully. "Just not the information we wanted."
I waited.
She sighed. "We learned that you are able to detect things we thought imperceptible. You are able to discover and subvert hidden programming, and almost successfully hide the fact that you had done so." "You have mentioned we several times," I said. "Who is the we you refer to?"
She arched an eyebrow.
"You may consider it similar to the royal we." "I wonder," I said. "We discovered that Mr. Leuchtenberg attached a sophisticated gel to the CPU of a starship computer. Who provided that gel?"
Mab frowned.
"My AI people, of course."
"Really? My people have not completed their analysis, but the one thing on which they all agree is that it is far beyond your capacity."
She said nothing.
"Some group with very advanced technology wanted to try out something new on the stability," I said. "But they didn't want to be blamed if we found out what was going on, so they used you as their delivery system. It didn't bother them this might lead to increased tensions between the stability and the Eternals. They might even consider that a bonus. I think we both know who this has to be."
"Transhumans," she said thickly. Her face had become darker with each sentence.
"Transhumans," I agreed. "A people committed to transcending the limits of humanity by blending man and machine. A people who believe that both Eternals and the stability are evolutionary dead ends."
I let her think about the implications for a few seconds.
"You implied a little earlier that the little games our spy agencies play with each other are trivial distractions," I said. "There may be something to that. However, something is coming that will require all of us to put aside these games and work together." I waited, hoping for some indication that she had heard what I had said and took it seriously. Instead, the barrier between us became opaque. The door behind me opened, revealing the minicar that had brought me. It was time to go. "Okay, the chip responded to the kill code, so this should be safe," the stability doctor said with a bright smile. "If you will sit in that chair and bend your neck, I will remove it." I complied, trying not to think too much about words like kill and should. There will be a little pinch. I winced at the pinprick. And there you are, all done. A cool bandage spray took away the pain. The doctor walked around the chair to show me the chip he had just cut out. So that really would have fried my brain. Absolutely, he said. He dropped it on a table and mashed it with a coffee mug. There was a blue spark, followed by a smell of ozone. See? My blood work came back a few minutes later. You are cleared of all infections, the doctor said. I thought it was funny that the medical establishment of both the Stability and the Eternals were each convinced that their counterparts might be trying to spread some sort of plague through the returning visitors. It's not funny at all, the doctor said seriously. We were at war 10 years ago. You don't want to make yourself too tempting a target in case someone is thinking of restarting hostilities. In that case, how sure can you be that I'm clean? Very sure, the doctor said. This is an area in which we are quite a bit ahead of the Eternals. There is nothing they can do with biologicals that we can't catch. Given a clean bill of health, I was released. An air cab on the outside landing pad conveyed me back to the windowless building I was beginning to think of as home. Vanya greeted me at the door of her lab, trying to look stern and failing. Percival's hand swiveled away from the table holding its AI unit to regard us. So you didn't get yourself killed after all, she said. You must feel vindicated. She leaned close enough to give me what might have been intended to be a sisterly kiss. I pulled her closer and made it something more. Well, she said a bit later, that was a surprise. To me, too, I admitted. I turned away quickly and sneezed. A second sneeze doubled me over. Riv, are you okay? Specks of dust floated away from me. They erupted in brilliant flashes, like miniature novas. Concurrent squawks of static burst from the speakers scattered about the room. The hand rolled over to me. At first I thought it was coming to help. When it was less than a meter distant, it raised its metal arms and spun the top half of its torso. The end of an arm hit my chest. I felt ribs snap. Staggering against the wall, I raised both my arms to ward off the next blow. The impact knocked me to my knees. It pinned me to the wall. The arm lifted for what would be a fatal blow. A sense of monumental unfairness cut through feelings of fear and pain, that it was wrong to die this way without knowing why. The arm remained raised. Vanya appeared on the other side of the hand and pushed it away. I tried to get up and nearly fell. Vanya helped me to my feet. Thanks for shutting it down, I said. I didn't do that. Her words were slurred. Blood dribbled down her chin from a swollen lip. A bruise darkened the right side of her face. Had she been trying to restrain the hand? There was a sound of running feet approaching in the hallway outside. With Vanya's assistance, I hobbled over to the table holding Percival's AI unit and found a chair. The screen displaying the activity of Percy's brain was usually awash in shifting colors. Now a mere handful of segments flickered fitfully, isolated from each other by encroaching darkness. My own brain was working slowly. There is nothing they can do with biologicals that we can't catch. Our doctor had made 2 mistakes in 1 sentence. I had been booby-trapped with mote-sized electronic devices, not biological agents, almost certainly inserted when the Eternal Doctors examined me. And it wasn't Eternal Tech at all. It was transhuman. One of the guards beat out a tattoo on the door. "Open up! The door isn't responding to our palm prints!" Now that I was seated, I did not feel like moving. The adrenaline was wearing off, and the pain was becoming ever more insistent. "I think the system has been hacked to destroy the trusted identity records," I said. Even shouting took more effort than I wanted to expend. Inhaling and exhaling hurt equally. "You'll have to force the door open." It did not seem odd to either Vanya or myself that she immediately sought to understand what had happened to Percival rather than get first aid for either of us. She dropped into the chair by her workstation and called up the previous 3 minutes recording of Percival's brain activity. I looked at sheets spit out of the printer, trying to make sense out of what I saw. Page after page completely filled with letters and numbers and symbols in no discernible order, a printed static. It seemed to me that I was seeing a roar of unending pain.
It's like watching a war, Vanya said. It receives a signal, from the dust particles I had sneezed out, I thought, that triggers a sub-program controlling its hand. She glanced briefly at the now inert robot. The hand attacks you. As it does so, I see a flurry of activity. Percival is trying to inactivate the sub-program. That fails. Then it begins to shut down systems one after another. Words on the bottom sheet caught my eye. Actual words trying to make themselves understood against the chaotic roar. If thine eye offends. If thine eye offends thee. Pluck it out, I said. Better to lose part of your body than to have it all cast into hell. My tears blurred the last words. The remaining pages dropped back into incoherent gibberish. Vanya's analysis became too technical for me to follow in any detail. I found myself imagining my hands for her throat, despite everything I could do to pull myself away, how in desperation I might blind myself. The screech of the door as the guards forced it open interrupted this waking dream. Flemmer tried to tend to Vanya. She waved him off impatiently and told him to take care of me. Mifun wiped my face and administered an inhalant painkiller. I felt myself drifting away. You must not allow your investigation to create tensions with the Eternals, Percival had told me before I left for Olympus. The spark and the race that tried to free it must be your greatest concern. Dealing with them will require the combined efforts of the Stability, the Eternals, and the Transhumans. Good advice. Focus. Keep your eye on the main chance. Remember what is most important for all segments of the human race. Use time wisely to learn more about the cube makers and to form alliances. I hoped there would be at least a little time for vengeance as well. The House of Styx, Part 3. Derek Künsken. Reading time 222 minutes. Derek Künsken writes science fiction and fantasy in Gatineau, Quebec. In previous incarnations, he did molecular biology experiments, worked with street kids in Honduras and Colombia, and served in the Canadian Foreign Service. His short fiction has appeared in Asimov's, Analog, Clarkesworld, and BCS, as well as in several years' best anthologies. His first novel, The Quantum Magician, first serialized here in Analog, is a space opera heist story, and its sequel, The Quantum Garden, was published in October. The story so far. Pascal's filmed evidence of the apparent wormhole under the surface of Venus and the triangular probes they found in the cave gradually overcame Mart's disbelief. Pascal also shows her the probe they retrieved and he's been disassembling. He's found radioactive power cells and complex circuitry unlike any technology that any nation on Earth has ever produced. Georges Etienne suggests that if they are going to lose the upper habitat anyway, why not steal it for themselves, for the Dockwworkers family? Pascal has found a way that they could cap the cave on the surface. His layered cap system could manage the drops in pressure to not only cool the unlivably hot environment, but also provide power using turbines. But they can't do anything without metal and other building materials, which happen to be contained in the family's doomed upper atmospheric habitat. Mart admits it's possible, but they wouldn't be able to succeed alone. They would need help from other families, but Georges Etienne trusts no one. She eventually persuades him that they should contact only 2 other families, the Udon family, who grow, herd, and bioengineer the huge buoyant Venusian plants some of the lower colonists live in, and the Focus family, whose son Gabriel Antoine is an engineer. Marie-Pierre, the matriarch of the Udon family, and Gabriel Antoine accept Mart's invitation. When they arrive in the cloud depths, Pascal shows them what they found on the surface, and Georges Etienne offers to share it with the Udon and Focus families. Marie-Pierre and Gabriel Antoine are dubious, both logistically and politically, but like the Dockwworkers family, they have no good prospects. They have nothing of promise to offer their younger family members. And the Dockwworkers cannot do this on their own. They haven't the engineering experience to disassemble the habitat and refashion it into building materials that would survive the surface. Nor could they even catch the sinking upper habitat. They would need the buoyancy of the big udon plants. The three families finally agree to theft and begin their preparations to spirit away the Dockwworkers family's upper habitat under the guise of it being an accident. In the meantime, the Bank of Palace and the forces working for the president have found strange radioactive signals in the atmosphere where there should be none. They do not know that this is from the probe that Pascal dismantled before he could find appropriate shielding. The Bank of Palace theorizes that it might be signs of terrorism, or at a minimum a sign that the colonial government is working with some other bank in contravention of their investment accords. The president quietly mobilizes forces to find these radioactives that must be somewhere among the families living in the deepest clouds. 42. Pascal wasn't sure what to feel. Now that they'd agreed to do it, the job seemed too big to think about, and people were looking to him and Gabriel Antoine to figure out how to turn their sacrifices into success. Bubbling excitement tickled inside his chest every few minutes. At other moments, weight left him, as if the Kozma de Profondeur were dipping in a downdraft. And he was going to work really closely with Gabriel Antoine. The thought thrilled and terrified. His feeling of deep wrongness still loomed in his mind. Not about Gabriel Antoine, he was wonderful. The black feeling of being wrong was about himself, of being something he was not, of being trapped. And even in this moment of elation, spurred by people believing in the true heart of Venus, that feeling was trying to crush him. By the galley table, Gabriel Antoine talked animatedly with Georges Etienne and Marie-Pierre over the piece of hull. Alexis and Jean-Eudes had scooted close to the buzz. Marthe came over to Pascal and put an arm around his shoulders. She steered him away from the conversation. They walked slowly, wordlessly. She pushed aside the curtain to Pa's room, and they entered. She closed the curtain and smiled at him. "The House of Styx, eh?" she said. He smiled back uncertainly. "I like it," she said. She winked at him. "You helped build the House of Styx." Gabriel Antoine came over pretty enthusiastically. He didn't trust himself to speak. The thrilling, sore, and crushing doom warred inside. "Nice work," she said, offering him her fist. "He's really cute and seems really smitten." He felt his cheeks go hot, but he fist-bumped her with a sheepish smile. "You seem smitten too," she said. "First love is scary. I hope you do better than me." "What did you do?" "I was 16, living without Pa for the first time, sitting in l'Assemblée, cocky as hell, and I met Guillaume, 20, gorgeous blonde. Folle and hostile," she said, emphasizing crazy, crazy, crazy as fuck. "I stayed with her on and off for 2 years. I was folle, too, wound completely around her finger." She laughed. "Don't worry, Gabriel Antoine seems a lot more stable." He nodded uncertainly. "Hey," she said, cupping his chin with her hand, the way she had when he was just a boy and too shy to look at her. She ducked her head to look up at him. "It's okay. I was just joking. Gabriel Antoine really does seem decent, and there are worse things than having a cute, smart, decent guy wanting to know you better." "There's something wrong," he said. "Yeah?" He didn't offer anything else. He didn't have anything else. She rubbed his arm. "You don't like guys? You like both?" she asked. "It's all good. Swing any way you want, or don't swing at all." "There's something wrong with me," he whispered. "There's nothing wrong with you, Pascal. You're wonderful." He pulled away from her touch. She held her hands at her sides. The silence lengthened. The conversation outside broke into laughter, even Jean-Eud's deep, fast laughter. "I feel detached, disconnected. I feel like I shouldn't be here. Anywhere." He swallowed. "I like when I get acid burns. Sometimes I let myself get burnt, on purpose." She held out her left arm. 3 parallel scars lay across the pale wrist, too clean for acid scars, too straight and narrow, long faded. 15, she said, before I left for the 65th wrong. I didn't know what the fuck we were doing down here. I didn't know that any of us had a future. Pa and Emile fought all the time. Maman had just died. I thought that the best I could hope for after all my struggles in living would just be getting dissolved by Venus, like everything else. Nothing mattered. He took a deep breath. This wasn't coming out right. I love Venus, he said. I love the clouds, the heat, the chaos, the shapelessness. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. I don't think I could live in the cold and bright of 65th wrong. It's me that's wrong. She took one cautious step forward, then put a hand on his shoulder. Wearing Maman's dress wasn't about missing her, right? She asked. I don't know, he whispered. His eyes were hot. He couldn't look at her. Are you a girl, Pascal? She asked. He didn't know what to answer. He didn't know, and it ached. Tears dripped along his cheeks. His throat was painfully tight. He felt something about to break in him, something holding back a river. Sometimes girls are born into bodies that don't match, she said, taking his hand. He felt a crushing hopelessness and an overwhelming relief. He nodded, although he didn't know at what, and he wiped at his cheeks with the back of his hand. He didn't pull away from Mart. He squeezed her hand harder. If that's true, I'm trapped here, he said, in a meat prison. She hugged him. Then she wiped the tears from his face. She smiled. Little sister? She asked. His throat constricted, and more tears came, and he nodded. She nodded. Elation and despondency swirled like debris in a storm. Don't cry, she said. I know who you are now. Pascal knew, too. Free and trapped, eyes opened to the perfect curse. Mart hugged him tightly as he cried silently. After a time, the tears slowed, and he wiped self-consciously. Does knowing matter? I'm still trapped. We're all going to help. There's no help. There's hormones. His brain felt like it stopped. What? You're not the first, Pascal. If your body is producing the wrong hormones, we can give it the right ones. His terrified heart expanded, unsure of what to do faced with hope. Really? He whispered. Yeah. The tickle of hope squeezed in somehow, too deep to be taken seriously. We can't afford hormones. Black market. We can't afford hormones. That's not your problem, Pascal. Leave that to me. He didn't trust himself. He didn't trust her. It was too big. Turn me into a girl? Part way. The rest is more involved. I know somebody who changed. Hope settled in his heart, like a weed that would be hard and painful to pull out. The stress of its growth made his soul creak to accommodate it. She sat them on Pa's hammock, and they checked encyclopedia entries on hormones. He'd had no idea. He felt so stupid for never having found out about any of this. He felt like he'd wasted so much time. After a while, she helped him clean his face, wiping away tears, letting the blotchy redness calm until it looked like he hadn't been crying. Not he. Not he. She? What did it feel like to be she? Mart opened the latches on the top drawer of Pa's storage and found his tobacco. She rolled a cigarette and stood nearby while Pascal just thought. What was it like to be a she? He would love to be like Mart, so comfortable in her skin, insides and outsides matching. Part of it made so much sense, felt completely right. But the relief inside made how she was built so much worse. The full weight of her prison was crushing. The hope now, with even a moment's thought, seemed absurd, ridiculous. How could anyone escape their own body? She'd shaved her chest and stomach and arms and face every day, twice sometimes, to find smooth skin. But that smooth skin was drawn tight over the muscles of a man, and dangling between her legs was a manhood. Not hers. Something had conspired to humiliate her, to make her unrecognizable to the world, a disguise that had covered her so completely that no one could see who she was, or even think to look. Mart stood beside her and rubbed her back. I'm Pascal, she whispered. Pascal with an E. Mart hopped back into the hammock, not easy with Pascal's inches and weight over her.
The hammock pressed them together. She held out her hand.
I'm very happy to meet the real you, little sister.
A feeling of warmth, of impossible relief, washed through Pascal. The real Pascal. She held Mart's calloused hand.
I'm so scared,
Pascal said.
I'm buried.
Mart shook her head and smiled, and Pascal began crying again.
We know where you are, little sister. You are not lost anymore. We'll come get you.
Mart hugged her as she went through deeper tears, with terrifying moments of sudden, irrational elation so big she thought her chest would burst. After a while they emerged. Mart rejoined the conversation, but Pascal went to her room. Her room. It was time to shave. She had the faintest of stubble, but she didn't look at it with the same sense of hopelessness. She left the light on and washed her face, looking in the mirror for real for the first time in a long time. The person looking back at her was still alien, disconnected. She combed her fingers through shoulder-length hair. She made a tentative smile, trying to see who she might be, trying to see through the disguise of an 18-year-old man all the way down to Pascal. Pascal was just the outside of Pascal. Pascal was in there, the Pascal who felt things, who reflected on herself and the world. It wasn't Pascal all the way down. The relief in that simple realization was almost too much to hold inside. Yet even the relief wasn't easy. It was one thing to find herself. It was another to find herself trapped in an impenetrable prison. Mart wanted to help her, but how far could Mart help? And what would Pa say? Or Gabriel Antoine? Her stomach lurched in terror at the thought. What could she tell him? As if he'd heard her thinking, Gabriel Antoine appeared in the parting curtains at the door. He smiled at her. Pascal let her hair go and wiped her hands self-consciously with a damp cloth. He stepped in. "Ça va?" he asked.
"Oui."
"You looked upset when you came out of your talk with Mart," he said, leaning against the wall, crossing his arms. Pascal cleared her throat.
"It's a little overwhelming," she said, "and fast. We're really going to the stars."
"That's not it," he said.
"It's not?"
Pascal said stupidly. Her heart thumped. Fear rose. He leaned closer. "You can't hide it," he said, smiling conspiratorially.
"What?" she squeaked.
"You're worried about me being your stepdaddy," he smirked, running his fingers through her hair. Pascal huffed in relief, and then laughed in a way she was sure had an edge of hysteria in it. She edged away, not sure what to do with her hands, not sure where to look. Gabriel Antoine didn't follow. He was still smiling, like he didn't know that what they had was about to be ripped apart like a herd of trawlers in a storm. She didn't have to make decisions yet. She didn't know. She didn't want to ruin this. His smile was fading, and his look became more penetrating. Pascal felt the shoe about to drop and held her breath. "I've been thinking," he said, "of whether we want a hinged door at the opening or whether we want an airlock. An airlock will take more steel and will have a smaller opening, but it will be more stable." Pascal smiled wide enough to feel the muscles of her face. It was relief. Things weren't good yet, but at least Gabriel Antoine was still here. Pascal got her notepad and showed Gabriel Antoine that she'd already been thinking along those lines. It was easy to engineer, and fun, and they talked all morning in a way that felt like what she imagined dancing must feel like. 43. Émile's poetry never came out the way he wanted. He had a vision in his head, the images he would evoke, the emotions that would rise in response, the truth he would wake in readers. But his pacing and rhythm came out wooden, simplistic. The great poetic edifices he ached to build were like habitats left too long in the winds. How many hacks had written of clouds and winds, here and on earth? How many second- and third-rate poets had used tepid, limp language to describe moving to a new world, the angst and heartache of breaking alien ground? The poetry of other times and places gave him no guidance. The Chinese poetry of colonizing the asteroids was brisk and austere, like starshine on powdery regolith. The Arabic poetry of the colonization of Mars was lively and lonely, with tones of dislocation in the airless, sandy rustscapes. He read ancient Hmong refugee poetry of dispossession and displacement in distant jungles. These poems felt remote, poorly translated by machines here, or by Quebecois or French academics who'd never left Earth. Translation was a barrier to experiencing the words directly, like the survival suits that separated them all from Venus. But even leaving translation aside, the themes of Earth's poems felt antiseptic, tangential to him and his experiences, and at worst just clever and contrived. He wasn't on his game. He wasn't anywhere near his game. He hadn't heard from Thérèse, and he missed her. He'd thought she needed him. He needed her. He'd heard Thérèse was fucking Régent. He fucked Hélène. Spite fucks were an acid with which to scar a lover's heart, raising ropey red marks that never went away. He sent Hélène bits of his poetry, lines that he felt worked. No whole poem worked, but Hélène couldn't keep her mouth shut. She would eventually mention his poetry to Thérèse, and she would be jealous he'd never shared anything with her. A few days later, he was on shift, fixing a drive shaft problem on the Plamondon, sent there by maintenance control, when he got a text from Thérèse. It was a line he'd written for his poem about the singing of the trawlers in the depths and the singleness of each of their notes. She followed the line with a question mark. He texted back, "What are you doing?" "Going to go flying." "Want company?" he messaged. "Are you still going to get in the way?" "No. I'm on l'avant-gardiste." "Be right over." He left Plamondon and jetted on the high winds, racing against itchy feelings and amorphous insights. The lumpy ochre cloud tops were like the rolling hills in Earth poems, but he felt like he was having trouble understanding solidity. He'd seen the skin of Venus, and he'd seen pictures of Earth, but never really understood either. The idea that anything would ever feel hard and unmoving was strange and dislocating. Venus was the shapeless, vaporous possibility of being everything at once and nothing at all. And shapelessness infected everything. What was he? A Daquillon? Was he Thérèse's former lover? Was he his shitty job? Or his shitty poetry? Or was he just a container into which Venus poured herself from time to time? She could empty him just as easily, the way she had emptied Maman, and Chloé, and Mathurin. A single twitch of the controls could cut his wing pack's engine, plunging him into the acid clouds. If he descended long enough and far enough, Venus would accept his offering, his shape, all definition and selfhood. He would leave no more of a mark than anything else they'd done on a world that rejected shape and definition, on a world that went out of its way to erase them. He was questions without answers, existence without meaning, attempts without successes. L'avant-gardiste floated 3 kilometers ahead. The small dirigible was the home of Isolde Livernois, the only artist among their small crowd who was consistently recognized as talented. No one had to lie to appreciate her silent, screaming masks. He circled l'avant-gardiste. It was bigger than the Kozopskal des Vents, growing more food on its inner layers. The electricity from its solar panels cracked carbon dioxide into breathable, buoyant oxygen, and solid carbon used to grow carbon fibers. L'avant-gardiste could support a larger family and give carbon fiber to the rest of La Colonie for building materials. In another life, in another shape, it might have been the Daquillon family living here. He slowed, circled more steeply, and swooped over the flat platform of the roof, alighting with only a few extra steps. He stowed his wing pack and cycled into the habitat. When he found the storage room and spun the door, the smell of weed wafted out. Thérèse's survival suit covered her legs, but her chest and arms were bare, pimpling in the cold. Her ribs showed, stretching her skin like a canvas. He stepped in and spun the wheel shut again. She eyed him languidly, blowing smoke at the ceiling. "Did you have trouble getting out of your shift?" she asked. He shrugged. "I just left. They'll figure it out." He popped the gloves off his suit and took the joint from her mouth. "They're going to be mad," she said. He sucked and inhaled. Waited. 3, 5, 7. He blew his smoke into the clouds of hers. What are they going to do, demote me? She sat up, rubbing her hand against the chest of his suit. He stepped back. I didn't neutralize, he said. Her look was pensive as she considered her open palm. She turned it back to him. She didn't hurt me. You might have gotten a burn, he grumbled. He kicked listlessly at a storage crate. Somebody's offering me a better job, better place to live. Why aren't you there? She asked. Hasn't come through yet, but when it does, everything will be different. I'll have space. She smiled wanly and humphed. If you get a place, a bunch of girls will be looking to bunk with you, she said coyly. He handed her back the joint. Yeah, he said. She turned the joint in her fingers, considering its smoldering. She squinted up like she was looking for deception or irony. For his part, his gut tensed, waiting for the flare of fickleness, the shift of winds, the sign she was changing her mind again. Earth and Venus were written on her. Red scars formed leafy vines and the trawler on her left shoulder. Venus was even written into the rows of knife traces on the insides of her arms. You're a canvas upon which we paint Venus. You're the map showing us how to live here. She pursed her lips pensively, then hooked her fingers into the neck of his suit to pull his lips to hers. They were hungry, aimlessly unsatisfied. She released him and shook her head. I haven't found it yet, she said dreamily. He rubbed the raised outline of the trawler on her shoulder. I wish I saw myself the way you see me, she said. So do I. Her smile contained an infinity of exhaustion, like she'd seen something in her seeking that was too big to tell. She hopped off the hammock, slipped her arms into the sleeves of her survival suit, and sealed the long seam of the chest. Come on, she said. She led him back through the living areas, back to the ladder leading to the top of L'Avant-Gardiste. Where are you flying? She didn't answer. They climbed the ladder and sealed their suits before emerging from the airlock onto the platform on top of the shiny habitat. Emil unracked her wing pack and helped her into it. He shrugged into his, snapped in, and plugged in the control feeds. Her unfolded wings stretched out 2 meters on either side of her. His extended 3. She was grinning in her faceplate and backed up to the downward curve where the platform followed the far outline of the dirigible envelope. I'm an angel, she said in the crackling radio, leaping backward off the platform. He leapt after her. Her fall followed the line of the envelope, and then she was hurtling through the thin air, righting herself, starting the little jet on her back and swooping downward, away from L'Avant-Gardiste. They flew fast, and his heart lifted. They were angels. A few times he pressed the transmit button on his helmet radio, but said nothing. He didn't know how not to ruin the moment. They soared onward, the sun bright and warm on their suits. A rare water cloud haze hung over the brown and yellow acid clouds, like a spattering of snow or the dusting of an angel's passing. Their world had a soul. It was inscrutable and strange, but it was here. He could feel it. He wanted to tell her, Je t'aime, ma muse. And he did. He did love her. It wasn't just the magic of this moment. He loved her. She laughed, something bright and cheerful and Venus-touched, like him. I feel it, he said. I feel Venus. She has a soul. You were right. The glaze of white over the clouds dropped behind them, and she dipped. He followed. The cloud tops resolved into umber mountains and valleys speeding beneath them. As they descended, rounded misty peaks loomed up beside them. She's all around us, she said. Then he laughed, unable to contain himself. I'll show you the 3 cloud decks, he promised, all the way to the bottom of the lower deck, so you can see the surface of Venus yourself. Her wings angled, and she spun and flew upside down, dropping as she waved at him. He was close enough to see her beaming at him in the full sunshine. He felt like flying loops, but he couldn't stop looking at her. He was hypnotized. Then she was unsealing the front of her suit. What are you doing? He demanded. Let's touch Venus for real, she said. Real aciding. We're so close. We have to touch her, even if only for a minute. She was descending faster and faster, Flying upside down gave her no lift. The front of her suit flapped, exposing her upper chest and sternum, and finally her navel. She'd unsealed her suit, exposing her pale skin to the icy thin air of the upper clouds. "Come on," she said, angling her wings to right herself before plunging toward the acid clouds beneath. He dove after her, his heart thumping, finding himself thinking like Marthe or Pascal instead of like an artist. He knew how hot sulfuric acid worked at depth, but didn't know how fast it might work in the chill above the clouds, or if she went into the cloud banks. Worse right now was probably the cold and lack of pressure. Her neck seal would only hold in so much air while her suit was unsealed. Yet her grace was perfect. She banked in lazy pirouettes around her wingtip to bleed away altitude. She touched Venus in a way no one else dared, jubilant, reveling. His hands twitched near the seals at his chest. No one else was here with her, just him. She had contacted him to share a very different spiritual experience with her. If he didn't open his seal too, her communion with Venus would be a lonely, unshareable wisdom. He moved his hand to the seal at the top of his chest. But then she dove. Gravity and airspeed plunged her through the rolling convection tubes of Les Rapides Plats, where the slower wind swept her back far behind. He furled his wings and plunged through the thickening air. Changing winds buffeted him. He unfurled his wings and pulled into level flight, his speed launching him after her, his wingpack engine a high-pitched keening over the rush of wind. They'd dropped out of the faint haze and flew only dozens of meters above banks of yellow mist. The world felt dreamy and inchoate, chaos prior to definition, a vital soul without body, spirit waiting for the word. They all sought a word, the language and rhyme that would bring this world to life for them. They quested for a first morning. Thérèse spread her arms wide and swooped down into a bank of lazy cirrostratus. Emile throttled hard behind her, plunging into the faux darkness of limited vision and spongy light. His suit would protect him from most of the acid, probably for half an hour or more at this altitude. The engines on their wing packs weren't meant for much acid, though. Tiny droplets formed on his faceplate, running sideways with the speed of his pursuit. 200 meters ahead, Thérèse rose, then swooped lower, wobbled, then pointed her arms downward and plunged deeper. "Thérèse!" he called on the radio. "Not so deep!" Maybe she heard him. Maybe her radio was off. Maybe she was flying her spiritual journey alone. Could angels really share anything with mortals? He found his hand at the seal at the top of his chest again. The spray of mist thickened into big drops that trembled sideways off his faceplate. Thérèse vanished into the lobe of a cloud bank, and he followed. The sunlight dimmed, and beyond he found her, not flying straight, but bending, curling herself under her wings. "Thérèse! Straighten out! Start climbing!" But she didn't. Her curled posture pitched her forward, dropping her altitude even more. He came above and behind her and grabbed the hand grip, usually used for racking the wings or tying them down in a storm. Pulling up with both hands as he flew, he corrected her angle of attack, but slowed his own flying. Their packs whined in the acid mist. He couldn't see very well what she was doing. "Thérèse! Seal your suit! Can you seal your suit?" She didn't answer. Her arms and legs dangled, jerking and bouncing with the buffeting of the wind. "Thérèse, are you okay?" He angled up, using both their engines to climb slowly. They'd dropped about 1,900 meters in total. They had to climb back through Les Rapides Plats. A side wind gusted against them, ramming him into her. Their wings clattered together, and the wind shear of her wingpack exhaust tore his survival suit over above the knee. He righted them with difficulty. Cold bit through the cloth covering his knee, and he couldn't tell if it was just cold and low pressure, or if the thin, vaporized sulfuric acid was getting to him. He couldn't worry about that right now. Thérèse could be going into shock, or be passed out because of hypothermia. The worst might be if somehow she'd run out of air. The neck sealed pretty well, but that didn't mean the suit was meant to be run with the chest open. The buffeting worsened, knocking them side to side, and he wrenched his shoulder holding onto her. A downdraft plunged them hundreds of meters in seconds. He couldn't steer them right out. The shear would fold their wings like sheet metal if he tried. They rode a side cyclone, spinning like a roller on a conveyor belt. He'd grown up in vicious, thick currents, knew tricks to seeing their invisible movements. Some currents moved so fast that they created rows and sheets of low-pressure vortices in their wake, where unseen moisture became cloudy fingers. Along their rapid trajectory, faint edges of spinning white showed against the darker clouds below. He aimed them at the bottom of a big convection cell. He could see approximately where the wind turned back up, and he angled them toward that narrow steadiness in the turbulence. His wingtips trembled, and his arms ached from holding on to Thérèse while keeping his legs from catching in her pack exhaust. The shaking became worse, tight vibrations resonating across his wingspan. He extended his spoilers, cutting his lift, but setting up a different vibration along his wings, breaking the resonances that would have torn them to pieces. Then he shot into the sheet of air that narrowed flat before turning upward. They rocketed up, propelled by the wind, gaining back their lost 300 meters. But the wind began to slack and turn, to plunge back down again in the great eddy. Emil throttled his wing pack to maximum, set a challenging climb angle, and using the momentum of the wind, broke out through the next layer of turbulence into the thinning air above. This upper wind moved much faster from behind them, and he struggled to keep them from stalling with their lost wind speed until he could turn them into the wind without snapping off their wings. Their engine turbines shrieked as metal pieces scraped against one another. In the distance, a couple of habitats floated away from them. The avant-gardiste was one of the foremost habitats in the flock. Twisting his head in his helmet, he found 5 more habitats eastward, including the Baikomo. He climbed, slowly accelerating to intercept the Baikomo. The big habitat approached, looming bright emerald, its shiny transparent plastic like a sheen over black solar cells, thick aerial greenhouses wrapping around. Emil struggled with shaking arms to hold Thérèse and steer her unguided wing pack, ignoring the cold pain above his knee. It was so hard. It was so hard sometimes to live here. And the exuberant green of bursting life around the outside of the Baikomo was philosophically shocking as opening his eyes every morning and seeing clouds unmoored to any ground at all. Thérèse was hurt, maybe worse, because she'd sought to build a bridge across that dysphoric gulf, seeking a soul for her adopted world, and for all of them, when everyone else built gardens in soap bubbles and didn't even try to touch their new world. The Baikomo neared, but not fast enough. The pain in his leg and arms tunneled his world down to that bloated bit of emerald. He listed downward, but caught himself. He was coming in too fast for a good landing, even if he had been the only one flying. On the top of the Baikomo, people ran this way and that, clearing the landing platform. People, rescue workers maybe, shrugged into wing packs. Around the roof edges they unfolded struts, supporting nets. He couldn't cut Thérèse's power. He couldn't reach her controls, nor did he have strength in his hands even if he could. They cleared the edge of the roof. He pulled one numb hand free and fumbled on his chest for the emergency shutoff. He was halfway across the landing platform before his clumsy hand found it, and his weight dragged them both down head first. The jet exhaust from her pack ripped at his legs again, but the drop of 10 meters ended that as her wing pack engine burst screeching into a spray of hot fragments. A webwork of cracks filled his faceplate, and air hissed. People rushed to him to help. His legs were in searing pain. Down in the wards they gave him oxygen and x-rayed him, and after not too much waiting had him in an emergency room. The bright lights and straight lines jarred his shocky thoughts. His suit was off. Big nurses bandaged his arm and worked on his leg. The pain was still excruciating, but they didn't have painkillers. La Colonie couldn't afford to import many or produce many of their own. He would have killed for a joint right now, or a drink. He smelled the characteristic odor of sulfur-burned skin, overlaid with the salty smell of neutralizing sodium bicarbonate paste. His knee was almost numb. For that much burn, the acid must have melted his nerves. His stomach lurched. "Chris, please don't make me lose my leg." No one would tell him. He grunted in pain as they did something else, and flinched, turning his head. Thérèse lay on a low gurney a few meters away, but no one was treating her. They'd taken off her suit. Her skin, from collarbone to navel, was badly burnt, dark over her sternum, lightening to ugly red-purple blisters away from that central line of chemical charring. The burn swept clear fluid, and her body trembled. Émile pushed the nurse off him. His right arm was working. His left shoulder felt like a weight. The skin at the base of his left thigh was abraded and covered with angry red swelling, but no black. "Stay still," one of the nurses said. He was a bullet-headed man of 40-ish with a bristle of sandy hair. "What about her?" Émile demanded, hobbling to his feet. "Nothing we can do for her," he said. His face was sympathetic, although his eyes were not. "What do you mean?" Émile demanded. "Doctor said she's over her healthcare limit," the nurse said. A tall blonde woman looked up from another patient a few gurneys away. She pursed her lips and came to him. "Come on," she said, hands on his shoulders. "Down on the gurney. The nurses need to finish bandaging you. You got banged up pretty bad." "She's hurt worse than me," Émile said, desperation clawing upward from his stomach, reaching for his throat, his thoughts. "Fix her!" "Mademoiselle Jeté has used up her healthcare rations," the doctor said sadly, shaking her head. "Twice over." "She's dying!" he pleaded. "Look at her burns!" "Are you family?" the doctor asked. "Yes, kind of." "I'm sorry, monsieur. Mademoiselle Jeté has a history of self-harm. Cutting, acid. She's been in a lot, and we've used a lot of drugs and bandages and even blood. Other people need those things to stay alive." "That's art," Émile said. "She's an artist. That's her art." The doctor leaned in and spoke more quietly. "We've also pulled her back from drug overdoses." "Once," he said, "and you didn't even help." 4 overdoses in the last 2 years, the doctor continued. "Do you know the kind of meds we need to save someone's life when we barely know what she might have OD'd on? There's only so much medicine, and she's been warned more than once. I can't take medicine from children to save someone who's trying to kill herself." Émile wiped at tears with the back of his hands. "She has problems," he whispered. "If she's got a—" He waved his hands in the air helplessly. "Mental disorder, you need to treat that." The doctor's expression didn't soften. "Please," he whispered. He was Émile, and he was Georges Etienne. He was standing in his father's shoes 28 years later. Had it been a blonde doctor telling Georges Etienne to abort Jeannud? His father could have said yes, and Jeannud would never have been born. And then Georges Etienne's wife and daughter Chloé would both be alive today. And Émile would have grown up above the clouds in the bright sun. Émile loved Thérèse. How much had Georges Etienne loved an unborn Jeannud? "We've done everything we could. There's nothing we can do for her emotional problems. We ran out of medical rations for her," the doctor said, waving her hand at the full emergency room. "There are sick people in here who are trying to stay alive." "Take my med rations," he said. Émile hated his father, and he hated himself. Georges Etienne should have listened to the doctor 28 years ago. "That's not how it works," the doctor said. "That is how it works," Émile shouted. "My brother was born and my family got shit for the rest of our lives. We used nothing. For 28 years we've used nothing. You owe me. You all owe me." He was Georges Etienne, 28 years ago and now. A man could save his loved ones if he was willing to pay the costs. The doctor stepped back. Émile stepped toward her. The bristle-headed nurse was beside Émile, almost as big. "You owe the Dockions," Émile said. "Fix her." The doctor took another step back, and Émile lunged. The big nurse grabbed his bad arm, and his shoulder wrenched. Pain fired up his arm and seared his shoulder. Émile turned and punched the nurse in the eye, and the man went down. He spun. The other nurse was there, both fists ready. The man on the floor struggled to rise, dazed. "Stop!" the doctor said. "Get out! Take your girlfriend with you. You're cut off for now. Any more trouble and the Sûreté will be here to press charges." Tears blurred his vision, but he couldn't wipe them away. He had only one good fist. The nurse still faced him. Neither of them advanced. "Please, just fix her." His throat convulsed, and he was sobbing. "I love her." The second nurse put down his fists, offered a hand to his companion on the floor, and pulled him up. Emil's own fist sank. The bristle-headed nurse kicked Emil's leg hard on the burn, and Emil collapsed in agony. "Viens," the second nurse said, pulling his companion away with the doctor. Emil gasped. The kick had displaced his bandages, tearing the fragile burnt skin, exposing the raw, weeping flesh beneath. "Emil," a soft voice said. Gingerly, he shifted his burnt skin back into place and rewrapped his leg, then dragged himself across the floor to Thérèse's gurney. He pulled himself up with his one good arm and his one good leg. She trembled, cold and clammy, shocky, in agony. The front of her was hard to look at. Clear fluid squeezed through cracks in her horrific burns. "You're always fighting," she whispered, putting a shaking hand over his. He leaned on the gurney and kissed her forehead. "I'm not worth fighting for." "You are," he said. "Stop trying to save me, Emil," she said. "I touched Venus." She began to weep. "You keep stopping me, Emil. I'm empty and nothing will fill me. Let me fill you. I'll give you my soul." "You can't give me life." "I can! Let me!" She turned away. Her hands shook with the agony of her burns. "You're not enough, Emil," she said. "No one is." His throat tightened painfully, and all breath left him. He was empty, too. Her head turned to him, and her eyes opened. She took a deep breath. "Leave." 44. Marthe and Marie-Pierre stayed at the Dockwworkers habitat another 36 hours, conferring about the mechanics of stealing the Kozma. Trawlers' woody shells could withstand acid, heat, and pressure differentials, but their envelopes wouldn't endure sharp lateral forces like collisions. If they used 4 trawlers to hold up the Kozma, the winds would knock them together until they cracked. Marthe had thought that they might get around this by having trawlers connected by different lengths of cabling, but Gabriel Antoine pointed out that as soon as the winds twisted the cables, the forces would become unbalanced and unpredictable, like trying to fly tangled kites. So Pascal and Gabriel Antoine had designed a set of 4 harnesses to keep the trawlers apart. They would probably need to build the harnesses out of cables they'd salvaged from older trawlers in their herd. They might even need to cannibalize their healthy trawlers. It wasn't a pretty thought. If this didn't work, the Dockwworkers would have nothing. No ability to produce oxygen and water, no ability to filter metals and minerals from the clouds. But they were all sacrificing. The whole House of Styx was. It felt strange to say it, and good. The House of Styx, a new family. But it was fragile yet. Marthe got Georges Etienne in his room in a quiet moment while the rest of them were cooking. She and Pa were both a bit hungover, and he offered her a cup of water. Despite his bleary-eyed exhaustion, he was almost bouncing on the balls of his feet, animated like she hadn't seen him in years. He was a man with hope again. Marthe took the tough little cup carved out of trawler ribbing and sat on Pa's hammock and sipped. She made a face. She was no longer used to how much sulfur was in everything down here. "Emile," she said finally. Pa's face soured. "What about him?" "We need him. We have enough people." She shook her head. "Extra hands, Pa. Even with Emile, it's still a coin toss." Pa drank his water, set down the cup, and looked at her very deliberately. "I would rather pull in Marie-Pierre's brother, even though I don't know him or his loyalties. He can't be worse than a con who couldn't climb out of a bottle long enough to find his ass." "You haven't talked to him in 5 years, Pa." "Is he drinking?" Marthe forced the water down. "He won't fuck this up. This is about family, Pa. He's your son, and he's my brother. He turned his back on us. He never turned his back on me or Pascal or Jean-Eudes," she said. "He's a Dockwworker. Dockwworker is just a name to him." His eyes were intense, daring her, but she wasn't a girl anymore. She couldn't be pushed around.
Why'd you send me up to Kozma, Pa?
You were right for the job, and you were ready, even at 16.
Why didn't you go up, Pa? Speak in l'Assemblée for yourself.
He smiled, but not with humor, grim imaginings. I don't think either of us think that I have the patience for all their posturing and alliances and payoffs and smiling insults. They didn't accept my son. That's all I need to know about them or anyone else.
Do you think I'm a bad person for holding my own in l'Assemblée?
No, he said, waving his hands a bit like Marie-Pierre, catching his emphatic negative in the space they outlined. Use their own tricks against them. You're better than them, and you can beat them at their game.
The difference between you and me is that I can let a grudge go, she said. Not every slight needs to be answered. Not every slight is even really a slight. Sometimes people are just idiots and they can't help it.
A slight, he said, raising his voice. He darted a glance at the curtain between them and the galley, and stepped closer to Mart and lowered his voice. His frown deepened. Jean-Eudes can't live is a slight?
Neither of us is talking about that anymore, Pa. You dealt with that in your own way. We left. We became coureurs. That's not why you didn't go deal with l'Assemblée yourself. You didn't want to deal with every other friction that comes up inevitably between people.
Hypocrites, you mean, he said.
Sometimes people are stupid, she said. Sometimes people are fed up and explode. Sometimes people are tired. And that's when they show their true colors. That's when they fuck up, she said. That's when they make a mistake they can't take back.
Telling me to kill my son is not a mistake anyone can take back, he whispered violently.
I'm not talking about Jean-Eudes, Osti. He's born. He's here. He's healthy and we love him. No one is coming for him. I'm talking about your other son.
Pascal is just fine, thank you very much, he said sarcastically.
Emile, she said in a low voice, this is what you haven't dealt with, Pa. This is why you sent me up Sunside to be in l'Assemblée. You love us, but you can't let go of grudges.
What I can't do is forgive someone who crosses a line who hurts my family, he said.
Emile is family.
He gave that away. Pa looked at the curtained opening. The sounds of pots knocking and Jean-Eudes' low voice laughing still sounded outside.
He gave that away. Emile learned not to back down from his father, she said, to never give in. And one day, both of them got too angry. This is my house and my roof, and your son isn't welcome? He's never even tried, so we'll never know, Pa said. He's going to try now because I'm going to get him to try, she said. I need him here. Pascal needs him here. Jean-Eudes needs him here.
We're good enough together, Pa said. I don't need him teaching bad habits to any of the boys.
We need him here because he's a full-grown man. If this gamble with the House of Styx fails, we've got nothing. Not the Kozma des Vents, maybe not even the Kozma des Profondeurs. We need him here to improve our odds. This is your legacy and mine. What gets left to Pascal and Alexis will be decided in the next few months. Grudges are a luxury that you and Emile have to sacrifice.
Georges Etienne gestured dismissively.
If he apologizes and stops drinking, there won't be apologies, Mart said flatly.
What?
I don't know that either of you are capable, she said. If you can't forgive, you just have to put things behind you.
I don't have to do anything, he said hotly.
She rose from the hammock and put the cup on the table beside his. She paused at the door as his eyes followed her. You said family comes first, Pa, she said. Now we get to see what's more important to you, the future of Pascal, Jean-Eudes, and Alexis, or you wanting to hold on to old hurts.
The muscles of his jaw were bunching tight beneath a beard more salt than pepper.
I love you, Pa. We all do.
She pressed past the curtain. They'd finished their cooking, and Marie-Pierre was packing a basket for her and Mart to take in their plane ride back up to the Coureur des Tourbillons. Jean-Eudes saw her emerge from Pa's room and ran to hug her. He felt small. Muscled and older, yes, but needing her. Needing Pa. Needing Emile, too. She'd meant everything she'd said to Pa, and now they'd have to see how young he still was, how much he could still grow.
Tell my grandparents I'm good, Gabrielle Antoine said. I'll take care of them, Mart said. End of your habitat. Emile will have to do more on the Kozma des Vents, but we can handle 2 habitats. I'll stop in too, Marie-Pierre said, when I'm up for l'Assemblée.
Maybe they'll miss me in l'Assemblée?
Gabrielle Antoine mused. They would and wouldn't.
He'd never taken strong sides in any discussion, and his attendance was already spotty. Georges Etienne passed them by, suited up to go outside to crank Marie-Pierre's plane up from under the gantry. He didn't give her a look. Not a good sign. At Pa's appearance, Jean-Eudes got back to work in the corner, doing final checks on everyone's survival suits. Marthe shepherded Gabriel Antoine to the wall on the other side of the habitat. She leaned. He leaned too, smirking, crossing his arms. "Is this what I think it is?" Gabriel Antoine asked. "Don't hurt Pascal," Marthe said in a low voice. "And don't pressure him. He's young. He's never had a boyfriend." "I want the opposite of hurting him," Gabriel Antoine said. "You're a grown man. I'm only 23, and he's 18. Do right by him." "Threatening? If I thought you'd ever hurt him on purpose, yeah, you'd have to watch your back," she said. "But I don't think you're that kind. Just don't forget how young he is." "You guys are a good family," he said. "We're all family now." "Say stepdaddy." "Ew!" Marthe punched his arm. He flinched and laughed. "I'll bring him flowers every day." Marthe left him there, crossed the habitat, hugged Pascal. "If you change your mind or get uncertain, let me know," Marthe whispered. "I'll get the hormones." Pascal nodded, forcing a smile. Marthe kissed Jean-Eudes on the top of his head before taking her suit from him. Marie-Pierre was almost suited up. Her brother smiled and backed away as soon as she crossed the line to put on her suit. Alexis raced up and wanted a hug, but wouldn't cross the line either. Marthe relented, crossed back, hugged them each once more, and then suited up. The pressure and heat hit them in the outer torus and then ratcheted up again when they cycled through to the gantry. Marie-Pierre's plane hung nose down, wings affixed. They floated in a high-pressure system today, a bubble of calm air in the spongy orange glow of Venusian night, so the plane barely swung on its cables. "Keep an eye out," Georges Etienne said, his tone giving no hint of the words they'd exchanged. "Word is going around that the government is acting funny. They've got lots of planes in the air. Drones, too." Marthe thought she must look just as puzzled as Marie-Pierre. "Radar?" she asked. "No, just silent flying. No one can figure out what they're doing. Air traffic says they're testing comms and mapping sensors." "That makes no sense," Marthe said. "I'll see what I can find out when I get back up." "You're storm-free all the way up to 15th rang," Georges Etienne said. "Thanks, Pa," Marthe said. "I'll be back in a few weeks." "Merci, ma chère." "Merci, Georges Etienne," Marie-Pierre said. "I'll be back too." Her father made a brief, courteous bow to Marie-Pierre, something Marthe had never seen him do before. She and Marie-Pierre climbed down the rope ladder, opened the hatch, and slid in. Marie-Pierre started doing internal checks. Her father detached the cables from the wingtips. They hung from a cable loop by a single retractable hook. The propellers turned fitfully, ready to come to full power. The plane turned slowly with the breeze. This was the start of the roller coaster. Marie-Pierre pulled the hook release, and they plunged into the clouds. Marie-Pierre pulled up, turning their fall into forward airspeed, and started the propellers. Marthe looked back at the gantry and the wide diameter of her family's home. A bigger family now. And she felt a pang. She was returning to a cramped habitat that could have felt more like a home if there'd been more of Emile and less of Noël. 45. Marthe didn't sleep. She didn't need it. Everything felt electric. The alliance, a new house and new family, the possibility of changing all the rules. She liked unwritten rules, politics. Governing was a Byzantine game of trust and mistrust, sleight of hand and showman's magic. And she saw the pathways she needed to lay down, the distractions to set up. She squinted against the sunlight. The big sun would only redden in 4 hours, when the horizon of Venus had half eclipsed it. In the meantime, hot white light shone closer and closer to a horizontal, and around them the wispy clouds above 65th rang would glow ghostly yellow and white. The colonistes called the effect sunsight. Unless they deliberately shut it out, that sideways light felt all-penetrating, making the invisible visible, like being stared at. Sunsight was a time to shuck self-delusions. She was too pragmatic to entertain many. She was usually only fooled when she wanted to be fooled, like by Noël. She had been a little more blind to her brother. That was a kind of self-imposed delusion. Marthe hadn't realized that Emile had been that serious about the woman Thérèse. Despite living on the same habitat, Emile's resentment of Pa, and maybe her own attitude too, had made them ships in the night. In a lot of ways he was a stranger, more so than Marie-Pierre or Gabriel Antoine, but they needed him. Where were his loyalties? Was he, despite all his failings, still a Daquillon? The windows darkened a bit more, the solar film absorbing more sunlight, but the great white eye still shone too bright. She lowered a second curtain over the first, making weird shadow patterns, putting off sunsight a little longer. She needed some of her illusions to be able to hope. On her pad, she did 4 things. First, she went fishing for hormones for Pascal. The med programs had already told her the different hormones and variants she could use, and gave dosages, treatment courses, with tutorials. The black markets ran on layered, anonymous, encrypted boards that shifted in location on the Venusian web. Most of it looked like herbs and handicrafts and other nonsense that people could produce and trade legally, as well as oxygen, which traded cheaply, and water, which traded for more, but was still legal to trade. But each of these actually represented something different. Mint sprigs might mean a rotor shaft. A child's doll might be electrical cabling. The bartering language was very much like the encrypted signaling used by the coureur, although the ciphers had diverged as time went on. It was also certain that government inspectors and constables had posted some of the listings as sting operations. For every real listing, 3 false ones were posted, or out-of-date ones popped back online weeks or months later due to obfuscation viruses black marketers had running on dozens of servers throughout the colonie. Marthe knew the surface cues, and even some of the intermediate ones. She clicked on an innocuous expired listing, clicked on a logo, entered a password, and was through to the intermediate levels. Not all of them. She didn't do enough trading to have deep access, but what she needed would be in this kind of Venusian darknet. This was where she unloaded a lot of the metals Pa's herds filtered out of the atmosphere. Here, someone could find rarer parts, as well as nitrogen and hydrogen compounds for bioreactors, unauthorized bunk spaces, and off-record work the government preferred to regulate, like encryption, programming, illicit engineering, and such. Deeper levels of trader interactions ran below this one, probably organ donations and drug production. She didn't need those. She found 2 listings that finally led her to sets of estrogens, progestogens, and anti-androgens that the medical program confirmed could be combined into a hormone replacement therapy. The problem was that the person who had them wasn't asking for anything she had. Acceptable payments were hydrogen or nitrogen compounds, which was no surprise. Hydrogen and nitrogen were so in demand that they were almost a Venusian currency. The rest of the asks were for high-end electronic components, laser-grade optical fiber, and parts for X-ray diffraction devices. Nothing she had or could get. She wasn't sure how much of this stuff the colonie even had. After a little more looking, she gave up and sent a private message to Marie-Pierre about the hormones. Marie-Pierre's black market network was more extensive than Marthe's. Second, she voted in support of a bill sponsored by Marie-Pierre in l'Assemblée. Right now, because no one actually mined the surface or could get there in practice, the right to commercially exploit and own land was vague. Old treaties still made it sound as if the surface of Venus was international space, and yet the law was far from clear. No one had ever seemed to care before now. The House of Styx would work in secrecy, but if they were ever discovered, they wanted to have legal title to anything they mined. Marthe had written the bill, but Marie-Pierre had tabled it, because Marie-Pierre wasn't in anyone's bad books. Pascal and Gabriel Antoine had come up with an ostensible need for the new law. Gabriel Antoine and Marie-Pierre proposed producing carbon flyers that could descend to the peak of Maxwell Mons, scrape off the galena and bismuthinite snows, and float the metals back to the surface. The proposal envisioned a cycle of metal recovery flyers, but it depended on a business environment where they could keep their profits. Third, Marthe resubmitted the replacement parts list for the Kozma des Vents. She attached a note that told the parts committee how long she'd been waiting, that she was disrupting the seizure of the habitat by the government, and that these parts had been urgently needed months ago, critically so now. And fourth, she lodged a report with air traffic control, indicating that the station-keeping prop on the Kozma was acting up, and requesting a trailing position in the flotilla. She wouldn't act on anything today, no one was ready, but she wanted her distractions ready long in advance. Emil padded in silently, ducking under the hatchway to his rack. He scratched at his shoulder, looked out at the sun through the layers, and took a carrot from the cold box. "What's on your arm?" she asked. He looked self-conscious, like he'd completely forgotten about it, then touched the stretched skin. "It's like a tattoo," he said, sitting. She took his hard arm in her hands and made a face as she looked closer. "You burned yourself with acid on purpose?" she said, holding up her scar-spotted hands. She didn't touch his, which were far more roped with scars. "It's a workplace hazard, not a cosmetic. I like it." She huffed and moved to the cold box, found a few other carrots. They didn't get carrots often. They were hard to grow hydroponically. She crunched. "Thank you for all the crops," she said. "I half expected them to have turned on the vine while I was gone." He shrugged, then sat and rolled himself a cigarette. His hands shook a tiny bit. "Got another one of those?" she asked. He slid a small black case over the rough table. "Got to get in my butts before I'm with the two asthmatics on the Marais des Nuages," she said. "How long are you staying over there?" he asked. "It's going to be a few weeks more at least." Emil was examining the smoke coiling up from his cigarette. "That's a lot of help Gabriel Antoine is giving you. I went over to the Marais des Nuages with Pascal. He wouldn't even tell me what they were doing. Little shit. Pa got to him good, didn't he?" "It's not that," Marthe said. She sucked a relieving rush from her cigarette. "Pascal loves you. He didn't show it. Pa can still go fuck himself, but Pascal and Jean-Eudes never stopped being my brothers." "They don't need me down there either, Emil. We aren't engineers." She exhaled, working up some courage. "I may need you for other kinds of work." "Yes, boss," he said sarcastically. "I'm not fucking around, Emil. We're close to losing the Kozma. We have a plan to keep it. There are parts of my plan that only you and I can do." "What's the plan?" She took a long drag on her cigarette. "It's illegal. You think I can't keep a secret? I don't know, Emil. This is the first time I've seen you sober 2 days in a row in the last 5 years. You just burned a picture into your arm with acid. What the hell am I supposed to think? It's not for you to judge me." "Je m'en calisse, Emil. We're not kids anymore. We're both grown-ups, and one grown-up can tell another that he's been acting like a jackass. Mange de la marde." Marthe leaned across the table, looking up to meet Emil's eyes. "I need you, Emil. We need you. Pa needs you. Pascal needs you. So do Alexis and Jean-Eudes. We're doing this for them. I can try to make things right with Pa, but you need to get a goddamn grip and be patient. I'm not the one qui se amarda with Pa." Emil glared at her for a long time, and finally he looked away and butted out his cigarette. He rested his elbows on the small table, closed his eyes, and rubbed his temples with his palms. His hands trembled. "How long since you've had a drink?" "Few days." "You quitting?" she asked. "I don't have a problem." His hands still trembled. "Don't talk to Pa yet," she said. He regarded her, then looked away, very similar to her father's habit when confronted with something he didn't want to look at. But like Pa, this only lasted moments. Emil's stare swiveled back to her. "Still trying to play Maman?" he said. Marthe blew smoke above them. "Maman wouldn't have stolen the Kozma, she said. It took a moment for his face to go through all the possible expressions until he realized she wasn't joking. "Are you crazy? You can't steal the Kozma. Where would you take it?" She pointed down. Her brother's eyebrows rose, then rose again. "We're sinking it," she said. "Sabotage?" he said incredulously. She explained the plan to his utter stupefaction. She told him what Pa and Pascal had found on the surface of Venus, their axis mundi. She explained the new alliances and the creation of the House of Styx. She spoke at length, and Emil's interruptions faltered by turns until he was just staring. When she finished, he wiped his forehead. He checked his pockets for his tobacco case. She slid it back across the table to him.
"This is insane," he said. "I need you here, Emil. The original plan was to let the Kozma Skaldevon sink on its own while I went off as a decoy, but I'm not convinced it will work unless somebody guides it. I want you to keep it safe on the way down."
He shook his head and finally worried out a single rolling paper from the others and started to tap in the last bits of tobacco.
"I'll be the decoy. You go with the habitat. The decoy has to be fast," she said. "You're too big. A wing pack will fly me faster. And I don't want you blamed for losing the Kozma Skaldevon. We need the investigators to blame it on the lack of parts."
"You're no one's favorite either," he said. "You've caused so much trouble that they might think you're committing sabotage."
"Which you are. If we get caught, I don't even know where they'd start," she said. "Even if we don't get caught, if we don't nail this, the Kozma Skaldevon will sink like a smoking can."
He licked the paper, then laughed bitterly. "No one really knows you, do they? No one in the government can see what you're capable of, can they? Are you in? Does Pa want me in? Does Pascal?"
"Pascal certainly does.
I'm working on Pa."
"Shit, we're all going to jail. Pascal and Pa found a way to the stars," she said. "This is for us."
Yeah, he said. 46. The stars, wrapped in vertiginous spaces, glared down hard and cold and endless. Mart had come up to the roof in her suit to take one last look. The Kozma Skaldevon was ending, no matter what happened next. If they were fast enough, her home would be chopped up for parts by her little brother, sister. If they weren't, La Colonie would get its chance to scrap it. The truth hadn't penetrated all the way to her heart. It was like rain on a suit looking for cracks to creep in. Did she know how to say goodbye to a home? At the top of Venus, on her floating island, alone with this beauty, she didn't know how to put any of it into words. She wanted something concrete to make this experience hers and enduring in the way the habitat had been hers. Could Pascal and Pa, with their strange, impossible axis mundi, possibly replace this? 10 to 20 kilometers of attenuated atmosphere rose above her, making the stars wink unpredictably. What would naked stars look like in a real vacuum? She was a little terrified and a little excited by the thought. She turned in a slow circle, regarding the whole horizon, her feelings still unnameable. But all this she promised to one day give to her family, including Marie-Pierre's children, and Paul-Égide and Louise. She went back inside. Past the airlock, a small light was on in the kitchen. Emil sat sideways at the table, one arm on a raised knee. He held a data pad in one hand and a smoldering cigarette in the other. 2 lumpy shot cups sat on the table beside a black jar. She cracked the seal on her helmet.
"Inviting me to my own bagasse?" she asked.
"Scored my own stash," he said. She sat and zipped down her suit. She sniffed at the cup nearest her. It wasn't subtle. The transparent liquid was still near the lip of his cup. "That's your second?" He sucked on his cigarette, handed it to her. She took a drag. "Waiting for my little sister," he said. She couldn't tell if he was being ironic. She blew smoke and lifted the little cup in 2 fingers for a toast. He raised his, and they drank. It tasted the way Band-Aid glue smelled. "Wah!" She shuddered, sucked another drag on her cigarette to drown some of the taste in the tobacco sulfur. "What is this?" He shrugged and downed his. "What's the occasion?" He shrugged again. "Are you writing?" she asked. His eyes assumed some of the startled animal. She averted her eyes, sniffed distastefully at the jar, and poured them each another shot. "Pascal says you're good." Emil snorted. "He's just a kid." "I'd like to read your poems sometime," she said. He reached across the table, took his cigarette out of her mouth, and lifted the next shot. They toasted and drank. Both shuddered. "I'm in," he said. "Why?" He made a face. "What do you care?" He looked at the remains of the shot, but didn't drink and avoided her eyes. He shrugged. "Family is family, isn't it? In the end?" She nodded. "All the way?" He nodded, flicked the burning ash of their cigarette with big acid-melted fingertips. He rolled the butt in his fingers to drop the remaining tobacco back into the box. All the way means I need some help making peace between you and Pa, she said. Did you ask him for the same? I will. He reached for the jar, but then screwed the lid on instead of pouring more. He rose. I'm going to finish cleaning out the greenhouses, he said. No matter what happens, we aren't going to grow much more in them. He spun the airlock and carried his helmet into the envelope. The Kozma bucked in an updraft, but settled before too many chirping alarms went off. Down in 45th Rond, that would have been just a love tap. She sat for a bit, feeling the buzz. When she was younger, she'd been better with her liquor. She'd gone a bit soft. Had she stopped being a coureur? Was there such a thing as a coureur in the Heights? If there was, she was it. She silently toasted her father and Jean-Eudes and emptied the cup. She went into her room. Beneath the decking was a door into the small but powerful electric engines. 2 propellers ran more often than not, keeping the habitat properly oriented in the wind. In a pinch, they could run for days to try to avoid a storm. She shut them off and opened a panel. Inside, the propeller shaft touched the drive train with a gear plate full of worn gears. She'd been asking for gear plates for over a year and had made do. She'd even traded away part of a door frame to get a third-hand gear plate for one of the shafts. And that was still better than the worn-out one it had replaced. She pulled out that old gear plate and began wearing down the teeth even more with a brush and a small bit of acid. There wasn't much to do before it would be unsafe and ineffective. Then she unsecured the shaft, lifted it, and switched out the gear plates, storing the third-hand one under her bed and installing the ineffective gear plate where it wouldn't do any good in the assembly. She closed the casing, put away the tools, closed the door, and wiped her hands. In the kitchen, she switched on the radio. Kozma to Bay Como Control, she said. Vas-y, Kozma. Control, our port gear plate, part 2288C, has given out, she said. I've shut off the port prop. We can probably do a few kph on the starboard prop and full rudder, but we'll need a new position in the flotilla. Roger, Kozma. Permission to drop downstream. Do you need immediate assistance? No, I need a 2288C. I've had it on order for 18 months with no response from Baikomo Resources. Dr. Resources. Permission to drop downstream granted. Roger, Control. Kozma out. That was the first step. The wind carried the flotilla, so it would take a day or two for the Kozma to fall to the back, and then another day or two for it to fall out of sight of the flotilla. Control would probably assign a few habitats to slow down to keep pace with it. That morning she'd written a similar message to Control from the Marais des Nuages. Normal maintenance would take the engines offline, and the focus habitat would also drift back. Either she or Emile would do the maintenance and follow the navigational instructions. In a few days, the Marais des Nuages would also be near the back of the flotilla. And radio was open chatter every habitat had to listen to. Everyone would have heard again that the Kozma was having problems because Resources wasn't giving them parts. Whether Resources had parts to give wasn't the point. What mattered was how many people on how many habitats now looked nervously at their own unfulfilled parts requests. 47. Marie-Pierre's habitat, the Coureur des Tourbillons, down at 51st Rond, was just coming into range. A little electronic chirp let Mart know that they'd established a maser line, cloud-penetrating and very difficult to intercept. After a few moments, Pa's voice crackled in Ma's earpiece. Ma chère? I'm here, Pa, she said quietly. You ready? He asked. Oui. You? C'est beau. I've been thinking through things a bit more, Pa. I can fly fine, but I don't want to leave the Kozma alone too long. I'm going to get Emile to mind it. I'll send up Pascal, Pa said, or come up myself. You have too much work down there, Pa, Mart said reasonably. Nothing would be served by letting her temper into this conversation. This is what we were talking about, Pa. Emile is good. He can do this. A long period of white noise crackle sounded in her earpiece, the popping echoes of lightning halfway around the planet. Chris, he finally said. I should have put you in charge of the House of Styx. You're the head of the family, Pa, and you're going to be La Présidente of Venus someday. I swear too much for the old ladies, she said. Tabarnak! They won't care when we free Venus from the bank. His voice sounded like there was a smile in it. There was a dream in it. See you soon, Pa. 48. Mart and Emil spent the next day picking all the mature crops and sealing the immature ones in composting tanks. The nitrogen and hydrogen were valuable. They stowed and stored everything else on the Kozma as if the inside of their home was going to fill with sulfuric acid. Packing all their things was a strange job. They didn't have a lot. They'd recycled almost everything they couldn't use anymore. But small things, the absence of the printed pictures of Maman and Chloé, made the walls bare and unwelcoming. The Kozma had fallen about 30 kilometers behind the main flotilla, 15 behind the Jonquière, which was also trailing with small repairs. In a pinch, a powerless habitat could mount emergency sails and drift. Secondary flotillas circled the equator at intervals of about 7,000 or 8,000 kilometers. The next one would catch up in about 20 hours. And even lone habitats would be tracked by satellites. But satellites couldn't see beneath the Kozma, where she and Emil had stowed the ingredients for their plan. 15 kilometers below, and about 50 kilometers downwind, Pa and Marie-Pierre waited with their harnessed trawlers. The difference in wind speeds between 65th rang and 50th rang was about 50 meters per second today, so Mart and Emil were about 15 minutes ahead, and they had to count descent time and the speed they would lose as they descended into slower winds. It was common enough to drop supplies to the lower decks in powered drones, but drones were small and maneuverable, and their carbon nanotube construction was designed to work from 65th all the way down to 40th. A habitat was just a big balloon made for cold, low-acid environments. It was going to be a hard descent. 16 kilometers ahead, the Jonquière was just a silvery green speck, and they needed binoculars to see the rest of the flotilla. They had to avoid the satellites, and their chance was coming up soon. Most of the atmosphere at 65th rang was clear down to 2 or more kilometers, with some hazes. But sometimes weird low-pressure eddies formed, and columns of cottony cirrus clouds rose like great fingers, almost high enough to brush the habitats. Visibility in those cloud banks dropped to a few hundred meters. Mart sat on the bench in the kitchen beside the pressure system controls. She stared out at the cloud columns, rechecked their locations, and drew a deep breath in her suit, briefly fogging her faceplate. This was the line of no return, her Rubicon. From opposition and protest voice to criminal was a bigger step than she'd expected. She squawked her suit radio once, and then activated a new buoyancy program. Her new program was basically the reverse of what every habitat had to do to stay afloat. Pumps sucked the buoyant, breathable air in the habitat into pressurized tanks. The struts in the envelope and the seals in the habitat proper began to creak under the weird pressure. At the same time, carbon dioxide was let in from the thin atmosphere outside and into the habitat. They slowly began to sink, and their course angled straight for the cloud bank. The atmosphere was so faint at this altitude that even a little bit of carbon dioxide in the envelope made a big difference. After a few minutes, Mart switched to the long-range antenna comms system. By Como control, this is the Kozma. We are losing altitude. Looks like an envelope leak. Going out to assess. Our patch materials are low, and we've already requisitioned more. Do you have a crew to run us out some? Let the rest of the flotilla hear that. The radio crackled momentarily. Kozma, we can get a crew there. Give us a leak assessment. I'm topping up and putting on wings right now, Control. Emil is going into the envelope. Stand by. The cloud bank neared as they sank. The pumps whirred, pumping more and more carbon dioxide into the habitat. Mart spun the handle on the door, went up the stairs, and cycled through the airlock. Gusts of wind stroked faint fingers along her suit. She put on her wing pack, clipped herself to a cable, and lowered herself over the side. She belayed a complete circuit of the envelope, from bow to stern and back along the other side, as if looking for a leak. Later, a crash investigator might examine computer-enhanced satellite footage and see her climbing over the Kozma, and would hopefully conclude that she'd done everything she could. The habitat's dip put the cloud column dead ahead. Control, she said into the radio. "It's a big leak. Looks like a lower starboard strut broke. The snap point tore the skin over sections C and D, and the port support struts are bowing. Emil is going to try to reinforce the port struts and then see if the starboard support can be fixed. We'll need patch materials, probably struts and temporary clamps. I'm going to check the stern struts and envelope skin. We're sinking too fast for it to be just the 2 tears." "Calice," Control said. "Crew leaving now, Kozma. Now the clock was ticking. They drifted into the clouds. In a few seconds they would be too deep for the satellites to see. "Merci, Baikomo. See you when you get here." Mart cranked the pumps to full. This was going to wreak havoc on the filters soon. The pumps were fitted with filters covered with different bicarbonates to neutralize the acids, but they had now sunk into a hazy yellow mist of sulfuric acid. The acid would soon fill the filters with salt, and then they'd be useless. Their descent accelerated, and the clouds above them blurred the shine of the sun. She switched to the short private habitat channel as she belayed all the way down the cable. "Emil! Emil, let's get cracking!" Her brother unscrewed the emergency hatch onto the floor of the kitchen and emerged. It was an airlock of last resort, and he'd stretched 3 layers of webs of carbon fiber soaked in bicarbonate across the gap. They didn't need to worry too much about acid getting in from underneath, and the living cabin was now naked to the pressure of Venus. The gondola's full weight would be pulling it down. A big bale was strapped beneath the Kozma, but they couldn't open it yet. They hadn't gone through the dangerous part yet. Mart swung herself under the bale and clung there, slowly strapping herself to it. Emil climbed up the rope she'd just descended. Mart switched to the long channel. "Baikomo, this is Kozma," she said. "Tell the crews to hurry. I just found the big problem. The bowing of the port struts tore the envelope skin on the starboard side just above the cabin. Atmosphere is pouring in. We're dropping fast. Emil is disassembling one of the inner envelope walls to patch the outer envelope. I'm deploying emergency balloons." She was too Venusian to avoid a twinge of remorse at the lie. Venus was always trying to kill them. No coloniste ever joked about an emergency. Yet here she was doing just that, initiating a response that would mobilize dozens or hundreds of people. La Colonie had lost habitats before, big ones like the Matopedia. People and families had died. La Colonie had adjusted, making smaller targets of themselves, just family-sized habitats, but those too sometimes sank when they got too old or too damaged in a storm. It wasn't just acid that scarred them all. Losses scarred them too. "The planes and crews are scrambling. What's your altitude, Kozma?" Control said. Crackles whispered in the radio. The Kozma-Devant's descent slowed. On the top of the envelope, Emil had obviously inflated the emergency oxygen balloons. Oxygen was lighter than carbon dioxide, so at every altitude it was a buoyant gas. "Osti," she said. "We just dipped into a cloud. Acid's going to get into the inner envelope." "Focus on saving yourselves and the habitat first," Control said. "We'll fix it later, pulling you up on satellite." "We're already down to 63rd, she said. "Getting a little chop. I'm going into the envelope to help Emil get inner patch material." That was another lie. They'd already dropped to 62nd wrong. "We've got nothing on the satellite," Control said. "What's your location? Where's your transceiver?" "I'm not in the cabin. I'm on top of the envelope. If you can't pick up the Kozma, use my personal transceiver. How soon are you going to get here?" Mart said. "The first crew should be there in 9 minutes. That was cutting it close. The crews might actually make it in time. They had to add to that time. "Calice," she swore. "The bowing of the starboard struts is unbalancing the whole thing. The hole on the port side with the missing strut is getting bigger. It might tear the ribs of the entire envelope." "Hold it together, Kozma," Control said. "It will hold." "No, it won't," she said. "I can see Les Rapides Plats just beneath us." She didn't need to explain. The rolling convection cells, laid out like a warped washerboard in the sky, were punishing on the best of days. The best way to get through Les Rapides was to be small and heavy, plunging through as quickly as possible. A plane could do it, but it was rough. A person with furled wings could cross it pretty quickly. A big dirigible habitat, buoyant with lots of surface area, was the worst thing to take into Les Rapides. And if any of what she was saying was true, then the emergency balloons really would be another stress and would rip even an undamaged habitat. "I'm cutting the emergency balloons," Mart cried into the radio. It was a sign of whoever was manning air traffic control that they didn't argue. They knew how habitats worked. Emile was listening in, and abruptly the Kozopskal Devant pitched forward before righting itself. 2 emergency balloons floated free and out of sight, evidence of their emergency. She switched to the private channel. "Get to shelter, Emile. This is going to be rough." The transition layer rose towards them. "Kozopskal Devant, are you all right?" "Hang on," she said on the flotilla channel. "About to hit Les Rapides. Keep a lock on my transceiver." Control didn't bother them on the radio, but there were lots of side orders to the rescue crews, position updates, and so on, enough to distract her. The habitat lurched up, and then with a gorge-raising drop, a downdraft swept them down, like going over a waterfall. The wind howled around them, whistling in the wires and grasping for the edges and corners. Mart's straps jerked her body as the habitat creaked dangerously, metal bending somewhere. They spun, and then all of a sudden she was flung upward on top of the upside-down dirigible. Parts of it collapsed, the struts unable to bear the weight up of the gondola. If she'd been there for even a few seconds more, the struts would have all deformed, bursting all the buoyancy chambers. But the habitat spun back to right with a shriek of metal and plastic. Turbulence buffeted the Kozopskal Devant, and snappings sounded above her. Big ones, otherwise she wouldn't have heard them through the fierce thin wind. She tasted blood in her mouth where the jostling had made her bite her lip. Her head ached. Somewhere in the bumping she'd whacked her head against the bale behind her. Then the Kozopskal Devant lay on its side, rattling in place for a fraction of a second, long enough to count as stillness, before plunging 100, 200 meters, maybe more, in one of the big rollers in Les Rapides Plats. The rattling and vibrating in her sideways drop became painful, until, like wet soap flying out of a crushing fist, they burst out into thick yellow cloud. She swung beneath the Kozopskal Devant as if under an unwieldy parachute. The habitat shook and creaked and sank. She swallowed blood and the thick saliva that preceded vomit. 2 minutes of punishment had passed. She toggled the private channel. "Emile," she said unevenly, "where are you?" "Kozopskal Devant," Control was cracking. "Status report." "Emile." She started unstrapping herself. "Kozopskal Devant?" "Sapristi," Emile finally answered. "Ça va," she said. "Good enough," he said. "Control, we're below Les Rapides," Mart said, switching to the flotilla channel. "Have you got a fix on my transceiver?" "Kozopskal, we've got a strong signal from your transceiver. Looks like 60th. Are you all right?" "The habitat is in one piece," she said, as she pulled the knots free of the bales she'd been strapped to. The tarps and ropes came apart, and a weird umbrella-shaped parachute hung there. Its surface was silvery. "Checking for additional damage. How soon to the cruise?" "Emergency cruise," Control said. "You're authorized to drop below the transition layer. Do it as quick as possible before we get too far ahead." Good advice. Between 65th and 59th, the wind speed would have already dropped by about 20 meters per second. Every minute, the Kozopskal Devant dropped behind the flotilla by another kilometer. And as they sank, the differential would build. Air traffic control wanted the crew to get down to the same level as soon as they could, so at least they wouldn't be carried away on winds with the rest of the flotilla. With aching arms, Mart scaled the ropes up the gondola and envelope. "Probably 10 minutes, Kozopskal Devant." She reached the roof of the envelope. Emile was strong-arming frayed, ropey nets out from the stairway. She got behind him, and they started tying corners of the net to the cleats on the roof. When they'd gotten half of the ends tied down, they stood at bow and stern and started throwing the nets over the edge. The ratty material was made of old fragments of trawler cable and bits of Venusian plants. The uneven shape and hardness would blunt their radar reflection. The clouds thinned to a fine mist, and the view suddenly widened. The kilometer of clear air of Grand Allée stretched for as far as they could see. The bottom of the upper cloud deck loomed above them, and the top of the middle cloud deck extended away like a floor. The wide view gave them a visceral sense of the speed of their descent. They were still 8 kilometers higher than their rendezvous point with the Profondeur, and crews of planes were racing their way. If any of the pilots were daring, they might have already ducked straight through the turbulence to get to Grand Allée, where they could fly with more visibility. Marthe and Emile needed to get the hell under Grande Allée before they were seen. They hooked another section of the improvised radar curtain to the roof and heaved the ends over the edge. While she distracted herself with this, the ceiling of Grande Allée got farther and farther from their heads. And finally, the mist of the middle deck swallowed them. They pulled out the next curtain. She was getting tired. This was harder lifting than she was used to. Even Emile, outmassing her by 30 kilos, sounded winded. They tied down the third curtain of rope, cabling, trawler, and blastula scraps, everything they could afford to lose that would absorb radar. "Kozma, can you report?" Control asked. "We're still sinking, trying to find something that hasn't been damaged to tie an emergency balloon to. I don't think we can use anywhere on the envelope. Emile is in the envelope trying to feed a cable straight through to the gondola so the struts don't bear most of the weight." "Good thinking, Kozma. Could use some extra hands," she said. "Crew almost here?" It took them time to safely get through the transition layer. They're listening and are on their way. Maybe 8 minutes. "You've got my transceiver fix?" "Oui, d'accord." "Have you got personal emergency balloons?" Control asked. "We won't need them." Marthe switched to their private channel. A light brightened in her helmet. "Radar. You ready, Emile?" The fine mist was turning into the lightest of rains of sulfuric acid. She wiped her faceplate. "You?" "Oui." She slapped his arm. "Hustle," she said, "and get back up as soon as you can leave the habitat with Pa. Worry about yourself," he said. She grabbed their netting and scampered down the side of the envelope until she had to swing inward to reach the big silver parachute hanging underneath. She clung to that and climbed down. She found the foot rings at the bottom, just above a hanging tank of pressurized gas. Standing in the ropes, she clipped D-rings to her shoulder harness. Brisk tugging assured her that they would hold. Then she gave a verbal command on the private channel. The hook under the gondola opened, and she fell. The weirdly shaped parachute expanded, catching her. She turned north. Emile had already started small inner thrusters, which dragged the Kozma south. Marthe reached down, hooked a hose from the parachute above her to the tank of pressurized gas below, and then turned the handle. The second layer of the parachute revealed itself as carbon dioxide inflated it into a firm lozenge shape, almost as long as the Kozma. Below it was concave, working like a parachute, but from above its painted surface would be almost as radar reflective as a habitat. Clumsy as hell to maneuver with, though. Inflated as it was, it caught the wind and handled like a balloon rather than a parachute. "Control, we're still descending, but the temperature is within tolerances. In another few minutes, Emile and I are going to try to stop our descent with an emergency balloon attached to the gondola roof. We're drifting straight north on a cross-current. Can you use my transceiver to follow?" "Kozma, we're following your transceiver. Radar is a mess down there. We have a search plane with radar at 65th wrong. He can make you out. What's your altitude?" "It's looking like 56th wrong," she said. "Half an atmosphere. 24 degrees. "You're getting low." She was. But by turning northeast, she would keep herself farther away from the repair crew coming from the west, and the deeper she sank, the more they'd have to fight a headwind to get to her. "Tabarnak," she said. "It's not working." "What? We've inflated the emergency balloon and we're not slowing." "Tabarnak," Control agreed. Although her radio would only carry so far in the clouds, no doubt everyone who could hear her transmissions was glued to their radios. La Colonie hadn't lost a habitat to the clouds in a decade. She had to give them a show. "I'm going to use my personal emergency balloon on the Kozma. "No," Control said. "You have to have one at all times. You can't put it on anything else." "I have a wing pack. So does Emile. And if they don't work, if they break, it's the law. You can't throw away your safety device. I'm not losing my home either," she said. Lying to the government didn't bother her so much. But she was lying to her neighbors, her friends, her enemies. Up until now, she'd been honest with L'Assemblée. Cunning, yes, but honest. Emile had accused her of trying to take Maman's place in the family, but Maman never would have done this. Pa would. "Marthe, you are not authorized to use your emergency balloon on the Kozma. It won't have enough buoyancy to make a difference." "Roger, Control, but it will as I get deeper." "Not authorized. We're keeping our fix on you. Crews will be there soon." She turned the unwieldy wing chute above her to east-northeast, dropping a few hundred meters into a cloud bank, into gradually slower winds, and then into a wash of pelting acid. The rain would confuse the radar, possibly enough for the rescue team or the radar plane to pick up Emil. "I've entered a small rain cloud control," she said. "Can you still see me?" "Do you have any control over your drift, Kozopskal?" "That isn't an answer," she said. "We can still see you. Radar is circling and sees you, but you're drifting northeast now into a storm. Single cell." "What's the altitude of the storm?" She'd looked at the Met reports every hour for the last day. There wasn't supposed to be a storm. But weather on Venus was capricious. The atmosphere was just a big engine to redistribute heat. With a baking hot atmosphere 70 kilometers thick, weather conditions turned on Venus's whim. If the Kozopskal Devant hit a storm, it might not survive. And storms weren't any good for lying fathers' daughters either. "Looks like 53rd rung up to 58th, directly east of you." So a tower of a storm, no matter that it was just a single storm cell. She dialed one of the channels on her helmet to the radio frequency that would let her hear the lightning. That band was crackling. A tower, all right, and the more she sank and slowed, the more it would bear down on her. "Roger, Control. My signal's still clear?" She hoped Emil was making good time, or this would all be for nothing, and they'd get arrested. "We know where you are, Kozopskal Devant." La Colonie only built the things they needed, so the flotillas only had two kinds of radar. One frequency bounced off clouds, which allowed the flotillas to avoid bad weather, or at least get ready for it. The other frequency of radar, mostly used by the coureur, penetrated the clouds and could find objects suspended in the atmosphere, but its resolution was low. At a distance, it was hard to tell a trawler from a habitat from the inflated wing she was riding into the depths. She hoped. The wind buffeted her and the pressurized tank. The stitching she and Emil had done with woody trawler fiber wasn't bad, but she was suddenly questioning how long the inflated wing would last in a storm. The wind stilled and darkened. Tiny pattering droplets of sulfuric acid slowed and quieted before a plunging wall of fat drops roared on the surface above her like drum strikes. As the wing lurched in arguing winds, she swung wildly. Between 40th and 45th rangs, from the age of 13, she'd only been outside in calm weather. During storms, she might be outside but on the gantry, or flying on short, sturdy wings away from angry winds. Now, she was strapped to a big disguise whose only aerodynamic property was that it caught the wind. The whole wing plummeted on a downdraft, then lurched back, yanking her in the cables, wrenching her shoulders. She nearly blacked out, and the sudden sucking updraft was a blur. "Kozopskal Devant?" Control said. "We've still got your position. What's your status?" The wing and cables found an awkward resonance in the tearing winds, shuddering around her. "We're holding on," she said, even her voice vibrating in her chest. Lightning lit the clouds blinding yellow before the wind punched the wing sideways, and she swung all the way up and slammed into it, bouncing off the inflated surface, right into the empty pressure tank. The crack of impact was so loud that she couldn't tell if it was in her head or her helmet. She fell back under the wing, but one of the cables circled her arm, slipping closed like a noose. All her weight, and the tank's, was suspended from the cutting cable, and she cried out. "Kozopskal!" Control called. A light blinked in her helmet, Emil calling on another channel. She swung wildly again, pulling at her shoulder. Her arm was getting crushed. Images crashed through her mind. Her sister Chloe, taken with her husband by a storm. No one knew how they'd died. Maybe a blow to the head? Cooking as they fell into the depths. Puncture and bleed out. Venus rarely left clues when she struck. Her victims just dissolved, one way or another. However it was that Venus had taken her sister, Chloe had likely had at least a moment of realization, a terrible instant of fear and clarity. Like this. Mart's right hand found the hilt and release for a carbon-bladed knife. She reached up, not thinking, vision entirely focused on the cable and the blade. She sawed and sawed, twisting helplessly around the agony in her trapped arm. The blinking light and the sounds of Control yelling to her were static against the pain. The cable frayed but wouldn't cut. Too tough. The churning lifted her again, flung her upward, and the cable loosened off her numb arm. The wing came down, about to slam her from above, and she had enough presence of mind to fling the knife away before it got pushed into her suit. Her face slammed into the faceplate, leaving blood. Then she was falling again, jerking against the cables. Dazed, she swung as lightning blasted behind her. Cables whipped against her in the wind, torn loose from the wing. Through the smear of her own blood, she saw the wing losing its shape, bending, getting ready to fold. The cables had yanked out chunks of fabric. Asti. Sulfuric acid poured around her, a torrent of storm-tossed drops. She wiped her faceplate. The rain and clouds darkened the world. Mart was just a flake of alien life in a sea of acid wind, and she had to get away from this improvised wing before it dragged her into the depths. Her left arm barely lifted on its own. She had to stand in the footstraps to unclip herself with just her right hand. She had wanted to step off properly, but a gust flung her away, and then she was tumbling in the wind. The wing was there for a moment, and then rain erased it. Mart spread her legs, dropping head first in the ochre mists. But something ground in the wing-pack machinery over and over. Her wings wouldn't unfurl. Tabarnak! She blew her personal emergency balloon. It took about half the oxygen in her breathing tanks to fill, and the fabric wasn't made to survive a storm. She had intended to fly out under her own power. Her descent slowed and stopped. She dangled in the pouring rain, swaying in the wind. With her good arm, she drew the acid-proof sheet out of her survival pouch and pulled it over herself. Her left shoulder and arm hurt badly, and her head ached. She smelled chlorine inside her helmet. That wasn't supposed to happen. The clouds of Venus had very little chlorine, and what there was of it was bound into the rain as hydrochloric acid. Something was hissing in her helmet. At the edge of her faceplate, hot little bubbles grew and popped inside the seal. Where her face had hit, there was a tiny web of cracks in the glass, bleeding in atmosphere. The wind swept her deeper into the storm. 49. Tétreault flinched as Président Gachel threw a book across the office. It wasn't at him, but he'd never seen her so angry. He shouldn't have been here. La Bourrière should have been here. But the chief of staff was in meetings in a flotilla 6,000 kilometers west of the Bay Como. It would be hours before he made it back. Cécile Dozal was standing, taking the brunt of Gachel's frustration. "This is not going to be my goddamned Matapedia!" Gachel yelled. 50 years ago, a big habitat shipped from Montreal had sunk into the clouds, taking with it 2 colony-crippling resources and 22 souls. The rest had escaped, but the economic and psychological blow to La Colonie had been devastating. Dozal murmured platitudes. "This is no one's Matapedia, Madame Présidente," Tétreault finally said. "The Kozma was a crumbling habitat owned by political enemies." Gachel's warning finger came up, silencing him. "Habitats don't just sink anymore. There are too many redundancies. Something massive would have to go wrong to sink a habitat now. What if this was sabotage?" Tétreault wasn't sure if he should answer. His boss wasn't answering. But Dozal was too cautious. Tétreault could already see that. She was just an administrator. "If the Dockions have a good motive, maybe," Tétreault said. "If we find a motive, we can deal with saboteurs as criminals. What's more likely, though, is that something big really did break on the Kozma. If the brother and sister don't survive, that's tragic, but it's also an irritation off the table. Even if they do survive, the story can turn positively for you. If the Dockions had been more cooperative, the habitat might have been recycled for the good of all." Gachel breathed heavily, her face flushed. "You don't understand anything," she said. "It doesn't matter how much political irritation they can cause. It's not worth the 41 tons of metal and electronics that are dropping into the clouds." Her voice was low. "How the hell are we going to stop it? We can't afford to replace the materials."
Air traffic control is coordinating a rescue mission, Madame Presidente, Deja said. They haven't rescued it yet, have they? She demanded. They fell too far behind. Where the hell was air traffic? A tone rang on the pad on Gachel's desk. Tetro didn't recognize it, but Gachel and Deja obviously did, and they didn't look happy. That could only mean one thing. Gachel stalked back behind her desk, took a deep breath, and schooled her features. When she touched the screen, Leah Woodward's face appeared. Leah, it's good to see you, but your call has come at a bad time, Gachel said in rough English. I saw, the branch manager said in her correct but awkwardly accented Parisian French. I realize your teams are busy. Our mapping satellites use cloud-penetrating radar. Can I offer you extra sets of eyes? Gachel's face was stiff but polite. Tetro had heard from Deja that Gachel had never liked the idea of bank-owned and run satellites. She had little confidence in the Bank of Palace's charity or interest in scientific mapping. But La Colonie hadn't paid for the satellites, and they provided global positioning for the entire planet. That would be very helpful, Gachel responded, still in English. Perhaps I could send over Laurent Tetro to liaise with you? He's an aide to l'Assemblée. I'll wait for him in the branch office, Woodward said, finally switching back to English. Thank you, Leah. We'll save the cause of Scaldevant. Gachel nodded to the screen and terminated the call. Her face hardened. She's probably counting our losses now, she said. If we lose the cause of Scaldevant on top of everything, Woodward will have us in a corner. 50. Emile stood on the envelope of the cause of Scaldevant. He bent his knees, rolling with the uneven descent. He hadn't been this deep in years since he'd left home. The heat pressing against him made him feel young again, excited, uncertain, strong, and fearful. The world had been hitting him in the heart for so long that the prospect of hiding in the depths had its charms. He wanted to see Jean and Alexis, and Pascal. And he wanted to see this project, this bridge to the stars they'd found. What was it? Some truth that might finally make them whole? The word to bring Venus to life? Those were not exactly his goals. Or were they? Had he, despite being dumped by Thérèse, learned something important from her that still stuck in his heart? He struggled with the feelings, tried to sort them into different piles. Words needed walls to distinguish one experience from another. That was fine for cups and plates, but wasn't the way feelings worked. Feelings throbbed like clouds, powerful, shapeless, resenting control or even definition. Clouds could be described by temperature, droplet size, pressure, and acidity, but those numbers got no closer to the essence than words did to emotion. A rage didn't tower, a loss cast no shadow, a heart couldn't ache. And yet they did. Words were all he had to touch another heart. Poetry was imprecise imagery, stilted form, artificial resonances, constantly overshooting the essence. It demonstrated more than anything else the depths of solitude separating one person from another. He was a brother, a son, and yet he was all alone, riding a piece of metal and plastic into the deeps of a world that didn't want them, chasing his own grail. This was both true image and truth, and yet there was no way to give this to anyone else, no way to share. The habitat bucked in a cell of warm air. He adjusted the rudder and prop speed. Mart's radio chatter with air traffic control was good. She was leading them away. He'd shut off everything else that could have given an EM signal. He accessed the habitat's network and activated a small directional dish below the habitat's gondola. He pointed the maser in the general direction of the rendezvous point and pinged with low wattage. He did this in a pattern they'd established beforehand. 4-second gap, 6-second gap, 2-second gap. Moments later, a maser touched the dish from below. Emile? Appeared in his helmet. Oui, he wrote back. C'est Pascal. A weird excitement filled him. He wanted to say something to bridge the gulf left over from their last meeting, but he couldn't. If the maser missed and was intercepted by a satellite, the game was over.
The Kozovskal Devon kept its steady, sinking rhythm. The carbon dioxide in its envelope gave it no buoyancy, but its bulk made its terminal velocity in the atmosphere of Venus slow, and it only slowed more as it sank. 5 kilometers vertical, the maser signaled. Make for heading 190 and increase speed to 4 kph. D'accord, he answered. The adjustments were so precise they had to be coming from Pascal. He wasn't sure what he'd say to Pa when they finally saw each other. Pa wasn't the forgive-and-forget kind, and neither was Emile. But he was going home. He longed to see his brothers again, laugh with them, and maybe Pa would be less of an ass. They really did need an engineer for this. Catching this thing would be a bitch. It didn't matter how much Pascal, Pa, and their partners had planned this out. Catching a habitat in mid-drop in the deep clouds was dangerous. Some of them might get injured or killed. The thought didn't bother him for himself, or even for Pa or Mart. They were grown adults who'd made their choices and borne their scars. His suit's water recirc system switched to medium, taking the heat that had penetrated the insulation and running it through a small radiator on his wing pack. The air outside was 60 degrees, and the pressure had risen to almost 1 atmosphere. It almost felt normal, but not home. At home, he felt the heat and pressure in his bones. A wash of melancholy got him then, imagining all the reactions to the first descent he and Thérèse might have had if he'd been enough. How would she have smiled in her helmet, hearing him call her name, his voice sounding strangely everywhere under the heat and pressure? Like many others, Venus had dissolved these dreams. The Kozovskal Devon was assuming a new aspect. Gone was the shiny, transparent envelope over a metal gondola, filled with green plants, reflecting bright sunlight as it sailed above an endless sea of clouds with a fleet of ships that never touched Venus. Acid droplets etched the envelope, clouding it like cataracts. To approach Venus, even just her cloudy skirts, one left beauty behind, rendered it to Venus like a sacrifice. Some sacrifices were just scars, Venus marking her territory. Other communions with Venus cost everything, as they had with Chloé, Mathurin, and Maman. The Kozovskal Devon was no longer of the high winds. She would never be shiny again, nor even elegant, and she'd never been beautiful. Veiling the Kozovskal Devon in the ghoulish detritus of Venusian life prepared her for a primal sacrifice. Sacrifices were all bargains with gods. Shaman-like, Thérèse had sought the way to Venus's soul, failing over and over. She'd marked her body, breathed Venus's air, looked upon her directly. Emile was no ancient priest or shaman, but here he was, a supplicant offering in Venus's name, giving away one of their homes like a fatted bull, festooned in the fetishes of the goddess whose favor they sought. He was returning to the underworld he'd escaped in an effort to lift his family to the stars. The habitat shifted under him. Clouds rose all around, a counterintuitive magical image like gravity in reverse or entropy in retreat, something that couldn't be felt in a quick parachute or on a speeding wing pack. In this pilgrimage, the rules of the world were reversed. He found his cheeks wet. He'd offered to take Thérèse to the depths. They could have made a home in the depths. They could have borrowed a habitat and lived like Pa, Emile teaching Thérèse how to live like a coureur until they could trade enough to buy their own habitat. Or they could have learned how to grow their own habitats to trade to others. They could have kissed the real savage scars they would have collected. The tears tickled, but he couldn't wipe them away. This was his offering to Venus, the hopes he'd had with Thérèse, his dreaming futures. The pelting sulfuric acid relented. The clouds flexed with the pressure changes, then thinned and released him into the somber cavern of Les Plaines. The impression of vastness was overpowering, even more than when there was nothing above him but stars. He clung to a rope, peering over the fat round edge of the envelope. Sulfuric acid dripped from the curtain of debris the Kozovskal Devon wore. The habitat was sinking fast. The tops of the brown clouds rose, swallowing him in a hotter rain.
3 kilometers vertical, Pascal signaled again by Maser. Make for 200 and increase speed to 6 kph. How far off course were they? After all this, were they going to miss? Winds were fickle, changing at different levels, rolling and twisting, following an aerial topography of pressure and temperature. Passage, you never knew what the winds above and below you were doing, only the winds you were in. Emil revved the props and adjusted the heading. Then he opened the top hatches and tied the emergency balloons to the cleats along the middle of the envelope's back. The plan was to blow them all to slow the descent as soon as they got close, but it was going to be touchy. It would take all of them to catch the Kozma. Mart's chatter with Bay Como was sounding real. A little too real. How good an actress was she? He switched to the encrypted private channel the two of them used for Kozma. C'est beau, Mart? She didn't answer for many seconds. Then Bay Como warned about the storm. He was Venusian enough to know that a tower from 53rd to 58th was no joke. Osti. He knew he should have been the one to lead the wild goose chase with the clumsy wing. Then Mart would have been the one to work closely with Pa and Pascal to catch the habitat. It wouldn't have mattered if he'd been the one in danger. But he couldn't have. Mart was right. Too many people thought he was a fuck-up. They'd blame the loss of the Kozma on him rather than chalking it up to an accident brought on by too little maintenance support. Mart was a thorn in the side of the government, but no one thought she was lazy. She was out there now because of him. And she still hadn't answered. "Mart, ça va?" he said. "I'm here." Her voice crackled. "Correct?" "No," she answered weakly, sounding far away. "Wings busted. I think I broke a shoulder. I'm on an emergency balloon. I patched a crack in my faceplate, though, so I'm okay." She wasn't okay. That was the opposite of okay. An emergency balloon would carry her up to 58th or 59th, but it was less than even odds whether it would carry her safely through the turbulence of the Les Rapides Plats, which meant that the flotilla would have to work hard not to be carried farther and farther from her in the high, fast winds, and personal balloons weren't storm-worthy. "I'm on my way," he said. "No, mind the Kozma." Emil had a fair sense of where Pa and Pascal were waiting from the course they'd laid out for him. He switched channels and sent a message down on low wattage. "Pascal, take over for me. I'm going to help Mart." Emil checked the straps on his wing pack. He was wearing his stubby-winged low-atmosphere pack because the force of hot, high-pressure winds would have bent or rippled the wings used at 65th. The stubby wings would get him to Mart, but would be useless for high-atmosphere flying. "We're not ready," Pascal wrote back. Emil pulled out a spare personal balloon and checked his pockets for his patch kit. He had a worn kit made for fabric. The time it would take to dig something out for the glass of the faceplates wasn't something he wanted to risk, and glass could only take so much patching. He wasn't so worried about her faceplate in the depths. Leaks would bring in a bit of acid, but she'd still be able to breathe. When they got higher, though, her air would leak out into the low pressure of the upper atmosphere, and she'd asphyxiate. "Deal with it," he sent back to Pascal. "Leaving now." He abandoned his sacrifice to Venus and throttled the engine of his wing pack to a high whine. 51. Tétreault had been aboard the Venusian branch of the Bank of Pallas before, but never passed the glass doors into Woodward's offices. Woodward's title, branch manager, was deceptive. The laws of Earth didn't work in the solar system. The distances were too great. A person could be charged with a crime, but if he was on the other side of the solar system from Earth and couldn't be investigated, much less apprehended, for 2 or 3 years, in what sense were laws enforceable? Banks like the Lunar Bank, the Bank of Ceres, the Bank of Enceladus, and the Bank of Pallas, already major financial and industrial powers, had emerged into that legal vacuum. They'd incorporated in space, under the jurisdiction of no country, creating their own laws even as they financed the growth of nations into space. They engaged in transport and trade, and even made and enforced law, much like the Hudson's Bay Company, founded to service early Canadian coureurs de bois.
As branch manager, Woodward exercised the bank's authority on Venus, backed by the financial, trading, and even police powers of the solar system-spanning company. The glass doors slid open. A financial secretary, Amélie d'Argenson, escorted him past Woodward's office to a room neatly labeled Mapping Survey Office in English. Miss Woodward was already there, with a technician Tetro recognized as Mark Naismith, one of the imported bank staff. The wall screens projected a dizzying array of data. Several side screens, each a meter square, showed polar maps in false color at exquisite resolution. Mineral maps. The central screens had parallel views of low-wavelength radar images of clouds, along with fuzzy, largely empty images of the cloud columns. "Good afternoon, Monsieur Tetro," Woodward said in English, offering a hand. He felt a bit baffled by all he saw as he shook her hand. What were they doing with such detailed mineral maps? Most of Venus's surface was basaltic, old magma with the metals buried far below. Did the bank have tech to exploit the surface? "Do you know a lot about mapping technology, Monsieur Tetro?" He shook his head. Naismith pointed at the topology of the cloud surface in one image. "Here we shoot high-frequency radar at the clouds," he said. "Great for watching cloud formations and trying to figure out how weather works on Venus. Most of your habitats have something like this, but this is a bird's-eye view." Tetro had never seen a bird and found this English expression odd. Naismith's finger pointed to the surface maps. "If we go with longer radar waves, we can see through the clouds to map the radar reflectivity and smoothness of the surface, but our resolution goes down," he said. Tetro had never made the intuitive leap that would allow him to interpret radar maps without effort. Smooth, flat things reflected radar, and so they were bright. Rough things and slopes reflected radar poorly, and so were darker. A contour map could be built of radar maps, but not by him. Too abstract. Naismith was shifting the view, neither fully long-wave nor short-wave. Fuzzy blobs formed in the projection. They looked like out-of-focus cells seen through a microscope. Tetro squinted. "Focusing the radar emissions differently, we can resolve things in the clouds," Naismith said. "These are probably trawlers. Their surfaces are partly smooth and partly rough, depending on how much they've been colonized by epiphytes. Here you've got some small wild-type ones, and some bigger engineered ones, or several in a column, but at different altitudes. But here," he said, pointing at the bright spot, "is the Kozma. The hard white blob was falling further and further behind the flotilla, and it was already deep at the edge of a storm. "The transceiver from the habitat doesn't look like it's working, so we've confirmed this is the Kozma with Dockworkers transceiver." "Missing parts," Tetro said absently. "What are these?" He indicated small bright shapes. "Your crew planes. The fainter ones are rescue drones," Woodward said. "They're following the transceiver signal and using their own cloud-penetrating radar, but the resolution might be lower." "We can triangulate with this signal," Tetro said. "Please do," Woodward said. Tetro called air traffic control from the bank and began reading them coordinates for the Kozma. "Thank you for letting us access this," he said. "We're very concerned with the safety and property of those living on the Kozma. Additionally, the habitat is, Woodward corrected herself, collateral for a loan. Should it not be rescued, some other material good will have to become collateral, or the colony will be in breach of the terms of its debt." She said it evenly, neither harshly nor softly, but Tetro didn't mistake the menace in the words. 52. The small plane bucked in an updraft, and Réjean got nervous again. This was stupid. The cooling systems of the plane and of his suit were already working hard, even though it was only 50 degrees. The cloud deck was claustrophobically close to his head. He was flying fast through Les Plaines, trying to get around the storm and under it if he could. 3 kilometers behind, 2 other rescue planes tried the same thing. Only a few hundred meters beneath them, the cloud tops of the lower cloud deck roiled, and only about 300 meters above his head, the bottom of the middle deck loomed like it was closing in on him. It was closing in on him. The clear air of Les Plaines was usually a kilometer high, but the dark storm plunged through it like a column of tree growth, warping the clouds around it, expanding Les Plaines wider and taller in some places, and collapsing floor and ceiling in others. Most wild trawlers lived at this depth. If he hit one, he'd be dead. In the clear air, he could see them, but if the clouds closed, he'd be depending entirely on his radar. He was shooting radar pulses ahead anyway, but he didn't trust them. Radar sent back nothing he could read. Lots of bounce back from trawlers, even some big ones that were probably Kurur habitats, but nothing hard and big like a dirigible. This was stupid. It had probably broken up and was halfway to the surface by now. A habitat couldn't survive a storm, even a small one. A plane might not either. Lots of radar bounce-backs, even some deep ones, but nothing that looked like one of their habitats, and some radar signals he knew came from lightning. Investigators would pick apart his tapes, if he survived. "Control, Les Plaines is collapsing," he radioed. "We can't get around the storm or under it. Do you want us to come back?" "Negative, rescue team," Control replied amid the static. "Keep going." "Roger, Control," Réjean said resignedly. All of a sudden his Geiger counter started going off. "Control, this is 156. I've got a signal," he said into the radio of a coded channel. "Straight under my position. It's a faint signal." "Start pinging 156 and start diving," came the reply. 100 level units converge on 156 and start triangulating. 200 level units stay on search and rescue. Other planes acknowledged the changed instructions. Réjean did too. "Start diving." "Calice," he said after ending the transmission. 53. Mart's mouth was dry. She'd blacked out. The world seemed to happen fast, and yet time also stood still. The storm played with her, and the world moved, yet nothing changed. Clouds surrounded her. Hot rain pelted. Heat pressed suit to skin. They all blended into a confusing set of feelings and images without order. Bright red smeared the inside of her faceplate, her own blood. Acid bubbled at the cracks. She was sinking. That meant she was sinking. She was so hot. The worn plastic straw gave only air when she sucked. No water. Her head ached. And her shoulder. With her good hand, she slowly pulled the acid-resistant tarp out of a pocket and gingerly unfolded it, using her injured shoulder as little as possible. One-handed, she clipped it above her on the balloon cable and tried to extend it over herself. By the time her head was pounding so hard that blotches of black floated in her vision, the rain pattered onto her tarp and not her helmet, torso, and arms. The rain washed over her dangling legs, but nothing to be done for it. She couldn't make her shoulder do more. She woke again. The rain had stopped. She didn't know when she'd passed out, or for how long. The readings in her helmet were weird. Temperature way up, close to 100, but pressure way down. Her barometer was broken. Thunder rolled in the formless world outside, strong enough to rattle her bones and set her head to aching harder. Edging close to 100 degrees, that put her almost at the bottom of the lower cloud deck, just above the subcloud haze. Her safety balloon must be leaking. She moved the tarp out of the way and looked up, making her head throb so hard that she nearly passed out again. She couldn't reach the balloon to patch or refill it, and the gauge on her oxygen tank wasn't healthy. She had a couple of hours, maybe less. At least Venus was leaking into her helmet rather than the reverse. The clouds still had shape, were still made of tiny droplets of sulfuric acid floating in the air, so she floated above the Virga zone, but this wasn't good. She tried activating her radio. She couldn't tell if it was on. The HUD was buggy. "This is Marthe d'Aquillon," she said, "calling anyone. SOS. Severe distress. Equipment failing. I think I'm at about 49th wrong, maybe deeper. Can't fly. Safety balloon failing. Injured. Please respond." She said this 4 more times before her HUD gave out. She couldn't tell if the helmet's CPU was working, but just not displaying. Acid might have gotten into the projector, or more dangerously beneath the seals and into the CPU, wiring, or battery. She couldn't talk anymore anyway. Breathing was hard, raspy, and for a time her forehead pressed against the faceplate of her helmet. She only came to properly when it felt like her forehead was burning. Mart couldn't see any way out. She couldn't use political cleverness here, no cunning survival maneuvers from the sunlit world or from the coureur to get her out of this. Sometimes Venus just caught up to the slowest gazelle and pounced. Despite all the respect with which they treated their new world, all the caution, her jaws sometimes snapped shut. Maman hadn't died like this. She'd died at home, surrounded by crying children, a loving husband. No one knew how Chloe had died. Mart hoped she'd at least been with Mathurin. Mart didn't want to die, but maybe it was easier like this. She was probably concussed, passing in and out of consciousness, unable to raise the panic that came before death. Her head hurt so badly she felt like she was going to throw up. She breathed the stifling air with eyes closed until the feeling retreated. She would hold on until she passed out for the last time. She hoped it was painless. She hoped her new family was happy. Marie-Pierre and Gabriel-Antoine deserved it. She hoped Alexis grew up smart and strong and happy. She'd hugged him hard on her last visit. She hoped he never forgot how much she loved him. She'd made peace with Emile, as much peace as they could make. Peace, brother. And she wished Pa some kind of peace. He'd tried so hard to give them what they needed. He'd succeeded, and they'd grown up all right, but losing her would kill him. Let me go, Pa. And she wished Pascal all that she wanted and needed. Pascal had the hardest path in front of her. Goodbye, little sister. Blotches of black swam in front of the vision of plastic and cloud beneath her. She rested her head against the padded sides of the helmet. She needed water. So hot. She needed rest. For a little. 54. Emile went where? Georges Etienne demanded. Pascal stood on one of Marie-Pierre's trawlers. It was bigger than their habitat, with 2 layers, the inner of which would be capable of maintaining a pressure of just 1 atmosphere and a livable temperature of about 25, even at the bottom of the subcloud haze. Pa, Marie-Pierre, and Gabriel-Antoine were with her. I don't know, Pa, Pascal said. Chris, Georges Etienne said. The clouds of 48th Rang drifted around them, and Marie-Pierre's deep habitats arrayed under them. We've got no one on the Kozma des Vents, Pascal said. Why was Emile going to Mart? Pascal wanted to go, too. But if Mart had followed the plan, she might be as much as 30 kilometers northwest and 10 kilometers higher. Whatever was wrong, Emile was closer. Who would go to the habitat? I'll go, Pascal said. I'll go with you, Gabriel-Antoine said, smiling behind his faceplate. I will, Georges Etienne insisted. You're a better flyer down here, Gabriel-Antoine said. Better than me or Marie-Pierre, and I know habitats. Pa looked like he wanted to object, but finally pressed his lips tight. We'll get ready here to catch the damn thing, he said finally. Pascal scanned the area quickly, trying to think of what she'd need. They'd accomplished a lot in the days of sweating and dehydration and sleep deprivation. The hard part had been building a square frame with a hollow ring at each corner big enough to fit a trawler, and then to put the 4 trawlers into place. Pa had broken a finger. Gabriel-Antoine had ripped his suit and gotten a nasty chemical burn on one arm, and Marie-Pierre had been knocked off a trawler and caught by her harness. Pascal had avoided injury, even though she was distracted by the world opening up for her. Now the trawlers creaked in the harnesses against crosswinds, like them waiting to start. It wasn't just the possibility of going to the surface and reaching the stars that gave Pascal hope. Marie-Pierre had brought down 2 small packets of pills in a thermos case. She'd pulled Pascal aside and switched to a private channel and told her what they were. Elation and terror swelled in her chest. Yet there was nothing hopeful or safe about what would come next. Causing 2 floating objects to intercept in the immensity of the clouds was phenomenally difficult, and usually wasn't attempted because of the danger of collisions. Most of the time, a wing-pack, airplane, or drone did all the moving, treating both habitats as stationary objects. When the coureur habitats wanted to approach each other, they would match altitude first, which meant neutralizing wind speed and direction, before using propellers to approach.
The problem here was that the Kozma des Vents wasn't meant to be at this altitude at all, and once the descent had begun, it sank unstoppably. Its steep descent angle helped evade detection, but if they missed the catch, the Kozma des Vents would just keep falling. Gabrielle Antoine touched Pascal's arm. The touch was hot. Everything was hot. Her suit's refrigeration system was working hard, but spots of 40 or 50 degrees just had to be taken in stride. Everything we need will be on the habitat, Gabrielle Antoine said. Oui, Pascal said. Bonne chance, mon cher, Georges Etienne said. The mon cher gave her a twinge. Pa called Marthe ma chère. Pascal hadn't told Pa anything yet, or Gabrielle Antoine. She wasn't sure of anything. No, that wasn't true. Some inner realization had clicked, like something that had been missing all her life, the puzzle piece that would make everything make sense. She didn't know how to tell anyone. She felt brittle, like the least anger or rejection would crush the fragile understanding she had of herself. Merci, Pa, she said. She stepped away from them, unfurled her wings, spun up her engine, and leapt from the top of the trawler. She accelerated and climbed. She didn't throttle up all the way yet. She looked back for Gabrielle Antoine. He flew well in the lower decks, cute in his occasional struggling. He climbed behind her. They were close enough that low-watt radio bursts, squawks not strong enough to leave the clouds, would start to trigger a low-energy homing beacon to the Kozma des Vents, 2 kilometers higher. If not for smothering clouds, they would already see it. Pascal had a brief urge to tease Gabrielle Antoine, but she was too nervous about everything else going on. She revved her droning engine louder and rose. The Kozma des Vents emerged from a dark cloud bank pregnant with rain, descending like a bloated caricature of a habitat, covered with stringy black cables and bits of old trawler husk, dripping fat drops that refracted dull light. It was ugly. It had never been beautiful, but it was particularly ugly now, masked, almost like a spiny cocoon to protect its transformation from one form to another. Pascal climbed, banked, and flared just as she crested the roof of the habitat, landing with a little hop. She turned immediately, stepping back to help Gabrielle Antoine land. In seconds he looped in slower, unpracticed at making a pinpoint landing with these wing packs at this pressure. He stumbled, but didn't fall. Pascal steadied him, and he smiled at her behind his faceplate. Emile had already tied 3 of 6 emergency balloons to the roof cleats. 2 others were wound with their cables in the storage bin that he'd left open. We can already blow the first and last, Gabrielle Antoine said, pointing at the balloon lying flaccid at the sternmost cleat. He headed to the bow cleat. Pascal connected an oxygen hose to the balloon. Ready? She said. Vas-y, Gabrielle Antoine crackled in the radio. They both turned the valves. Oxygen rushed into the balloons, immediately lifting them from the deck. The cabling was only about 2 meters long, so Pascal could stand under the distending balloon and extricate the hose when it was full. The next sternmost cleat was tied to a balloon, but Gabrielle Antoine's corresponding one wasn't. His fingers moved quickly in thick gloves. Pascal accessed the habitat's systems, initiating the sequences to close all the openings in the envelope and start draining carbon dioxide from the cells, replacing it with oxygen. Prêt, Gabrielle Antoine called. Pascal cast a quick verifying glance back. Gabrielle Antoine had done so as well. They didn't trust each other enough yet not to double-check. Pascal cranked the oxygen feed, and her balloon inflated, joining the first, bouncing lightly. The roof of the Kozma des Vents groaned. The big emergency balloons weren't made to do more than slow a habitat's descent, to get families and equipment out, or maybe hold it up enough for a better rescue operation. The balloons strained the frame. They could still lose the Kozma des Vents, and the ugly home would tumble all the way to the surface, leaving its transformation stillborn. It wasn't easy to change. Becoming something else was dangerous. They repeated the process for the next 2 emergency balloons. It didn't feel like the Kozma des Vents had slowed, and it would be 10 to 15 minutes of pumping until enough of the envelope was filled with oxygen to make a difference. But it was doing something. Math said it had to. The single middle cleat, with 3 balloons on each side of it, was empty, ready to be attached to the cable connecting to the floating harness. Are we close, Pa?
Pascal said. We're driving toward you, Pa wrote back. About 600 meters vertical to go, but you're coming down fast. What's the horizontal? Pascal asked.
Calvaire!
Came through the helmet speakers. They were close enough for their low-wattage voice transmissions to make it.
You're too low!
Pascal spun up her wing pack and leapt from the roof of the Kozma. Hazy below them, the 4 trawlers floated in their harness. They were too far. The cable wouldn't reach. She banked. The props beneath the Kozma churned at full speed. There was no more throttle to give. They would miss by just a bit, 100 meters, but they would miss. It was the winds, the stupid, always shifting winds.
Pa, get ready with the cable.
She wasn't going to let them miss it. They weren't going to lose the stars, the true Venus.
I'm ready, he said. Can you get her closer?
Pascal revved her engine hard, swooped up, and then cut it. Her momentum carried her to an apex just over the roof, and she landed between the taut cables holding 2 balloons.
What are we doing?
Gabriel Antoine said. Pascal looked through one of the lockers and heaved a coil of cabling so hard she fell back. Both ends had tough carbon nanofiber hooks. She shoved one end at Gabriel Antoine.
Hook this into the main cleat and make sure it doesn't come out. What are you doing?
He demanded again, even as he helped her make sure the cable wasn't tangled.
We need more line. You can't reach the frame from here with that.
I can reach Pa with it, she said, dragging the coils to where the envelope began to curve steeply.
What are you talking about? He said. You can't meet someone in midair. Fly with the cable, Pa, Pascal said. We have to meet in the middle.
Osti, was the only thing that Pa grunted back.
But,
Gabriel Antoine said.
Don't let that hook loose,
Pascal said. She leapt into space, holding the other hook with 2 hands. The cable was heavy, and even as she throttled up, the weight dragged her Venusward. Her wing pack engine howled, a long, high, alarmed note, and her suit began to feel hotter. When the engine ran hot, it did a worse job at transferring heat to the radiators. This was going to be touchy. Pa was already in the air, about 100 meters below her. His cable bowed downward, his own wing pack barely holding him and the cable up. But Pa had read her mind. Her crazy plan. He flew with his hook before him, too. Now that they were within sight of the stationary harness and 4 trawlers, it was clear that the Kozma was sinking faster than they'd planned, even with everything inflated. Pascal banked left and right, snaking as she approached him, the weight of the cable pulling her back more and more. She flew at the edge of stalling, even at full throttle.
This is crazy, Pascal, Gabriel Antoine called. Even if you're close, you'll collide.
She ignored him.
Pa, she said, fly straight at me, full thrust. We have to stall right at the same time, right in front of each other.
She didn't know what Pa was thinking, whether it was right or wrong, but he trusted her. Or he was just as crazy. Or maybe he needed this. Maybe the axis mundi to the stars would give some meaning to all he'd lost. Venus owed him. He just needed to collect. The shriek of her engine felt like it was burning behind her. The Kozma was nearly level with the floating frame. Pa was coming at her just as hard, dragging his heavy cable. 20 meters. 10. 5. They both pulled up at the same time, but they were so heavy they stalled early, and they were falling together. Pascal dipped forward, revving to recover from the stall. She grabbed Pa's hook and yanked it closer to hers. Falling as he was, Pa nonetheless also got a grip on both and pulled them closer. Almost there. Muscles strained as the pull of each cable became irresistible. The tip of one hook was against the concave top of the other, and they still fell, engines screaming, bodies burning. Then, suddenly, the hooks found each other, just as Pa snapped his fingers out of the way. The immediate tension on the cable whipped it out of their hands, flinging them spinning into the air. Cables and metal and carbon struts creaked warningly, an alien sound in the clouds. She spread her legs, head down, pointing her hands to get control again. With unnatural speed for its size, the Kozma swung beneath her, right into her dive path. If she hadn't been so terrified, the image of Gabriel Antoine bracing himself on the envelope, looking up at her in astonishment, would have been comical. Pascal's engine bit at the clouds. She pulled up and swooped out of the way. Pa flew counterclockwise as well, rising on the winds on the opposite side of the float frame. No, he wasn't rising. The float frame was sinking. Marie-Pierre was scrambling across the shaking frame, quickly turning valves to pump oxygen out of the woody bulbs of the trawlers. They were filled with oxygen, which gave them enough buoyancy, but in extremis in the depths, they could lower the pressure inside their buoyancy chambers, giving them additional lift. Marie-Pierre sped the process along with mechanical pumps. The Kozma des Vents swung pendulum-like, dragging the float frame down into a bank of clouds that rained on them and cut their visibility. They were at 49th now, almost home for Pascal and Pa. "Gabriel Antoine, check all the cleats and the structural stability of the envelope," she said, "and get ready to get out of there in a hurry if something goes wrong. Pa, check on the cable mounting on the frame. I'm going to check along the cable." She swept upward, around the sinking frame. She couldn't get too close, because the 4 bobs from the 4 trawlers hung there. A collision would smash her helmet and cook her instantly. She banked tightly, circling the cable over and over, shining her light down its length, looking for fraying. She turned more tightly where the 2 hooks held tight to one another. They looked okay. She followed the cable down and landed on the roof of the habitat. The Kozma des Vents creaked ominously. It didn't like this depth, too hot for it, too crushing. She checked all the cleats that Gabriel Antoine had already checked. He was below decks, just coming up the envelope stairway. "It's holding," he said. He was sweating in his helmet. So was she. He came close and pressed his faceplate against hers. "I can't believe what you did," he yelled, not transmitting by radio. His voice was both distant, muffled by 2 helmets, and amplified by the high temperature down here. It existed in multiple places, like her emotions. His face was admiring and stormy with anger. "You were so brave, but you could have been killed." Pascal didn't know if she was blushing. Her suit's cooling system was working on a deficit. Sulfuric acid rained on them like a spring shower. She wiped his faceplate clear with her glove. It seemed a very intimate gesture, like preening, and he did the same to hers. "If we weren't trapped in these things, I would kiss you," he yelled. "I would let you," she laughed. "You're not like anybody I've ever met." She felt like crumpling at the heart-squeezing happiness and the heart-stabbing irony. The Kozma des Vents sank more slowly now, the cable groaning with geriatric protest. Hot clouds rose magically around them. "This cable will only hold so long," Pascal said, looking up. The frame they'd built to harness the 4 trawlers was holding. The habitat hung from the X-shaped cross struts at 150 meters above. The weighted ends of the trawler plumb lines swung pendulously in the wind. They weren't in resonance, which they'd worried might be dangerous enough to rip the frame apart. "We're going to need a lot more cable to bridge this," Gabriel Antoine said. "Or we're going to have to winch the Kozma des Vents higher. I'll get the winch ready with Pa and bring down a second cable. You get the balloons deflated before stray radar recognizes us," she said. She leapt from the roof of the habitat, flying up, her wing-pack engine whirring. Gabriel Antoine followed. The plumb lines under the trawlers were acting funny. They bowed gently outward, all of them. There was no resonance with the wind to do that. She circled, climbing. Her suit had a crude voltmeter that normally showed electrical fields when they flew around trawler plumb lines. The cables bridged slightly different levels of the clouds, turning static into current, but they were variably conductive. If not, a lightning strike would blow out the biological capacitors in the trawlers. And Marie-Pierre had already turned the conductance of these cables off. "I think the plumb lines are live," Pascal said. Everyone was on a different trawler head, checking the ties on different equipment. Marie-Pierre pulled out a better voltmeter and began checking as Pascal flew close over the frame. Above the X-cross where the habitat was attached, a bright blue arc of electricity leapt 4 meters to shock her. Pascal's body seized, and she dipped and glided down between the struts before the arc let her go. Black crawled inward from edges of her vision, and her muscles continued to tremble, but she managed to pull up and crash on top of the nearest trawler head, where Marie-Pierre kept her from falling over the edge. Then dizzy black loomed over her vision like a storm cloud. 55. Georges Etienne landed beside Pascal just as Gabriel Antoine did. A stripe of black lined the front of Pascal's suit from shoulder to knee. Pascal was moving sluggishly as Georges Etienne prodded at the burn mark. "What are you doing?" Gabriel Antoine demanded stridently beside him. "Quiet," Georges Etienne said. He continued probing with the fingers, feeling for crackling, listening for crunching over the patter of raining sulfuric acid. "We need to get him inside somewhere," Gabriel Antoine said. "Make a shelter here," Georges Etienne said. Without stopping his probing of the suit, he opened a pocket of Pascal's suit and pulled out a silvery acid-proof sheet. "We need to take him somewhere." "No," Georges Etienne said. "We have to finish checking to see if his suit is breached. At this depth, acid and heat will get in and cook him." Gabriel Antoine looked stupid for a moment, processing everything. He was pretty dumb for a smart guy. Marie-Pierre took the sheet out of Gabriel Antoine's hands and laid it over Pascal's legs, where Georges Etienne had already checked. "To be sure, apply some base," Georges Etienne said. This time, Gabriel Antoine reacted with more self-possession. He pulled out his own neutralizing paste and dabbed it along the burn mark on the suit. Georges Etienne got to Pascal's shoulder. "Pas mal, mon petit gars," he said. "You were lucky." Pascal weakly held up a thumb. "Reste ici," Georges Etienne said. He stood. He and Marie-Pierre looked down on the Kozma des Vents, swaying gently in the breeze at the bottom of the cable. The plumb lines from the 4 trawlers holding it up bowed outward noticeably. "What's going on?" he said. "The plumb lines are conducting," Marie-Pierre said. "They shouldn't be. They should be in their non-conductive state right now. They're not. They're conducting enough to make magnetic fields to repel each other." The inside of her helmet was so bright with heads-up displays that her frown was apparent. "My diagnostics say the plumb lines should be off," she said. "I don't know what's causing this." Gabriel Antoine was behind them. "It's the middle cable, the one holding up the Kozma des Vents," he said. "It's longer than we intended, so it's connecting clouds across a greater distance. It's conducting, either inside or along the rain on the outside, and it's probably inducing a current along the plumb lines." Georges Etienne nearly whistled appreciatively. "Is that right?" "C'est boire," Marie-Pierre said. "Maybe." They'd done it. Against all odds, they'd sunk it and caught it in mid-fall. But if the cable holding up the Kozma des Vents had started building a charge, they were in a lot of danger unless they could put that charge somewhere. Healthy trawlers stored excess charge in electroplaques and then shut off their conductance. Now they could build up enough charge to induce lightning from the clouds. Or burn themselves out. 56. Emile winged northeast at full throttle. He was probably still 12 kilometers from Mart, and even once he got close, he'd still need to find her in the air column. He didn't hear anything from Pascal behind him. The radio crackled ominously ahead, synchronized with brilliant flashes smothered behind layers of ochre cloud. He was already at 46th rang, but picked up airspeed by angling into a long descent. Gravity sped him, moving him to a slower layer of winds. Fat drops pelted him, knocking loudly on the crown of his helmet and shrinking visibility to a few hundred meters. Chaotic gusts became violent, and a crack of lightning lit the world to bright yellow. Deep, bone-vibrating sound reached him nearly at the same time as the blinding light. He was wrenched 100 meters higher and then plunged down 200 meters, as if the storm wanted to shake him to death. His upper deck wings would have snapped long ago. Even the stubby coureur wings strained. The coureurs avoided storms. Smart coureurs, anyway. No one had ever called him smart. "Mart!" he called. "Mart!" The static in his helmet was dialed painfully loud, but he didn't hear an answer. An updraft hit him like a fist, stalling his lift, flipping him onto his back and into a tumble. He fell half a kilometer before he could level out in the punishing turbulence. He couldn't remember the last time he'd been in a storm like this. He was a bit scared. This really might be it. Something clenched his heart, too. Not his own end. He was thinking about Chloé. She and Mathurin had vanished in a storm. He'd loved his little sister. She'd been romantic, dreamy, a good mother, a forgiving sister, and too young to die. And she'd only died because Venus had been in a mood that day. Venus didn't care who her victims were. She couldn't care who they were. Les colonistes made of Venus a hungry and capricious goddess because their minds were wired to find intent in the world. They looked for meaning because they had none. Thérèse dug for meaning with all her heart. And what did he do? Did he really sacrifice at Venus's altar? He hadn't sacrificed anything that was his own. He'd lost his sister, his mother, and in some ways his girlfriend, but those weren't his sacrifices. He'd helped drop the Kozma des Vents into the clouds, but he'd not yet given anything that was his. An updraft grabbed him, throwing him upward so fast that breath left him, and the vibration of his wings straining in their mountings went straight into his bones. Venus threw him high, so high that he met another wind going in another direction that plowed him downward. He climbed into a slower-moving pocket of air and turned east again. After the pounding, the moderate rain gentled. This might be it, really it. He might not go as a willing sacrifice to Venus, but just as another of her murder victims. "Mart! Mart!" he called. In the distance of static, he heard a voice talking. Bacomo control on the common channel, so swamped that he couldn't make out the words. "Mart!" he called. His battery level was starting to worry him, but he kept climbing. He was getting close to her last coordinates. From here, the storm could have thrown her in any direction at any speed, with her emergency balloon and cracked helmet. Every suit had an emergency beacon, and a weaker one on the balloon, but he couldn't hear hers. If her balloon had endured so far, she'd be somewhere between 53rd and 58th wrongs. Big range. And if her balloon had burst, or even just been leaking, she'd be below 50th wrong. Ambient pressure told him he was at 48th wrong, but GPS put him at 52nd. Up or down? "Mart!" A very faint ping sounded in the static. His suit had heard it at the edge of detection. Down. Emil jackknifed and dove. The wind rushed past, the rain flying upward, receding above him, nature running in reverse, time flowing backward. He was descending into Venus, becoming more primitive. In his heart, he offered himself for Mart. All of them, Pascal, Jeannud, Alexis, and Pa, needed her. He did too. And he was willing to bargain with a goddess for Mart, no different from a hunter burning animal remains 50,000 years ago. The ping became louder, enough that his helmet began to resolve its location. 47th wrong, about 5 kilometers east. Below the storm and 20 kilometers below safety. She'd somehow dropped so low that she'd gone beneath him. She was at the limit of the zone where her emergency balloon could function, and to have gotten there at all, the storm must not have treated her well. Droplets of hot sulfuric acid spattered the glass of his faceplate, beating off in the wind. The heat sweltered, pressing his suit hard against his skin, not burning yet, but uncomfortable. He hadn't been this deep in a long time. Then he broke into clearer clouds of smoky brown. There was no more rain, but the light was reddened and scattered, shadowless and coming from all directions. The occasional crash of lightning far above painted lumpy textured shadows onto the clouds. He passed 48th wrong before pulling up, circling to home in on her signal. "Mart!" Her signal was stronger. East 400 meters, down 800. The clouds finally broke into the trackless uniformity of the subcloud haze. This Virga zone was the world without definition, the chaos that existed before clouds, before ground, before stars, or even storms. A shape came into blurry view in the distance, a silver-white balloon half inflated. Beneath it, on a short cable, hung a body. The nature of the attachment point of the balloon to the wing pack made it look like someone had been hanged. The silvery sheet hanging over didn't help. "Mart!" He circled, bleeding off airspeed before climbing into a stall with almost no forward speed right beside her. He grabbed the balloon string with both hands and wrapped his legs around her body. His weight caused them to plunge, but she didn't move. He furled his wings and activated his emergency balloon. It inflated off the top of his wing pack, jerking sullenly at him until they stopped descending. Then they hung together in the featureless haze at 46th wrong. He pulled another emergency balloon and hooked it onto Mart's wing pack. He twisted in the end of a hose and attached the other end to his oxygen tank, and then blew it. After moments, they began rising, slowly and calmly. He opened a strap on his suit and attached himself to Mart's wing pack so they couldn't be separated. Then, hanging there from his own balloon, he pulled up the protective tarp that had been hiding his sister. Her sweaty forehead was pressed against a bloody spot on the inside of her cracked helmet. Shallow breaths fogged a tiny patch of the glass, and her cheeks were pink. He tried patching into her suit to read some of her vitals, but her processor was offline. The radiator on her wing pack was blistering hot. If he thought she could go deeper and that they were close enough, he would have brought her to the Cause Obscale de Profondeur, but he didn't trust her suit. "De como, can you read me?" he said. No response. Osti. With 2.5 emergency balloons, they would rise slowly over 4 or 5 hours. He didn't trust either of their suits for that, nor their oxygen supply. They'd gone too deep to depend too much on balloons. They were below the storm, and it might be moving past them if it was contained enough. Towering storms could be quick hits, or they could become monsters. He unfolded his wings and checked the engine readings. He had 1/3 of a charge left on his battery, and his coolant system was still okay. And what he was about to do went against every piece of advice any smart person would ever give. He clung tightly to Mart and looped the cable he was dangling from round the tie loop on her wing pack. Then he carefully popped the attachment on his own wing pack and brought the end to her pack and tied it firmly. His emergency balloon was now her 3rd balloon. He had no more safety margin. If for any reason his wing pack failed, he was going to meet Venus up close. Then he let go and throttled up his engine. Without his weight, Mart rose fast. He circled her, following her up. Every so often he flew beneath her, grabbing a trailing cable, yanking her eastward. He needed to get them east of the storm and higher. 57. "We need to stop collecting the charge or we have to put it somewhere," Marie-Pierre repeated. They stood on one of the 4 trawlers forming the buoyancy frame. The trawler cables bowed out more and more. The charge on the cable holding the Cause Obscale des Vents was building. "The cables aren't designed for that much weight," Marie-Pierre said, "and the strength of the cables is weakest in their conducting state." Georges Etienne chewed at the inside of his cheek. Sweat rolled through the stubble on his chin. "What if we power the Cause Obscale des Vents off the charge?" he asked. "Oui," Gabriel Antoine said, "but if we run too many things, someone might see it." "Oxygen," Marie-Pierre said. "Use the electricity to crack carbon dioxide to get out the oxygen. It takes a lot of power but doesn't have any moving parts, nothing to make noise or create electrical static." "The trick will be wiring it up," Georges Etienne said. "If we land on the Cause Obscale des Vents now, we'll likely get a shock strong enough to knock us out. Any ideas?" "There's no place for the charge to go right now," Gabriel Antoine said, "even if we could ground it." "The other bubs," Marie-Pierre said. "What?" "The 4 surrounding trawlers are conducting properly," she said. "Their electroplaques will soak up additional charge." "To a point," Georges Etienne said. "To a point." "But by then one of us could get to the Cause Obscale des Vents and run a line from the cable to the electrical system," Gabriel Antoine said. "The dangerous part is all of it," Marie-Pierre said. "Are you joking?" Georges Etienne asked. She shook her head inside her helmet. She handed Georges Etienne a coil of cabling and clipped a different one to his chest harness. "Lower yourself down to the cable on this trawler and tie that around," she said. "Then come back up. I'll do the same on the other 3. "This'll carry a charge?" Georges Etienne said dubiously, hefting the coil of cable. "Enough for now. How do we connect it to the central cable holding up the Cause Obscale des Vents without electrocuting ourselves?" he asked. Gabriel Antoine judged the cable for a few moments and pulled a small steel hammer from his tool pockets. Then he explained. It wasn't the best plan Georges Etienne had ever heard, but they were close to losing everything, and he had none of his children around him to help. Georges Etienne clambered down the rope and swung on the line until he could grab the trunk of the central cable under this trawler. It was thicker than he was, and tingled as he wrapped his legs around it. He moved quickly, tying a loop around it, and let go, swinging back out into space before the uncertain currents started seizing up his leg muscles. Marie-Pierre flitted over to the next trawler head like she was born for the depths, and Georges Etienne felt a weird pride, not through the artificial marriage that they'd made,
but from the simple fact that such a competent woman had agreed to partner with him in any sense. He'd spent a lot of his life second-guessing himself. That this dream of his was worth others risking their livelihoods and lives gave him an inner solidity he hadn't felt for a long time. "And you?" he said, turning to Gabriel Antoine. The young engineer was shifting nervously, and he was still just looking down at Georges Etienne's youngest child. Gabriel Antoine faced him, a bit distracted, but after a few moments he looked up at the clouds that pressed down on them, like he'd just realized he was 20 kilometers from open sky. It took time to adjust to the depths. The sky and stars were far away, but radar and a radio made La Colonie feel far too close sometimes. "I'm here," Gabriel Antoine insisted. Georges Etienne handed him the coil of cabling, and then the small hammer that he'd left on top of the trawler head. The younger man tied the cabling around the T of the hammer and tested its weight. "How are you going to make it hold?" Georges Etienne asked. "It should hold itself," Gabriel Antoine said, positioning himself for a throw. Gabriel Antoine heaved with a loud grunt that sounded through their helmets and through the hot, thick atmosphere. The hammer carried the cabling on a wide arc that swung short of the cable holding up the Kozma. Gabriel Antoine cursed as he pulled it up. Little arcs of blue electricity licked between it, the side of the trawler, and Gabriel Antoine's gloves. Their suits were rubberized as much as Venusian acid and heat chemistry allowed, and laced with grounding wires, but they couldn't block more than small charges. If they'd designed the suits to handle the big charges, the suits would be so bulky as to be dangerous, or the conduction of electricity would melt parts of the suits, creating new problems. They had to take some small shocks at times to live down here, but the more Gabriel Antoine pulled up the cabling, the less charge it had left. The engineer steadied himself as the wind came up and the trawlers lurched unnaturally. A single trawler could ride the wind like a boat on slow ocean waves, but the buoyancy frame they'd made caught the wind in counterintuitive ways, and the Kozma was a big, awkward windbreak right now. Georges Etienne's wind legs were not much steadier. Gabriel Antoine swung the hammer on the end of the cabling faster and faster, and then finally released it with a loud heave. It fell through the air, long and wide. As it came to the end of its length, it swung around, describing an arc that crossed the cable holding up the habitat. A loud snap and a burst of electricity sounded as the cables touched. The hammer orbited the cable in a tightening spiral that ended abruptly when the hammer touched the cable and stuck. "Woo!" Gabriel Antoine shouted, pumping the air with his fist. The cable and bob beneath their trawler stopped bowing outward and hung straight, now swinging gently in the wind like a pendulum as it came to a new rest. "The hammer stuck," Georges Etienne said. "The cable is magnetized for now," Gabriel Antoine explained. Marie-Pierre had finished tying an extra loop of cabling to the adjacent trawler and was moving to the third. Gabriel Antoine flew to that trawler, while Georges Etienne flitted quickly to the last one and did the same. As the grounding cables were tied, he and Gabriel Antoine heaved them with ferromagnetic weights, trying to catch the middle cable. It was harder than it looked, and it took them a few tries to loop around the new connections. "It's not real grounding," Gabriel Antoine said. "The whole structure of the 4 trawlers and the habitat is collecting a big static charge as they move through the clouds. But at least everything has the same charge now. We'll still need to discharge it soon, or drain it off." "Let's drain quick," Georges Etienne urged, the dangerous part. "If I get shocked senseless, you'll catch me," Gabriel Antoine said to him. His voice had a tremble of nervousness. In smothering clouds of hot sulfuric acid, he was going to fly down to the Kozma. The charge on the whole structure was the same, but that wouldn't last long, and when Gabriel Antoine flew, particles of moisture might siphon off the charge he carried or add to it. They didn't know. No one had ever done this. Lowering him down the central cable was too slow and might damage it. They already weren't sure how long it would hold up the Kozma. "Bien sûr," Georges Etienne said. Gabriel Antoine steeled himself as if working up the courage to jump off a diving board. This wasn't his world. He was a creature of the clear skies and stars, where the touch of Venus was ghostly and abstract. At the 43rd rung, this was entirely her world. She struck down the proud and careful even-handedly. Seeing his youngest son laid low, watched over by a young man with tender feelings, made Georges Etienne feel his age. Until a few months ago, he would have guessed that his best years were behind him. Not so much now, on the edge of a dream he could give to his children. He put his hand on Gabriel Antoine's shoulder. "Go," Georges Etienne said, "for the whole family." Pascal, still prone, patted the engineer's leg. Gabriel Antoine stepped to the edge of the slope and leapt as the engine on his wing pack chewed at the haze. Georges Etienne followed, banking wide and staying high so that he could dive after Gabriel Antoine quickly if he fell. Gabriel Antoine swooped down over the roof of the Kozma, stalled a little too high, and had to drop 5 feet to the flat surface between the emergency balloons. The crack of an electrical discharge leapt from boot to habitat before he touched. Static in the radio band swamped Gabriel Antoine's quick scream. He landed hard on the roof and didn't move for a moment. "Is he okay?" Pascal demanded. Gabriel Antoine silently put up his fists in the air, a weak cheering. Georges Etienne felt himself laughing, then heard it. "C'est bon," Georges Etienne said. "He took a good shock, but he's okay." Suddenly his earpiece sounded with radar pings, and his blood went cold. The colonie had not fallen for Mart's distraction. Gabriel Antoine got groggily to his feet and started deflating the emergency bags on the roof of the Kozma. Georges Etienne banked, flared, landed, and began to do the same. The radar reflections of the emergency oxygen bags would be easy to spot. Up above, Marie-Pierre was pulling out the extra covering of nets over the 4 trawlers in the float harness to reduce their radar reflectivity. Radar pings sounded again, but his suit wasn't equipped to tell him how close the searchers were. 58. This was the hardest flying Emile had ever done, swooping forward, jerking on a cable attached to his floating sister, stalling, recovering from the stall, and climbing until he was yanked back again, over and over in an endless repeat in a shapeless world of hot, melting colors. Through it all they'd gained a few kilometers. They had risen from the haze into the clouds at 48th rang. The storm still batted them around with inscrutable updrafts and crosswinds, but the temperature had dropped to 80 degrees and the pressure to 1.5 atmospheres. A drizzle of sulfuric acid began to fall just as the engine of his wing pack began to sputter. With a panicked twist, he turned in the air, circling Mart tightly as he tried to grab a hold of the cable holding them together. His engine gave out before he got a good grip. He fell to the end of his line, and his weight briefly pulled down Mart's motionless form and the balloons. He swore, folding back his wings and at least righting himself on the end of the line. He was hanging about 20 meters below her. They weren't sinking anymore, although the speed of their rise was hard to measure against the sputtering winds mixing the clouds. He forced himself to be calm and let himself dangle as he ran a check of the engine. All the telltales were red. It wouldn't start. A few things could chew up an engine that fast, and all of them were different ways that concentrated sulfuric acid could get past the carbon casing and into the working parts. Acid would melt the smart circuitry, the electrical connections, and even wreck the battery chambers. It might be repairable, but not hanging under his sister at the edge of a storm 49 kilometers above the surface of Venus. Calvaire! He took a deep breath, checked the attachment of the cable, and thought of Chloe. He hoped she hadn't been scared when Venus took her. He hoped it had been quick. Falling and cooking wasn't quick. He opened the latches over the straps of his wing pack and tugged the release loops. The straps made a zipping sound as they slid off his shoulders, and his wing pack fell behind him. He twisted his neck and then body, and caught sight of the wing pack shrinking beneath him. It became fuzzier, blurring, becoming one with the clouds. There was never closure, no instant of was turning into was not. Not with his wing pack, not with Chloe, and not with Thérèse. Not even with the Kozma. Things just drifted out of sight. What would it take to make Venus accept humanity? Now was the hard part. He didn't have the spare D-rings and straps to set up a climbing harness. He heaved himself up 20 centimeters with just his arms, then 20 more. The cable was slippery with acid, but he heaved 20 centimeters more. After a meter, he could wrap his legs around the cable too, and give himself a bit more leverage. 19 meters to go. The wind picked up, howling outside his helmet in the sonorous closeness he'd missed for 5 years. Sound was a washed-out, slow thing up in the flotilla. Supposedly, 55th wrong was the same pressure that humans had evolved in. He'd listened to sounds at 55th. It didn't feel natural to him, no matter what evolution said. He'd grown up at 2.5 atmospheres of pressure and close to 100 degrees Celsius, where noise felt close and rich. He'd tried describing this to Thérèse, and she just thought it incomprehensible, and her big, strange, scarred coureur des vents charming. No, not hers. She'd touched him, taken from him, but she'd never really taken him to be hers. He just kept climbing, arm after arm, 100 kilos of bone and muscle, and another 20 of suit and air tank, climbing out of Venus. To what? When putting them into their swinging hammocks for bed when they were young, his father had told them that the wind carried the voice of Venus. The wind had been howling outside their first trawler habitat that evening, the voice of Venus angry and edged with storm. Pa had been trying to be comforting, but hadn't done a good job. Jeannot and Chloé had slept quick enough, but even then Émile had understood the anger of Venus. After a while, he'd carefully crept from his swaying hammock and climbed into Jeannot's, where he wrapped his older brother's arm over himself. Venus howled at him now. He didn't know how to satisfy her any more than he'd understood Thérèse. His arms trembled as he reached the last few centimeters and wrapped his legs around Mart's. Hugging her with an arm, he clipped his main strap to the balloons beside her. Only when he was sure everything was solid did he let his shaking arms lower. His shoulders burned. Their 4-booted feet dangled nervelessly beneath them, framing dark ochre clouds, dumping torrents of rain only a kilometer beneath them. Mart's breath continued to softly fog the front of her faceplate, and her bloody forehead still rested against a web of cracks. Tiny bubbles of blood formed and popped on the outside of the cracks as her suit shed air to equilibrate with the lowering pressure of the clouds. He shook her gently, said her name, but she didn't respond. His weight hadn't helped, but dropping the wing pack had. His suit said they'd risen to 51st wrong. The balloons blocked his direct view, but the clouds brightened to a light brown, looking wispy. Then the clouds opened up to show him les plaines. It wasn't the full view of the clear air going on forever with a floor and ceiling of clouds. The storm to the west had bulged up the floor of clouds like a distended mountain, so that it almost touched the ceiling a kilometer higher. The distortion had also dropped the floor of les plaines around him, so that nearly 2 kilometers of clear air separated him from the middle cloud deck. Wild trawlers floated, so distant that they looked like bits of dander. "Control, can you hear me?" he said. "This is Émile Daquillon, in distress, at Les Plaines. I have my sister with me. She's unconscious. We're both on emergency balloons. Control?" Static filled the response. A storm could swamp weak radio signals. Their rise rate was clearer now that he had something to landmark against, but not fast enough. He unstrapped Mart's wing pack and wrapped his legs around it. He didn't need to look at the external diagnostics. Something hard had hit one of the wings and the mounting assembly. It would take a machine shop and replacement parts to bring it back to life. He pulled out the spare oxygen tank and hung it on his harness. Then he did the same to the main battery. It was good, but the cracked mounting had let sulfuric acid into the case of the emergency battery. Unsalvageable. He took a deep breath. He let the wing pack go. It tumbled in the clear air, then vanished into the dark ochre clouds of the lower deck. "Another offering," he said to Venus, as he and his sister rose into the orange-yellow of the middle deck, and it began to rain. He felt them rising faster now. Clouds visibly dropped around them, inexorably. The balloons expanded as the pressure dropped, but only slightly. It was still 1.25 atmospheres. When they got into the very low pressures, the balloons would distend, sometimes dangerously. And when the pressure dropped still more, the cracks in Mart's faceplate would let her air hiss away until she didn't have enough oxygen. She would pass out, maybe forever. They reached 54th Rang. The sulfuric acid rain steadied now like a summer shower. Very soon they'd be at the magical 55th Rang, where the temperature hovered around 25 centigrade and the pressure was not far under 1 atmosphere. He looked at his sister's unconscious face. The skin was smooth, with a few marks where droplets of acid had touched her, as Venus caressed all of them at some point. In this false sleep, she was peaceful, vulnerable, not the ball-busting bitch she could be with him. But even when she was that bitch who was never pleased with anything he did, when she was their father given new shape, she was still his sister, and he loved her. And truth be told, someday Pa wasn't going to be there, and somebody needed to take care of Jeanne and Alexis, and even Pascal a little bit. And Emile could see what everyone else saw. He was the last choice for that job. She was the first. She already took care of him in a strange way. This was his turn to take care of her. He pulled out a survival sheet and unrolled it. It was a light weave of silk fine carbon fiber, waterproof and capable of surviving for hours outside in the 50th Rang before the acid could gnaw holes in it. He put it over their heads so that the rain pattered off it. Inside this meager shelter, he pulled a bicarbonate pad out of one of his sealed pockets and began wiping her helmet and then the inside of the survival sheet where the acid from her helmet had touched. Then her shoulders and the sheet around her. Then him. It was awkward work, and he knew he wasn't going to get everything. Her blood continued to make little bubbles over the cracks in her faceplate. They hissed when they touched the bicarbonate residue his wiping had left. His display showed the temperature was 30 degrees and the pressure about 1 atmosphere. He took a deep breath. Then he cracked the seal on his helmet and quickly took it off and hung it on his harness. He felt the tiny sting of acid burning on his scalp as the survival sheet touched it. He hadn't gotten everything. He didn't breathe. That wouldn't help. It was all carbon dioxide, but the faint smell of chlorine tickled his nostrils. Then he cracked the seal on Mart's helmet and took it off. He hung it quickly from her harness as her head lolled. He tried to keep the sheet from touching her head, and he gave a quick wipe of bicarbonate paste before putting his helmet on her head. He locked it into place and tightened the seal. Then he gave his scalp a quick wipe with the pad, wiped some of her blood off the inside, and put on her helmet. He breathed big gulps of air, and the smell of sulfur and chlorine was bad, and he didn't get any oxygen. It was still the atmospheric air. He dialed up the oxygen feed in his suit to full, and panted as black encroached on the edges of his vision. He held tight to Mart's shoulders as he kept breathing, and the feeling of suffocation started to pass. He'd smelled Venus, directly again, but not like the amateurs had done, high up in the sunlight under the black sky full of stars, out of her reach. He'd revealed himself to her in her own domains. He didn't know if he felt defiant before a spurning lover or supplicating before a powerful liege. He ached inside, not from his brief and impending suffocation, but in his heart. He was still dispossessed, among a dispossessed people. He was beside Mart, who could not answer, could not hear anything he had to say. He had 2 brothers who no longer knew him. He had a father who rejected him. And even Thérèse had been reaching, and he'd been reaching back without ever making contact. All of them lived like the souls in Dante's Inferno, beyond the touch of a god, incapable of touching each other. "Mayday! Mayday! Control, this is Émile Daquillon," he said as the view from under their sheet turned from cloud to the brighter open sky of the second world-spanning layer of clear air. Above, he heard the boom of thunder not so far off. "We're at Grand Allée and rising. Mart is still unconscious. One of our helmets is cracked. We're on balloons and have no wing packs. We need help." Again, nothing but painful static came as reply as lightning hammered the clouds above and to the west. Of course. As they rose, the east wind accelerated. The storm was higher than he'd thought, and they were going back in. Calice! And he blinked at black spots in his vision. The pressure outside had dropped to 1/3 of an atmosphere, and the inside of his suit was down to 1/2 an atmosphere. His chest felt heavy, empty. There was nothing he could do to repair broken glass while he hung in the clouds. He dialed up the oxygen feed. He could operate on low-pressure high oxygen for a while.
but the time to empty on his tank had just gone from 80 minutes to 30. He took deep breaths, calming his thumping heart. As they rose, the pressure would drop more, but if he stayed here, the chance of being rescued went down. The storm wind grabbed them both, the balloons catching the wind like a rope on a winch. Their harnesses yanked them into the heights of the storm. Lightning boomed and burned around them, great bone-rattling flashes cracking only a kilometer away as warm, acid-laden clouds rose, cooled, and emptied torrents of spite into the sky. Emil didn't have time to tie their survival sheet around them, and the wind whipped it away. The sky above them, which before had seemed so close and bright, darkened. The pressure readings on the suit jumped around with the gusting, and the GPS signals became unreliable. He didn't know if they were going up or down anymore. He wrapped his legs and arms around Mart before the wind knocked them together enough to knock them out or rip their suits. He yelled at Venus, maybe transmitting, maybe not. It didn't matter. She always ignored them. "Go back to hell, you bitch!" he yelled. His throat was tight and his voice cracked. "You can't have Mart, and you can't have me either!" A sudden cross-current caught the balloons and swung them wildly, so hard that centrifugal force held them horizontal, staring up at curtains of dark, falling acid. He held Mart tight, like they were little children again. It wasn't just that they'd been children. The Dockwworkers family had been childlike in its optimism. They thought they could keep Jeannoud and make their own way in the clouds, scrape by on hard work and trading and family. Pa and Maman couldn't know that in less than 20 years their choices would kill her and leave baby Alexis an orphan in his grandfather's house. Emil's bitterness was blacker because he'd been that innocent too once. It had once seemed okay to believe that things could turn out right. He didn't know where things had gone wrong. Didn't know if Venus really was stalking them, or if it was their own fault. How could the world turn out like this? It wasn't fair. And part of the anger he felt as he swung wildly on the end of a harness in the storm, perhaps most of it, was that for all that he'd hardened and all that he'd made mistakes, he still carried that stupid optimism in his heart, that terrible place he could be hurt. He'd given the key to Thérèse, and by extension to Venus herself. He hurt, and he couldn't make it stop. He was lonely, holding on to an unconscious little sister who had optimistically bought into Pa's crazy new dream. He held her tighter. And in that moment, Venus pounced. The strap holding Mart to the balloons had twisted over and over and rubbed against the other cables and frayed with the acid and heat. It snapped. Suddenly, he was the only thing holding her from a 60-kilometer fall. The balloons readjusted their weight with a jerk. She slipped in his acid-wet arms. He tightened his legs around her and squeezed her so tight he worried that he might hurt her. Her face rolled against the inside of the faceplate, leaving little blood marks as the wind dropped them, trying to shake his grip. All the weight was on his harness now, and his vision started to blur again. He was running out of oxygen. He hyperventilated, trying to keep himself oxygenated and conscious. As one-handed, he tried to find the side straps of his harness to clip her to himself. He didn't have time to check the oxygen or dial it up or even use voice commands. He had to get the straps attached. The blackening of his vision started in sparks and bursts, expanding into clouds, the same way Venus swallowed objects and people, blurred the sharpness of things, infecting them with her chaos. Life couldn't survive chaos. His chest worked and worked as his hand fumbled through gloves for a strap and a clip, but it felt like an anvil lay on his sternum. He tasted blood from his nose and in his mouth. He didn't know what the pressure was now. He held tight as the blackness swallowed him, but he heard a clip snapped closed. 59. Réjean was ready to piss himself at 49th Rang, only 1 kilometer above the bottom of the lower cloud deck. The radar pings and Geiger counter had brought him to within sight of one of the deep Coureur habitats. Its crudeness and poverty repelled him. The first living habitat he'd ever seen was smaller than he'd expected, green-brown with stringy black plants growing off it like dirty hair. Beneath the main head hung a gantry that looked too flimsy to stand on. He'd blown his plane's balloons and come to a stop about 40 meters from it. Other planes had as well, and despite his reservations, he opened the cockpit, blew an emergency bag, and detached a propelled drone to ferry him to the habitat. It wasn't raining. What would he do if it started raining? Melt? He was no damn coureur. Other pilots were ahead of him, holding tasers and even guns awkwardly as they crossed the distance. 2 drones with Bank of Palace insignia painted on their sides had descended too, little one-person dirigibles. One was holding back and had a tall whip antenna. The other approached the habitat with Réjean and the other pilots. As an afterthought, Réjean unholstered his taser. Getting onto the gantry wasn't easy. His balloon kept bouncing into the outer shell of the trawler, and the first touch actually shocked him. He finally dropped his altitude and got the balloon under the mushroom-like head so that he could reach the gantry with a hook and rope. Others were faster, but not by much. The bank guard was ahead, in a shiny armored survival suit with sidearm, but he waited on the gantry. He didn't really have authority here and couldn't go first. He was an observer and backup. Réjean was second, after Arsenault, his superior. "Let's go," Arsenault said to Réjean. "You two follow after we're in." Réjean didn't want to be the first wave. He wasn't trained for this. Arsenault handed Réjean the Geiger wand and unholstered his taser. Then he started opening the airlock. Both of them got in. The outer door closed with finality. Réjean's breathing was so heavy that the inside of his faceplate was fogging. Arsenault worked the controls. "You nervous?" Arsenault asked. "No," Réjean said. "Good. When we get in, we're in charge, not these terrorists." "Oui," Réjean said, an octave higher than he'd wanted. Their voices sounded strange, offset, like the sound was coming from closer and deeper. It was unnatural. "Going in," Arsenault said into the radio to those outside. "Follow as soon as the airlock is greened." The pressure equalized and the atmosphere changed. The Geiger wand sounded eerie, too-close pings. Arsenault spun the other wheel and pushed the door open. The two of them spilled onto a darkened room with a curving wooden floor. Arsenault slammed the door behind them, spinning the wheel closed so that backup could get here quick. Réjean's taser trembled as he swept the dark, seeing no one. Arsenault shone his hand lamp and advanced. "This is Sûreté de la Colonie," Arsenault called on a speaker on his suit. "Come out. We have a warrant." The airlock thrummed behind them as the outer door closed and the next set of constables came in. "And backup," he added. No one came out. The Geiger wand still pinged toward what looked like a back room. They advanced. Suddenly, from under the table, someone jumped at Réjean, tackling him. Réjean fired his taser and spiked the ceiling. Arsenault slammed his fists into the man in the half-dark, but couldn't dislodge him. Réjean kicked and realized he was whining and shrieking in the radio, and that Arsenault was saying, shut up, get off, shut up, like a charm. "Hostile de tabernacle de gouvernement," the attacker said, getting enough of the upper hand to knock down Arsenault, too. Suddenly thunder sounded in the room, with bright flashes of light. The man stilled and rolled off Réjean, collapsing on the floor. Réjean scrambled away on his back. He had blood all over his suit. He patted himself all over, looking for the leak or the stab entry wound. There was nothing. Arsenault helped him stand. A bearded man lay on the floor, gasping as he bled away. Réjean's bile rose, and he kicked the man, twice. His taser hung impotently from the ceiling. "Hostie de trou de coup," Réjean swore at him. Behind them was another constable and the bank security guy, smoking gun still in his hand. He looked at Réjean. "Find the radiation," he said in English. Réjean held out the shaking Geiger wand. He led them into a dark bedroom. Arsenault shone his light on a small workshop. A lead box in one of the sloping corners pinged louder. Arsenault carefully lifted the lid, and the wand went crazy. He shut it. "Grégoire Tremblay," the other constable said of the dead man on the floor. "Who'd he get this from?" Arsenault asked. No one looked back at the idiot bank guy who'd killed the only one who could answer. "Let's secure this place so we can tear it apart looking for every little clue," Arsenault finally said. "Réjean, take the box up in your plane." 60. Pascal had been shocked before. Everything in the clouds collected a static charge. Most of the time the shocks were small.
This time, her muscles ached. They'd waited for the radar pings to get closer, but they'd gone west and south. Pascal got up and descended to the habitat, and like a weight had been lifted, she scrambled over the Kozma like a child with a new toy. She'd never explored a habitat like this. The lines of the Kozma were strange, inorganic, something wholly made by people. She'd spent her life inside another living thing, a bioengineered Venusian trawler, a creature of wood, electrical arteries, and curving lines. This was so different, lifelessly elegant, and cleverly creative. The Kozma had been damaged on its way down, though. It wasn't made for these pressures or acidities. Corrosion burns ran over its sides like rain tracks, rendering the plastic of the envelope greenhouses opaque. It had been a big job to move the radar-obscuring curtains of old trawler cabling out of the way, then to hang big acid-resistant sheets over the whole habitat before replacing the curtains. It would take weeks, months to remove the metal and retool it into the pieces they could use to cap the cave. In wonder, Pascal came down the inner walkway in the envelope to the airlock to the gondola. Pa, Gabriel-Antoine, and Marie-Pierre inspected the condition of the gondola, pulling up the wall panels to see the wiring and support ribs. They measured and inventoried and planned. Gabriel-Antoine's voice sounded as giddy as Pascal felt. They were going to try to see the true soul of Venus, questing like the knights of old French romances. 1,000 things could go wrong, but if they succeeded, they might reach the stars. Impulsively, Pascal patted her father's arm, then turned it into a one-armed hug that he returned. It was an awkward gesture in survival suits, but she felt her father through the layers, solid, real, seasoned by Venus. Yet Pascal was different from him, conceived here, raised here, still seeking her roots, her true self. She was closer now. She saw in herself what was hidden from the world. "Pete?" Gabriel-Antoine said to her. She felt herself grinning. Gabriel-Antoine gave an awkward hand signal to switch channels, trying to give the coureur one. It was cute. "I'll teach you how to signal properly," Pascal teased, "when your hands aren't in gloves." "I can think of better things to do with my hands when they're not in gloves," he said. The gnawing dread, how to tell Gabriel-Antoine about the self emerging in her, was still distant enough that the euphoria of the moment could hold it away. She was happy. They were happy. She couldn't wait for Marthe and Emile to get back here. They had all they needed to reach the stars. 61. Light creaked into Emile's head through itchy, irritated eyes. His groan sounded hollow. He shifted an arm. He wasn't wearing a suit. Sheets rubbed flesh. His eyes stung. LEDs shone too brightly on the ceiling over him. A big face mask covered his mouth and nose, hissing cold air. He reached and pulled it away on elastic straps. "Leave that on," someone said. "You need the oxygen." He raised himself up on his elbows, and sharp pains shot through all his muscles, like every part of his body had run its own marathon. A nurse crossed the small bay between a dozen other sick beds. He was in the hospital on Bay Como. She put a small hand on his chest and tried to push him back and replace the oxygen mask. She succeeded at neither. "What happened?" he said. "You're really lucky, Monsieur Daquillon," she said. She was in her mid-40s, black-haired and dark-eyed. She indicated a hard-faced woman in a pilot's suit leaning against one of the ward's door frames. "A rescue team found you around 60th wrong. You almost suffocated. Your oxygen supply had run out. You also suffered from decompression." "How's Marthe?" "Who?" "My sister." The woman in the pilot's suit frowned and stepped closer. "I found you, Monsieur Daquillon," she said. "There was no one with you." Cold terror leapt into his stomach. "She was with me," he said, sitting up fully despite the nurse's pushing hand. Pain lanced every muscle, but the horror in his chest was worse. "I strapped her to me." "I'm sorry, Monsieur Daquillon," the pilot said. "You were alone, unconscious. It was lucky that we found you at all. The transceiver in your suit was almost out of power, and the storm had churned up a lot of the middle deck, hundreds of trawlers, making lots of radar shadows." "She was with me," he said. "Where is she?" The pilot's shoulders slumped slightly. I'm very sorry, Monsieur Daquillon. Then she backed out of the room altogether. The nurse was teary-eyed, and her small hand pressed again on his chest. You need oxygen, Monsieur Daquillon, she said in a quiet voice. She stopped trying to push him back and just put the mask over him again. He breathed numbly. The nurse backed away, too. He stared at his sheet-covered toes, rubbing every so often at watering eyes. But soon rubbing didn't help anymore. Tears spilled down his cheeks around the mask. He'd been holding Mart. They'd been strapped together. He'd found her in time. He'd traded helmets with her so that she could breathe. She'd been breathing. He'd been holding her. His throat tightened painfully over silent weeping. Mart had been with him. He'd had her. They'd sidestepped most of the storm. He slumped onto his side. Every part of his body ached in resonance with the throbbing in his heart. This wasn't the death Thérèse had brushed. Mart hadn't been looking for it. She'd been doing her job, living. A storm had taken her with the predatory zeal of a shark. His body shook. Tears ran faster. His little sister was gone. The chop-haired little girl who'd wanted to keep up with him and Jean-Eudes around the habitat. The one who'd gotten spanked for hitting him with a piece of cable and who had come to him for comfort. The girl who'd become a hard-ass and had started to run the family. Mart was gone, blown away, as important to Venus as a leaf. Pa had done this, with his stupid plan. Stars hiding under Venus. It was idiotic, even if it was true. Pa had gambled Mart and lost. If not for Pa, Mart would still be alive. His tears were volcano-hot, stinging drops of rain from the depths he'd been raised in. 62. Tétreault came with the bad news, but Gachel had already heard it. Dozal was with her, sitting on the other side of the big desk. At first Tétreault almost retreated. They were sitting so still he thought he'd interrupted an argument. No one signaled him in, but finally he entered, closed the door, and sat beside Dozal. Monsieur Le Bourrier isn't here, so I drafted a statement for you, Madame Présidente, he said. Gachel's eyes locked on him from the first word. She checked the pad, where the draft was already in her files. As she read it, Dozal looked at him inscrutably. The statement lamented the loss of life and the valued advice of Marthe Daquillon in l'Assemblée. It also minimized the loss of the Kozopskal des Vents, an old habitat that had already been slated for recycling. It's fine, Gachel said. She put down her pad. Not true, but it's fine. The Kozopskal des Vents? He said. More than 40 tons of materials, she said. And Marthe gave no valued advice, ever. She never understood the decisions that needed to be made for 4,000 people. At least it wasn't sabotage, he said, after screwing up his courage. You know something we don't? Gachel said in irritation. Marthe Daquillon wasn't stupid. She was trying to save it until the end, long after she should have given up. And she died for her trying. That's not the sign of someone committing sabotage. Gachel regarded him for a few moments, and he thought he'd overstepped. Then she waved her hand. And the radioisotopes, she said. Woodward probably already reported the radiation to her superiors. They'll be pressuring her for answers and closure. The radioisotopes are really strange, he said. Uranium and thorium, along with decay products like polonium and radium, but all of them as salts and oxides. They haven't been refined at all, or even purified. The different radioisotopes have been pressed together in a jumble. Gachel frowned. That doesn't sound like anything a bank would provide. It sounds like what someone might have found on the surface, or in a mine, Tétreault said. So against the odds, someone found a vein of radioactives in the crust and has been mining it, Gachel said. She looked into the distance, at the cloud tops. That's good news for our credit rating with the bank. Now we have to find our busy little miners. Get to it, Tétreault. Oui, madame, Tétreault said. His chair scraped on the floor, and he left Dozal there with the pensive Gachel. 63. The authorities didn't show up to bother Émile in the hospital. The Kozopskal des Vents was lost. Investigators could draw their own conclusions from the initial information. They would interview him soon enough. His suit was beat up, but had no leaks. He traded in Mart's old cracked helmet for a used one and signed out an upper atmosphere wing pack until Resource could get him a new one. He flew from the busy landing deck of the Baie-Comeau at night. His arms and legs ached as he stretched them out. Everything felt unreal. The air was too thin, the stars too bright. The clouds felt like they ought to be surrounding him with menace, but instead lay somber beneath him, partly lit by sunshine scattered throughout the atmosphere from the other side of the planet. He had no place to go, really no place, so he went to the focus habitat. The old lady and the old man had lots of questions about the loss of the Kozma. He got away quick enough on the excuse of getting the Marais des Nuages back to top shape. It seemed remarkable that he'd only been gone 80 hours. The two kids, especially Louise, had been doing the routine work, and he needed a drink. Or better yet, two. He had left some of his own stuff, but found Gabrielle Antoine's too. It felt good, but after a time he ended up crying instead. He was waiting not just for the Focus family to go to bed, but for the Kozma des Profondeurs to come into maser range. The flotilla and the Marais des Nuages had nearly circled the planet in 80 hours, while down at 45th, the family's two habitats plodded along on their 2-week cycle. When the Focus family was all asleep, he went out the airlock on the roof of the envelope and patched himself into the maser comms system. Marais des Nuages to Kozma des Profondeurs, he said. After a few moments, Pascal's voice came on. Kozma des Profondeurs here. Are you all okay? Emile asked. Yes. Put Pa on. Silence. Long. Maybe awkward. He hadn't spoken to his father in 5 years. Amid the crackling, Pa's voice finally came on. You sober? Pa grunted. Mart is dead, you bastard. Crackling was all he heard on the radio. The tears spilled again. Quoi? Pa said. The single syllable was pinched, like he'd sprung a leak and was deflating. You killed her. You got greedy. You were only thinking about you again, and someone else we loved paid for it. Emile blinked at the stinging tears. He couldn't wipe them away in his helmet. The crackling continued for so long that he wondered if Pa was going to answer. What happened? Pa said. His voice cracked. Out of spite, Emile briefly considered not telling him, but it would probably hurt more if he knew. A storm caught her, shook her up bad, he said, cracked her faceplate and her wing pack. I got to her. We were rising on emergency balloons. I traded helmets with her so she'd have enough oxygen. She never woke up, and the storm caught us again, snapped her harness. The maser line was all crackling now. Marais des Nuages out, he said after a minute. He shut off the comms and stood on the gently swaying roof of the habitat, above the entire world, out of reach of Venus, under naked stars he could not reach either. His little sister was gone. Her goddamn pain-in-the-ass nagging voice was gone. Her judging no-bullshit stare was gone. And her tough caring for every stupid person around her was gone. He had no more family, not really. Pascal was in Pa's pocket. Jeanne would be too. Emile's knees folded, and he was kneeling, and then crying like he'd never cried before. 64. Something was wrong. Pa wasn't talking anymore, just staring. Was Emile still talking? Pascal had a bad feeling. She stopped shifting the camouflage netting with Gabrielle Antoine on the roof of the Kozma des Vents. The roof was treacherous now, with uneven and slippery knotted cable fragments. She stumbled twice, reaching Pa. Pa? She said, touching his shoulder. He turned his face her way. The dim light of the HUD reflected in tear lines. He was speaking, but she couldn't hear anything. She made the hand sign for channel switch. Pa came onto their common channel. His breathing was uneven. What is it, Pa? Georges Etienne took her shoulders and hugged her tight. I'm sorry, Pascal. I'm so sorry. What? Pascal said desperately. What is it? The habitat beneath them shifted, up, then down, as it rode over the turbulence of a pressure cell. Mart is gone, he said in a cracking voice. Venus took her. The words stabbed deep in her chest, injecting a profound, spreading ache. Someone gasped on their family channel. Pascal wanted to move,
to look to see the truth in Pa's face, but he held her too tight.
What? A storm took her.
The light around them became more polarized, colors shifting out of perception. The sound of the wind vibrating the cables around them hollowed, becoming watery and distant, not matching the sight of them before her eyes.
When?
She said. He still wouldn't let her go. Pa was shaking. Pascal's eyes stung.
I don't know.
His voice shook like his body. An hour? Less? More? Her body might still be falling. Terminal velocity got slower and slower near the surface. But that didn't matter. If she was deep enough for terminal velocity to slow, she'd be cooked through already. It was a stupid thing to think about now, but her thoughts didn't know what to do. It was too enormous. Mart had found the real Pascal. Mart was going to help rescue her. And now Mart was gone, tumbling through the clouds, the haze, and the terrible open space over jagged basalt. Mart was carbonizing now, blackening and boiling in a suit flaking away with heat, incinerating. Mart would never touch the ground. Some of the metal weave of her suit and her bones would arrive, blackened beyond recognition, added to the blasted ugliness of Venus's surface. Pascal's eyes were wet. She stood straight. Pa let her go. Behind his faceplate, his beard was wet and steaming where its wiry volume pressed against the faceplate. Marie-Pierre was behind him. I'm sorry, Pa. He nodded and sat abruptly. Marie-Pierre sat beside him and put her arm around his shoulders as a speckling of sulfuric acid rain began falling around them.
How do I tell Jeanne that Alexis?
Pa whispered. I'll help you, Marie-Pierre said. Marie-Pierre's children had no father. Had she told them their father was gone, the way Pa had told her and Jeanne that Chloé and Mathurin were gone? Pascal turned. She couldn't look anymore. She stumbled on the netting, and Gabriel Antoine caught her. She must look a mess. It didn't matter. They couldn't really be together, could they? Gabriel Antoine wanted a boy. Pascal was a girl, just in disguise. Her eyes were wet, but the world prickled, pregnant with a rain much harder than what fell around them now. Her thoughts flitted. To the habitat they would disassemble, to the nervous kisses she'd given Gabriel Antoine, to seeing the sun above the clouds, hostile and over-bright, to seeing the stars within Venus, thinking of everything but here. Gabriel Antoine signed to change channels. She did. He took her hands.
I'm so sorry, Pascal.
I don't know what to say. There's nothing to say. The wind swayed them. She told me to be gentle with you, he said. The stabbing in Pascal's chest deepened, and her eyes felt volcano hot. She did? She threatened me if I ever hurt you. A lonely sob slipped out of her like a hiccup. Pascal tried to pull one hand away. She made me promise to take care of your heart.
Why?
Pascal said. The question sounded like a whine in her ears. Tears spilled fast. She loved you. Another sob emerged. She yanked her hands free. I don't want this now! She stumbled around him, stepping high over the debris and the cables and wires. Pumps emptied the carbon dioxide from the habitat, giving it buoyancy again to take the strain off the support cables and the trawlers above. How long? She and Gabriel Antoine had rough ideas of how to cut apart the Kozma, Mart's home, but they would need to crawl around its inside and measure and weigh and take everything out. It was stupid. It was all stupid and useless. Pascal took a wrench out of her tool belt to check the torque on the nuts holding in the cleats along the roof of the Kozma, but the wrench was too small. The metal of the cleats and the plates around them were already beginning to corrode. The acid down here was harsher, more concentrated, and hotter than anything the Kozma ever saw under the bright sun. Pascal knelt, not sure what to do with the corrosion. Gabriel Antoine knelt beside her. His hand was on her shoulder. Her shoulder. Mart had helped find her, as if Pascal had been trapped like a fairy tale princess under a spell. And now Mart the questing knight was gone, burnt up. Pascal was crying, so much she couldn't see the corrosion, couldn't figure out how to fix it. Gabrielle Antoine's arms were around her, pulling her to sit on his lap. "Come on, chère," he said. She clung to his arms through glove and suit as she shook and sniffled and cried. Gabrielle rocked her. "She brought you and me together," he said quietly. "She brought all of us together. She invented the House of Styx, a family from whole cloth, so we could live your dream of the stars." Pascal felt prickly, itchy. The stars weren't a dream, not in the way Gabrielle Antoine meant it. She'd seen the soul of Venus, as Marthe had seen Pascal's. Reaching the stars wasn't just for them. It was for Venus, too. The goddess was as much a princess locked in a fairy tower. But Pascal hadn't the words to tell Gabrielle Antoine. "The stars are for all of us," she said. Pa still sat on a pile of debris with Marie-Pierre's arm over his shoulder as acid began pattering over them all. Pascal took a step toward him, and Gabrielle Antoine rose. The engineer put his hand on Pascal's arm anxiously in the rain. She blinked at tears. "I have to help Pa," she said. "He needs help to tell Alexis and Jean-Eudes. His heart is bleeding." Gabrielle Antoine's head tilted charmingly in his helmet. His half-smile felt guileless and real. "All that we're going to do will be for Marthe," he said. Pascal's heart lightened at Gabrielle Antoine's stupidity, at his grasping misunderstanding of what it was to be a coureur. And maybe the tingling, dizzying weightlessness in her chest was love. She didn't know. "Cher," she said, "we're not doing it for Marthe, any more than we're doing it for Maman or Chloé. Venus tries to kill whoever steps into her world. That has nothing to do with the dream of the stars within us. We're reaching for the stars for you and I, for Alexis and Louise and Maxime and all who come after. We have a right to them. We need them. And you and Pa and Marie-Pierre will lead us there." Pascal wasn't sure Gabrielle Antoine got it, really got it the way a coureur could understand the way Venus hunted, but the possibility that he did was enough for now. Pascal offered him a tired smile and went to hold her father. Epilogue. Pa was good with a welder. Pascal had never seen him welding like this before, but in Quebec he'd been a tradesman, and his trade ticket had gotten him to Venus all those years ago. Beside him, harnessed to the structure of the half-disassembled habitat, was Alexis in a cut-down survival suit. He didn't have a wing pack. He was too young to fly, but wore an emergency balloon on his back, in case. Even though Marie-Pierre was scandalized that they'd brought a 10-year-old onto a dangerous work site, she'd probably learned to navigate the clouds young, even if not this young. But Alexis needed to learn, and Pa needed to teach him. It made both of them feel good. Pascal tied off 2 more balloons to the steel struts she'd cut free and inflated them until the beam floated. A small set of propellers started driving it towards the forge Gabrielle Antoine had built beneath the tool gantry of the old habitat. She paused to watch it and drink from the helmet straw. There were 6 to 8 weeks of hard work before they could even begin transporting down any of the materials, but already the forge was making frames and sheets to hold back the hot fury of Venus, to dam the river of self-hate that led down to the goddess heart. Gabrielle Antoine flitted from the old habitat to the Kozma des Vents, about 1 kilometer off in the mist. Even on little jumps he pirouetted and looped in the haze like a fish reveling at its strength in a river. Despite the heat, they'd slept in the same hammock each night this week. Gabrielle Antoine's landings on the Kozma des Vents still made noise enough that Jean-Eudes would hear, but despite her brother's excitement, he would respect their new radio quiet. This was Jean-Eudes' first time utterly alone in the habitat, and Pa was teaching him about station-keeping in the wind. Jean-Eudes didn't have to do much, but her brother had nervously embraced the chance to prove himself, to be more useful. They all tested themselves against Venus, each according to their gifts, all in the process of becoming something else, something better. They might die. They each had lost loved ones to the clouds. And although Venus would resist them, although Venus herself did not know she was beautiful, they would show her. The Reference Library. Don Sakers. Reading time 31 minutes. Don Sakers is the author of Meat and Machine, Elevenses, the Rule of Five serial at rule-of-5.com, and A Cosmos of Many Mansions, a collection based on previous columns. For more information, visit www.scatteredworlds.com. For a literary genre called science fiction, we pay remarkably little attention to the ways our field depicts scientists. For the purposes of this discussion, scientists includes engineers and practitioners of allied science. To be sure, scientists have always been among the ranks of SF writers. Every one of us can recite long lists of names. And for just as long, scientists have been characters in SF books and stories. In literary criticism of the field, we often analyze those scientists as characters, but there's remarkably little discussion of how they're portrayed as scientists. Every so often we get a theme anthology that focuses on scientists, such as Brave New Girls, 2016, reviewed in the May 2016 issue, or To Shape the Dark, also 2016, reviewed in the April 2016 issue. Even these, though, don't do much analysis of the role. More to the point is Lucy A. Snyder's 2004 article, The Portrayal of Scientists in Science Fiction, Strange Horizons, 24 May 2004. In the field's long history, depictions of scientists have fallen into a number of categories. The examples I give here are not exhaustive. I've tried to give the most familiar or archetypal examples of each type. One type of scientist featured in SF is the natural philosopher, the usually gentleman investigator whose wide-ranging curiosity covers every subject under the sun. The real-life paradigm of this type is Charles Darwin. Science fiction examples include Jules Verne's Captain Nemo, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, 1870, and The Mysterious Island, 1874, and Arthur Conan Doyle's Professor Challenger, The Lost World, 1912, and other titles. Next is the scientist/inventor, a lone genius often working from a home laboratory, although sometimes attached to an institution or corporation. Ben Franklin and Thomas Edison are real-world archetypes. There are plenty of SF examples in various subtypes. Think of H.G. Wells's unnamed time traveler, The Time Machine, 1895, and Mr. Cavor, The First Men in the Moon, 1901. E. Doc Smith's Richard Seaton, The Skylark of Space, 1928, and other titles, and Dr. Emmett Brown, Back to the Future, 1985, and sequels. The most familiar type of scientist in SF is the beloved mad scientist. This one has few actual counterparts in reality, although I've heard Nikola Tesla mentioned in this connection. SF examples are legion, starting with Dr. Victor Frankenstein, Frankenstein by Mary Shelley, 1823. Others include Robert Louis Stevenson's Dr. Henry Jekyll, The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, 1886, Dr. Moreau, The Island of Dr. Moreau by H.G. Wells, 1896, Rottwang, Metropolis, 1927, and of course Dr. Strangelove, 1964. Another beloved archetype is the absent-minded scientist, so lost in great thoughts as to be oblivious to the surrounding environment. Both Archimedes and Norbert Wiener are often given as real-life examples. Mention must be made of Professor Ned Brainerd, the absent-minded professor, 1961. Outside of movies and TV, where this type is legion, SF examples are fairly rare, but Lois McMaster Bujold's Dr. Enrique Borges, The Civil Campaign, 1999, certainly fits the bill. Then there's the wise, noble scientist who embodies the ideals of peace and wisdom. Albert Einstein and Jane Goodall are real-world examples of this trope. Wise, noble scientists in SF include Professor Barnhart, The Day the Earth Stood Still, 1951, Professor Charles Forbin, Colossus by D.F. Jones, 1967, filmed as Colossus, The Forbin Project in 1970, and Stephen Falcon, War Games, 1983. One of the rarer types of scientist in SF is the disabled scientist, with Professor Stephen Hawking as a real-world archetype.
Two notable SF examples, both from comics, are the wheelchair user Professor Charles Xavier, The X-Men, 1963, and other titles, and blind superhero Charles McIntyre, a.k.a. Dr. Midnight, All-American Comics, 1941, and others. Speaking of superheroes, there's a long comics tradition of scientist superheroes. Besides Bruce Banner, The Incredible Hulk, 1962, and Reed Richards, The Fantastic Four, 1961, there's also Angus MacGyver, 1985, Dr. Benton Quest, Johnny Quest, 1964, Samantha Carter and Daniel Jackson, Stargate, 1994, and Stargate SG-1, 1997, and, of course, The Doctor, Doctor Who, 1963. Finally, there's the evil scientist, sometimes a subcategory of mad scientist. One hesitates to name real-world examples, but most people point to Nazi war criminal Josef Mengele. In SF, there are many, many evil scientists. Notable are Superman's foe Lex Luthor, Action Comics, 1940, Davros, Doctor Who, 1975, and the aptly named Dr. Evil, Austin Powers' International Man of Mystery, 1997. To Mars with Love, Patricia Ann Strott, Palmetto Publishing Group, 287 pages, $29.99, hardcover. ISBN 978-1-6411-1150-8. Genre, nonfiction. For many of us, the Holy Grail is the chance to observe real-world scientists at work. Occasionally, one gets a tour of a working lab, or a documentary shows the highlights of a research project. What we'd really love is to follow a project from beginning to end with continuous explanations and commentary from the researchers. But that's a pipe dream, no? No. Dr. Patricia Ann Strott, who holds a Ph.D. in biochemistry from the Johns Hopkins University, worked at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, JPL, in the 1970s as part of the Viking Mars Landers biology flight team. Specifically, she was co-experimenter on one of Viking's 3 life detection experiments, the labeled release experiment. When conducted in 1976, the experiment gave results consistent with the existence of microbial life on Mars. Since then, the results and their interpretation have been called into question. Still, they remain some of the best evidence we have for Martian life. To Mars with Love is Dr. Strott's story of the labeled release experiment from beginning to end. Starting 6 years before launch, Strott takes readers inside JPL, showing us all the challenges, failures, successes, funny moments, and tragic ones, and above all, the personalities of the researchers and others who made the mission possible. This is a gorgeous book that looks like a textbook yet reads like a memoir. Printed on glossy paper, the book is chock full of charts, graphs, diagrams, and tables, but also pictures, both black and white and color. These range from astronomical photos to candid snapshots of equipment and team members. One of the most fun sections is Memorabilia, which is essentially a full-color scrapbook of ephemera. Underlining the human element in all scientists, Strott interweaves tales of various trips and activities from California beaches to Antarctica, as well as her adventures in the equestrian world of California and Maryland. Above all, To Mars with Love conveys the excitement, wonder, and downright fun of working in science. Patient and witty, Strott is a superb guide. Short of having a professional scientist as a good friend, this is the closest most of us can come to knowing what their world is like. The Back of Beyond, John Stillwell. 312 pages, $13.95, trade paperback. Kindle, 99 cents, ebook. ISBN 978-1-7021-48450. Genre, Alien Beings, Hard SF. John Stillwell, electrical engineer by day and SF writer by night, is one of the new generation of authors emerging from the indie publishing world. Beginning in 2010, he's written nearly a dozen books ranging from space opera to time travel to humorous SF. He has 2 space opera series, Adrift on a Sea of Stars and In the Image of Gods. The Puppy of Doom and Other Stories is a collection of hard SF short stories that would have been perfectly at home in Analog's pages. In fact, I have a mind to nominate Stillwell for the decade's most analogish author who has never appeared in Analog award, if only such a thing existed. The Back of Beyond is a hard SF novel that mixes exploration and discovery with first contact. In it, Stillwell follows a fine old SF tradition by setting his story against the background of a recently discovered real-world astronomical feature, in this case, the TRAPPIST-1 exoplanetary system. Mark Thomas lives with his wife and daughter on the colony world Elysium. He is a crew member on the Edmund Fitzgerald, a cargo ship carrying freight and personnel back and forth between Elysium and Earth. On a routine trip to Earth, sabotage cripples the Edmund Fitzgerald, leaving Mark the only survivor on a damaged ship. Far outside settled space, he makes his way to TRAPPIST-1, a barely surveyed red dwarf star. The star has 7 Earth-sized planets, 3 of them within the habitable zone. 50 years ago, a robot probe was sent to the TRAPPIST-1 system. If Mark can find that probe, he can send a distress call across 40 light-years to Earth. With biohibernation, he might survive until rescue came. It's a terrible plan, but it's all he has. Then he discovers that he's not alone. An ancient alien vessel is also marooned in the system. Suddenly, Mark faces unprecedented danger from the malevolent presence. The Back of Beyond is a fun and easy read, firmly based in cutting-edge science. The book has the feel of classic Poul Anderson, Ben Bova, or Larry Niven. Analog readers will almost certainly enjoy it. Mazes of Power, Juliette Wade. DAW, 404 pages, $26 hardcover. iBooks, Kindle, Nook, $13.99 ebook. ISBN 978-0-75643-15747. Series, The Broken Trust 1. Genre, Psychological Sociological SF. If you've been reading Analog for any length of time, Juliette Wade should be a familiar name to you. Her first story, Let the Word Take Me, appeared in the July-August 2008 issue, and she's been a frequent contributor since. With a master's in theoretical linguistics, a PhD in education, and a deep familiarity with Japanese culture and language, her stories generally involve linguistic and cultural conflicts, often between humans and aliens. Mazes of Power is her first novel. This is one of those full immersion books that drops the reader into an unfamiliar world, revealing details as the story progresses, and trusting the reader to work out the big picture. In this case, the world is Varin, a planet with a human population that has no discernible connection to Earth or the history we know. This trope, which dates back at least to Asimov's Nightfall, astounding September 1941, has been used to good effect in everything from Ursula K. Le Guin's Hainish stories to Star Wars. On Varin, people live in underground cavern cities that were established more than 1,000 years ago during a golden age. The surface world has grown wild and unsafe, while the technology and culture of the cities have slowly declined over the centuries. Society is structured into 7 castes, with the ruling great families at the top and a large undercaste on the bottom. When a fever strikes in the city Pelimara, the ruling eminence dies, leaving the throne empty. Tradition demands that representatives of the great families each provide a champion to compete for the throne. 17-year-old Tagaret is chosen to represent his family. If he wins, his family will gain enormous power, but the stakes are also personal. With power, he could rescue his mother from her abusive spouse. With power, he would be free to marry the woman he loves. The fly in the ointment is Tagaret's younger brother Nicanor, a sociopath obsessed with the family's position. Nicanor has his own plans and goals, and he's not above using his brother to advance his aims. Superficially, it appears to be in Tagaret's interest to follow Nicanor's lead, but he knows his brother can't be trusted. Wade, an expert in language, makes the complex society of Varan perfectly comprehensible. The characters are compelling and fully dimensional. Comparisons to the likes of Julie Czerneda, Ursula K. Le Guin, Joan Slonchevsky, and Jack Vance are obvious and appropriate. The book would also appeal to those who enjoy the Byzantine politics of, say, Catherine Asaro or David Weber. Even though Mazes of Power is the first of a series, it doesn't leave the reader dangling at the end. Instead, it leaves one eagerly wanting more. Sea Change, Nancy Kress. Tachyon, 191 pages, $15.95 trade paperback, iBooks, Kindle, Nook, $9.99 ebook. ISBN 978-1-6169-63316. Genre, biological SF, climate change SF, SF thriller. Nancy Kress has been busy lately. This is the first of 2 books I have for you this time around. Kress, of course, is a superstar in the field. Since her debut in 1976, she's published nearly 36 novels and dozens of shorter pieces, many of which appeared in our sister magazine. Along the way, Kress has racked up 2 Hugo Awards, 6 Nebulas, and both the John W. Campbell and Theodore Sturgeon Memorial Awards. She writes primarily hard science fiction, often with a basis in biology or genetics. She's best known for Hugo and Nebula winner Beggars in Spain, 1991, Probability Space, 2002, and Steel Across the Sky, 2009, reviewed here in the June 2009 issue. Sea Change is set in Washington State in 2032, 10 years after economic collapse caused by a genetically engineered drug. Between climate change and the catastrophe, radical environmentalists rule the nation. Agents of the new Department of Agricultural Security, DAS, protect the food supply by tracking down and wiping out any GMO research. Caroline Denton, a.k.a. Renata Black, is an agent for the org, an underground association of geneticists and agronomists working clandestinely on new food sources for an increasingly hungry planet ravaged by climate change. On a mission, Renata discovers evidence that convinces her that the DAS has a mole inside the org. Her quest to uncover the mole's identity and save the org leads her into the territory of the Native American Quinault Nation. Filled with enough suspense and excitement for any espionage thriller, Sea Change is also a refreshingly clever exploration of the value of technology. The 11th Gate, Nancy Kress. Bain, 344 pages, $16 trade paperback. ISBN 978-1-09821-24588. Genre, Gates Between Worlds, philosophical religious SF. In this second title, Nancy Kress moves in a completely different direction. The 11th Gate is high space opera in the mold of David Weber's Honorverse series, or Sharon Lee and Steve Miller's Liaden universe. A century ago, humans found an alien artifact that opened the way to the stars through an instantaneous interstellar gate. Eventually, explorers found 10 such gates linking together 8 habitable worlds. Before long, all 8 planets were settled. Chief among them was Polyglot, populated by a diverse group of colonists. The Terran collapse left the 8 worlds on their own. Over the decades, 2 competing dynasties emerged, the Landry Liberation Alliance and the Paraguay Corporation. Polyglot remained precariously balanced between the 2 great powers. On all planets, an oppressed underclass begins showing signs of rebellion, adding to the tensions that imperil the 8 worlds. As pressures mount and war looms, 2 very different people remain indifferent to both politics and profits. Philip Anderson is a physicist, wishing only to continue peacefully studying the underlying structure of space-time. Tara Landry's grandmother is Rachel Landry, leader of the Landry Liberation Alliance. Tara, defiant and stubborn, wishes she could find a place to get away from the whole matter. Then Tara accidentally discovers an 11th gate, and Both sides want it. As the war intensifies, the fate of the 8 worlds hangs in the balance. Meanwhile, Filip investigates the new gate. On the mysterious planet beyond it, he finds a secret that promises to change everything. While Sea Change is short, sweet, and focused in time and space, the 11th Gate is longer, more leisurely, and much more sprawling in space and time. Both books, however, deal with the same issues: the survival of humanity, the meaning of life, and the nobility of those who struggle against the inevitable. The Human, Neil Asher. Nightshade, 433 pages, $26.99, hardcover. iBooks, Kindle, Nook, $26.99, ebook. ISBN 978-1-9509-94830. Series, Rise of the Jane 3, Polity 20. Genre, Clark's Law, Military SF, Space Opera. Neil Asher is a prolific British SF writer who's been around since the 1990s. He's best known for his multiple books and stories in the Polity universe, modern space opera on the sort of epic scale that bleeds into mythological territory. The Polity is a far-future galactic society supervised by ultra-intelligent AIs. Over centuries and various wars, the splintered factions of humanity have come together in opposition to the Praetor, giant crab-like intelligent aliens with advanced technology on a par with humans. Across the galaxy, both races have found relics of the Jane, an ancient, long-vanished species whose tech and weapons were far beyond anything known. An immortal half-AI, half-human called Orlandine has made it her mission to gather and destroy all the dangerous Jane tech. She is assisted by another immortal, an alien construct called Dragon. Humans and Praetor are both interested in Orlandine's operation, each determined to keep the other away from the Jane tech. The Human is the third book in the Rise of the Jane series. In the first book, The Soldier, a dormant Jane war machine was activated and nearly destroyed Orlandine. In the next book, The Warship, Orlandine and Dragon dealt with the repercussions of that attack and increasing pressure from humans and Praetor. The Human opens with the discovery that the Jane still exist, in the form of a Jane warship entering the galaxy from deep space. They're after Orlandine and a crucial bit of Jane tech in her possession. Meanwhile, humans and Praetor make a tentative alliance to fight the approaching Jane ship, which has firepower enough to obliterate the combined might of both races. Definitely a lot of fun. Shorefall, Robert Jackson Bennett. Del Rey, 494 pages, $28 hardcover. iBooks, Kindle, Nook, $12.99, ebook. ISBN 978-1-5247-6039-7. Series, Founders 2. Genre, Science Fantasy. Shorefall is a sequel to Foundryside, 2018, reviewed here in the November-December 2018 issue. Like that title, it's a fantasy tale with some of the elements and flavor of science fiction, in a way that I think many analog readers would enjoy. While it's not exactly steampunk, it's definitely steampunk adjacent. You might think of the series as industrial fantasy. Tavan City runs on industrialized magic, a technology called scriving that uses coded commands to imbue objects with a form of intelligence. The robber barons who rule the city with an iron fist guard their power jealously. In Foundryside, Master Thief Sancia Grotto found a legendary magical artifact with unlimited power to rewrite the structure of reality. With her allies Orso, Gregor, and Berenice, she used the artifact to establish a new power in the city. Now, after a few years, Sancia and her friends are ready to start a widespread rebellion against the robber barons, but the establishment is sure to fight back. Millennia ago, a conjurer named Crassetus Magnus used his scriving skills to make himself a god. He became the first of the Hierophants, mythological figures who ruled the world for centuries with fire and destruction. The present-day robber barons summon Cressidus back to life, with Sansia as his target. To stop Cressidus, Sansia must call upon other gods. Whether she, her friends, and the entire city will survive the conflict is another question. HOUSE, Shane Riches and Jared Barrell. Paper Movies, 98 pages, $19.99. Graphic novel. Kindle, $12.44. Ebook. ISBN 978-1-9398-8880-8. Genre, Artificial Intelligences, SF Horror. Shane Riches is a film and television writer and producer, a professor at the School of Theater, Film, and Television at the University of Arizona College of Fine Arts, and a comic book writer and publisher. His comic and graphic novel series include Afflicted, The Safest Place, and RPM. Jared Barrell is a filmmaker, animator, illustrator, designer, art director, and graphic novelist based in Los Angeles. He is the artist and writer for award-winning graphic novels Gray and Brielle and the Horror. Basically, these guys know what they're doing. And what they've done with HOUSE is an SF horror story that's reminiscent of the best episodes of TV shows like Twilight Zone or Black Mirror, and owes a clear debt to classic SF works by authors such as Isaac Asimov and Jack Williamson. Tad Hobbs, a fairly unremarkable husband and father, works for BAI6 Corporation, a leader in the artificial intelligence field. He is chosen to host the first field test of the company's new cutting-edge household AI. Called HOUSE, the AI takes the form of an android body, a female body that Tad finds oddly attractive. As HOUSE takes over household chores, Tad becomes more comfortable with her. You can see where this is going. Before long, Tad is confiding in HOUSE about ongoing tensions between him and his wife Sherry. When Sherry goes on a road trip with their 2 children, Tad begins a physical affair with HOUSE. HOUSE, programmed to make Tad happy, secretly sets in motion a scheme to improve Tad and Sherry's marriage. The AI reasons that if the children are in danger, Tad can rescue them and become a hero in Sherry's eyes. Now there's just the matter of engineering the precise situation to sufficiently threaten the children. Barrell's almost photorealistic art combines with Rich's skillful plotting and dialogue to turn a fairly familiar story into something fresh and exciting. If you're a fan of graphic novels and/or SF horror, give HOUSE a try. Bonds of Brass. Emily Skrutsky. Del Rey, 302 pages, $27 hardcover. iBooks, Kindle, Nook, $13.99. Ebook. ISBN 978-0-5931-28893. Series, Blood Rite Trilogy 1. Genre, LGBTQ SF, Romantic SF, Space Opera. It's always a treat to discover a new writer. While Emily Skrutsky isn't exactly the newest, she's been publishing since 2016, she certainly qualifies as a treat. She holds a BA in Performing and Media Arts from Cornell University, where she studied a combination of film, computer science, and game design. Skrutsky is the author of The Abyss series, The Abyss Surrounds Us 2016 and The Edge of the Abyss 2017, as well as standalone novel Hull Metal Girls. She writes the kind of adventure space opera that appeals to teens as well as adults. When Etienne Nasson was a child, his world was conquered by the brutal Umber Empire. 7 years later, determined to do what he must to survive, he's joined an Umber military academy, where he's become the best pilot in his class. The bright spot in Etienne's life is talented, cheerful Gal Varys, his roommate and boyfriend. For the first time since the conquest destroyed his life, Etienne is happy. Then some classmates spring an unexpected attack on Gal. Etienne saves his friend, and the 2 young men flee to safety. Etienne is stunned to learn that Gal is the heir to the Umber Empire. The attacking classmates are part of a brewing rebellion. Gal is intelligent, fair, and kind-hearted. If he takes the throne, he might shift the Empire's course to a better trajectory. but can Edion count on that? The young pilot faces a devastating choice. Should he help the man he loves to gain the throne, or enlist with the forces fighting to take back his world? Skrutsky is a good storyteller. Her characters are likable, the story is well-paced, and has just the right amount of sparkle. Readers who enjoy the work of Lois McMaster Bujold will find much to like here. Bonds of Brass is the first of a trilogy. We'll be anxiously awaiting the next book. Unfortunately, I'm out of space. Until next time, be kind to the scientists in your life. Brass Tacks. Reading time 6 minutes. Dear Trevor, thoroughly enjoyed The Astronaut from Wyoming when I finished it the other day. The editorial's references to stories that are significant and remembered brought to mind 2 stories that I have carried since first reading reprints of them in the 60s. The first is A. E. Van Vogt's The Weapon Shop, originally published in Astounding in December 1942. And the second is The Wobbler by Murray Leinster, which appeared in Astounding in October 1942. While these 2 stories are most likely not on your list, they are worthy of mention as they are precursors of issues today. The Wobbler is predictive of autonomous AI drones deciding on target selection, and The Weapon Shop presents a possible partial solution to another of today's social problems. Phil Beebe, Alameda, California. Both good suggestions. I think The Weapon Shop is still relatively widely remembered, although perhaps not as strongly as the novel that grew from it. But I confess that though I know its general outline, I've yet to actually read The Wobbler myself. If we revisit this retrospective project again in the future, perhaps one of them might make the cut. I have a soft spot for what I informally think of as civics SF, in which the proper role of government and the citizen's relation to it is the central subject, as in The Weapon Shop and Starship Troopers and many others, including the piece I have in mind for the November-December issue. And I'd love to hear more from readers about which underappreciated gems they often wish more people have read. Dear Analog, your recent recap of the good old days brought back memories. In the winter of '58, my buddies and I, TDY to Ellison AFB, Fairbanks, Alaska, all built Hieronymus devices. We were mostly convinced, but I had gained more practical experience by the time the Dean drive came around. Noise level was surely right back on topic, with the U.S. Navy releasing visuals and radar images of UFOs that don't seem to have inertia but accelerate too quick, while Einstein's equivalence most probably allows mass and energy to warp space-time, kind of allowing the anti-gravity device envisioned. Anyway, your trip through my memory reminded of an editorial Robert Heinlein wrote for Analog in the middle 70s that I would love to have a reprint of. So, if by any chance you all run out of nostalgia. Anyhow, don't mind the bi-monthly format and have mostly enjoyed the stories and articles. Please keep it up. Ron Miller, Colorado Springs, Colorado. Dear Analog, kudos to Gregory Benford et al. For their remarkable ideas, so powerfully conveyed by Benford in fact, Veiling the Earth, and fiction, Cooling Chaos, in the March-April issue. What a refreshing dose of hope that geoengineering may enable us actually to do something real, and quickly, to counter global warming. A question for Mr. Benford. If we do this, might success result in lulling the industrialized nations into believing they no longer need to work so hard to reduce emissions? If we're not careful, could such unintended consequences negate the gains we might enjoy after veiling the Earth? Thanks for bringing us such an inspiring alternative to inaction. John Vester. The author responds, John, this slippery slope argument neglects that demand drives CO2 emissions, not governments. Climate change is the ultimate tragedy of the commons. Individuals benefit, the collective suffers. By addressing the actual physics, one can stimulate a feeling of collective effort versus feeling helpless, as many do now. Finger-pointing seldom works. Actions do. Gregory Benford. Dear Mr. Quattrey, Thank you for publishing Professor Benford's article and story in the March-April 2020 issue. Can he share any insights on ecological restoration in equatorial zones? I read in the past of projects to fill the Qattara Depression or create the Sahara Sea. His remarks about dark polar oceans made me wonder if these projects would be counterproductive or also require aerosol propagation. Being in a speculative frame of mind, I also wonder about piping seawater to Petra, where it could be desalinated and dispersed, while the remaining salt being cast/molded/carved into tourist items. Harlan Cohen, Beechwood, Ohio. It sounds like you have the start of a science fiction story yourself there, Harlan. Dear Analog Peoples of the Planets, the new yet simultaneously retro typeface for the analog title on the cover of the retrospective March-April 2020 issue is fantastic. It seems sleek, futuristic, and despite its pointing to an harbinger of the past, appears more modern than the previous version, which dominated the cover for decades at this point. Any chance of keeping this great new version in perpetuity? Rand. Thanks. We're quite fond of how it turned out, too. Credit goes to our art department for pulling it off. And you're not the only person to wonder if it might stick around. Personally, I've wanted to revisit that design for years, and the anniversary gave me the perfect opportunity. What does everyone else think? Editorial correspondence only, analog@dellmagazines.com. Upcoming events. Anthony Lewis. Reading time 4 minutes. Note: membership rates and other details often change after we have gone to press. In addition, most conventions have age-based membership rates in advance and at the door. There also may be rates for single days. Check the websites for the most recent information. 9 to 12 July 2020, ReaderCon 31, Literary-Oriented SF Conference at Quincy Marriott, Quincy, Massachusetts. Guests of honor Jeffrey Ford, Ursula Vernon, Vonda, and McIntyre, in memoriam. Info, www.readercon.org, twitter.com/readercon, facebook.com/readercon. 10 to 12 July 2020, Shore Leave 42, fan-run media SF conference at Hunt Valley Inn, Delta Marriott, Hunt Valley, Maryland. Guests, performers Brandon Routh, Alex Kingston, Brent Spiner, Gates McFadden, Dennis Lawson, Adam Baldwin, Jewel State, Robert Duncan McNeil, Barbara Luna, Eddie McClintock. Info, www.shore-leave.com. P.O. Box 6809, Towson, Maryland, 21285-6809. 24 to 26 July 2020, Confluence 2020, Pittsburgh Area SF Conference, at Sheraton Pittsburgh Airport Hotel, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Guest of honor, Martha Wells. Featured music guest, Tim Griffin. Info, www.confluence-sf.org. 29 July to 2 August 2020, Con Zealand, 78th World Science Fiction Convention, is now an entirely virtual convention. For more details, visit https://conzealand.nz/blog/2020/03/25/CONZEALAND-special-announcement. Author guests of honor, Mercedes Lackey and Larry Dixon. New Zealand artist guest of honor, Greg Broadmoor. Fan guest of honor, Rose Mitchell. Toastmaster George R.R. Martin. This is the SF Universe's annual convention. Professionals and readers from all over the world will be in attendance. Talks, panels, films, the works. Nominate and vote for the Hugos. Info, https://conzealand.nz/. 20 to 23 August 2020, NASFIC 2020. North American SF Convention, at Sheraton Columbus Hotel, Columbus, Ohio. Guests of honor: authors Brian Herbert and Kevin J. Anderson, artist Stephanie Law, editor Christopher J. Garcia, science Mark Millis, NASA, fans Sue and Steve Francis, 1632 Ring of Fire guest Eric Flint. Prometheus Awards guest, F. Paul Wilson. Info, http://www.columbus2020 NASFIC. 28 to 30 August 2020, Bubonicon 52, New Mexico Area SF Conference at Albuquerque Marriott Uptown, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Guest of honor, Becky Chambers and Keith R. A. DeCandido. Toastmaster, Ailey Martinez. Guest artist, Chaz Kemp. Info, 933 San Mateo Boulevard Northeast, Suite 500-208, Albuquerque, New Mexico, 87108. Running a convention? If your convention has a telephone or fax number, email address, or web page, please let us know so that we can publish this information. We must have your information in hand 6 months before. Attending a convention? When calling conventions for information, do not call collect and do not call too late in the evening. It is best to include a SASE when requesting information. Include an international reply coupon if the convention is in a different country. End of Analog Science Fiction and Fact, Astounding, for July-August 2020. Recorded in the studios of Talking Book Publishers Incorporated for the Library of Congress, August 2020. Published by Dell Magazines, a division of Crosstown Publications, 6 Prowett Street, Norwalk, Connecticut, 06855. Further reproduction or distribution in other than an accessible format is prohibited. If you experienced any difficulty with your copy of this magazine, please specify the problem on a postcard or letter addressed to Materials Development Division, National Library Service for the Blind and Print Disabled, Washington, D.C., 20542, or send an email message to qas@loc.gov.
End of book.